KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 present Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Oh, CJ threw today, right? All right. Just the CJ's a competitor, and last week CJ, he was adamant about going out and practicing. It just shows the type of person that CJ is. But for me as a head coach, it's important for me to just make sure we're protecting him, making sure we're doing what's best for CJ, and not really worried about the outside opinions or other people. Nobody knows the information about our players more than me, and so I'm going to make sure I always do what's in the best interest of our players, first and foremost with their health and wellness. That's always on the forefront of my mind. And so that's why the decision was made about CJ. I think you guys saw him out throwing today. I think he looked pretty fine to me.
You don't see that side of D'Amico Ryans very often. It's pretty funny. Hey Ben,
there's an aggressive eye roll.
Hey Ben, yeah. Cue up the very beginning of that again, Ben. That cut right there.
Oh, CJ threw today, right? All right.
Yeah. You can't. Maybe you sense it, maybe you don't. But as Seth just framed it accurately, an aggressive eye roll for D'Amico Ryans, who, yes, as it turns out, all the worrying, all the hand wringing and everything else, all for naught. C.J. Stroud threw well yesterday. He threw well.
No, I'm not. No. Let's get one thing straight. I'm not going to stop worrying about the fact that C.J. Stroud had to take a couple weeks off during OTAs. It's not. The other thing is this. Okay, let's not act like, can't believe you guys didn't know what was going on when we refused to tell you what was going on. I'm going to say 3 or 4 simple sentences that could have tamped all that down. Right now, could have totally said this a couple weeks ago, but no, no. Like I told DJ Bijani yesterday, Sean. Yeah. You don't have to. I stay nervous, so I don't have to get nervous. Okay?
Oh, it's like nervous for you is like ready for the elite
constant
athlete.
State of alert.
Yeah, that's good.
My military is always trained and ready.
That's it, man.
Okay?
Yeah.
Time of peace. Don't give a damn. Do some exercises off the coast.
It is funny, as it turns out. When D'Amico, because I would say of all the quotes that D'Amico's had about CJ over the last couple of weeks, there were like 3 sort of benchmarks along the way during OTAs. There was the first OTA where he got asked about CJ not throwing, and he didn't even mention CJ's name. He just said, hey, some guys are on different timelines than others, and you're going to see a lot of different guys doing things. That would have been the time to diffuse everything right there. That very first practice would have been the time.
He had some tightness in his shoulder. Yeah. It's not surgery or anything like that. It's no big deal.
Yeah. So there was that. And then there was the next practice where he sort of proactively, at the very beginning, before there were any questions, did just that. Like CJ's dealing with general soreness, et cetera, et cetera. Then the third one was about 40 seconds after that when he was asked by Will Kunkel about did CJ get any work done on his shoulder. And to me, just shut enough with the CJ questions. And as it turns out, while we spent time trying to read into it whether there was surgery or wasn't surgery, you and I kind of leaned towards the side that there may have been surgery, whatever.
Like a minor procedure of some sort.
As it turns out, D'Amico Ryan's just tired of answering CJ Stroud questions.
Which isn't, and again, it's as I said before, it doesn't change the fact that I'm still kind of nervous about the fact that let's look at these few things. Yeah. One, CJ was not as accurate last year as he typically is, as consistently accurate.
That is right. Yes.
He still made some very, very impressive throws. He did some impressive things. 2, CJ cited at the end of the year injuries as a partial explanation for some of the inconsistent play. Yep. 3, he's out there with shoulder tightness now.
Yeah.
So whether there was surgery or was not surgery or whether he's throwing now or not, yeah, I'm still going to remain a little bit nervous about the overall state of a guy who's had shoulder injuries previously in his career. And I think D'Amico took a step forward yesterday in showing that agitation as a head coach. There's a transformation one has to go through where you become hardened and bittered and somewhat appropriately callous at times.
Yeah.
And I think that, we saw that side of D'Amico there as an NFL head coach. But it feels a little bit Southern Belle-like to be like, well, I don't know why y'all thought that there might be, you thought you weren't getting all the information.
Yeah. Just
because we weren't giving y'all the information.
Yeah.
It's just, oh my. I can't believe what this big cloud of uncertainty was, as we were basically feeding you a cloud of uncertainty.
It was good to see him throw yesterday. I will say that for all the whatever issues we have with how the information has been delivered. And what information?
I don't have an issue with D'Amico. I have an issue with people acting like it's like there was no reason to get agitated or worried about it at all. Because I'll remain concerned about CJ until the 3 minutes after the Super Bowl. Victory, okay?
and look, he's still playing behind an offensive line that is a work in progress, very much a work in progress.
And had some sketchy moments yesterday.
It did, yeah.
Which I don't. That is one thing I try to stay calm about. It's brand new offense, brand new guys.
It's Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson.
Yeah, it's like and Danielle especially for young offensive tackles.
Yes.
It's like trying to block water.
Right.
You know, it's just he's a consummate martial artist.
Yeah, man.
He's Mayweather. You can't land a punch.
Yep. We'll get to minicamp yesterday. I was out there for most of it, and there were definitely some things to be encouraged about out there. Not the least of which was C.J. Stroud. Here was C.J. yesterday. Very first question right out of the chute. How much did your shoulder soreness impact workout plans?
A little bit, just I took this offseason very serious. I'm just working hard. I'm trying to get my body right. So I was here like pretty early with Clint, our strength guy. So I've been working really hard on getting my body right, losing body fat, trying to be faster, stronger, and really so there's always risk to working hard. So it was a great off season. I think I got that done, but also I wouldn't say that was the reason why. Just a lot of everything. So.
Okay, I'm going to tell you one more thing. It is really cool that he hit PRs on all of these exercises and everything. That's really cool. But like he said, there's risk, there's reward. Sean, if God forbid, and I'm going to say this to the Texans training staff directly. Yeah. God forbid a quarterback ever get injured in the weight room. That's numero uno, rule number one. Like, a quarterback should never be training to the point where he's got tightness in his shoulder. Yeah. That's just flat out unacceptable.
Yep.
So whatever CJ's throwing regimen or whatever it was, like this is, and you see this happen with, I played with the all-time guy that was a little too concerned about his workouts off the field in Rob Johnson, and he could not stay healthy.
Yeah.
Rob, you'd come into the morning, and Rob would have a bagel with nothing on it, and just like with just body fat 3% or whatever, and it was like he was made of glass.
Yeah.
Give me doughy Brett Favre. Yes. But never, ever, 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 ever should a quarterback get injured in workouts. So when he said risk reward when you're working out hard, just be careful, CJ.
Yeah.
This is not. You're not out there to be Tim Tebow. Okay. Be pliable Tom Brady.
Yeah. No, for sure. This is what you're talking about. CJ was talking about his workouts yesterday and PRing on everything. What are you hoping to add this season?
The goal was just to be bigger, faster, stronger, like every off season, but be more included in my hips, lose a couple pounds, run faster, and I got all those done. I think I PR'd on almost everything this off season, which has been really dope. So shout out to Mike, Clint. Clint's been with me every day, and he does a lot of. He had a track background, but has bought in and done a lot of things with us as quarterbacks. So I'm very, very grateful that we got these things done. But now it's ball time, and this off season will be very important on getting back with my throwing regimen and with my guys in LA. So I got those things done, and I'm grateful for it.
PR is a personal record. If you have a if you have a child, it's okay. If you have a child in cross country, you're very familiar with the term PR. It's it's an acronym for personal
or
record.
if you work out in front of a camera on Instagram.
Yeah, then you're definitely PR savvy for sure.
So now the new thing I have to be nervous about is honestly, just don't get hurt in the weight room, CJ.
Yeah, man.
That's sometimes you hear about a quarterback getting a torn pec in the weight room.
Oh,
like, what on earth are you doing? What are you doing?
What are
in the
you
weight
doing?
room?
Even talking about that?
I'm talking about the realistic things that you should be concerned about. Damn it!
God, these are the
risk
things.
reward is what got me when he said that. Wait, no. There is no risk reward for the quarterback in the weight room.
No,
you just know. There should never be. You should never be. You're not. Like J.J. Watt played with a certain amount of risk reward and how hard he worked out in the offseason and everything. And and he'll tell you he always wonders whether he should have backed off a little bit or whatever. But that's for a defensive lineman who's going to get injured regardless. Because just be careful.
Yep.
Because ever again.
Nope. So we'll talk more. We'll talk more minicamp in the next segment and just. Some of the standouts from yesterday. I was out there yesterday, and there were some. It was fun. There were some good performances out there. So last night, not so good over at Daikin Park. We'll get to the Astros here real quick off the top because there's not much to dig into with that game last night. That was the White Sox scored 4 somewhat uninspiring runs. Other than even the home run was a Crawford box job. And then the Astros they need Yordan Alvarez back.
It was a really weird night for Lance in which I'm not as down on it or pessimistic about it as maybe otherwise you might feel because he didn't have brilliant command of his movement.
The 4 walks are the big thing for me.
Right. And he did that in the second inning. It was bases empty, 2 outs, had Kyle Teal down 0-2 in the count, and then 4 of the next 5 pitches were out of the strike zone. Yeah. And then Luis Robert, who only plays well against
sucks
the Astros.
Against everybody else,
including who had the final game to clinch the game. Yeah. He only plays well against. He's batting 185 this year.
Yeah.
Luis Robert happened as he tends to do versus the Astros.
Yep. And the audience, a few people asking, did you do the 999 yesterday, Sean? We talked about that in the last segment of the show. I did not do the 999. It was not a 999. For those who don't know, 9 hot dogs, 9 12-ounce beers in 9 innings. No, I'm going to do it. I'm setting a date to do it. I want to try this challenge of eating 9 hot dogs and drinking 9 beers in 9 innings. I was meeting up with people. I was meeting up with our boss before the game and her family, so we had a couple drinks there.
Yeah, I was about to say, so you had already had a couple
I had a couple beers. I wanted to be social. I was in a suite last night with people and with important people. And if my wife if we were just sequestered in the corner with her filming me gorging on hot dogs and beer, probably not the greatest career move. Let me put it that way.
So all the listeners know that Sean just said he couldn't do it last night because he was with important people. But if you were sitting out with the masses, with all of our listeners or whatever, instead of in a suite, apparently they're not important enough for you.
I think they would. I think they would digest the content of that better than maybe the folks last night would. But thank you for being such a good friend and co-host, Seth. I really appreciate it.
You know what
that.
I just discovered, though?
What's
I
that?
can't make a chicken sound.
Really?
I was trying to make the chicken sound there, and I can't do it.
What?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm still not that good at it. That was a running gag on Arrested Development, the TV show.
Really?
The family would make fun of somebody for being a chicken, but none of them could actually. They'd make the dumbest I think that's why I can't do it. I was thinking of Arrested Development.
That's like a turkey on meth that you just did right there.
It was hilarious. No, and then they would make all these erratic movements that weren't chicken-like.
Oh man. Okay, we got to get to minicamp because there were some really encouraging performances, and some of them were not just the usual names. These are names to this coming season. We'll get to that coming up next.
Hey, Churrasco's, get to this right now. If you're catering an event, nobody does it better than Churrasco's premier.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Minicamp yesterday for the Texans. C.J. Stroud threw. That was the big news. He threw well. D'Amico Ryans asked after the practice, was there a shift in morale in getting C.J. back under center, throwing the football around?
Today, I think C.J.'s first play, he made a big throw on a corner route, and you saw the energy, you saw the competitiveness of C.J., talking a little smack to the defense. Like, I love the back and forth that happens, and C.J. definitely added some energy to our practice, added some energy to the offense. But I think you see when you have game changers, and that's what CJ is, and he instantly changed I think just the vibe of the entire practice changed, having CJ out there and seeing him make the plays he was able to make.
Yeah.
The connection with Jaden Higgins, especially the one
we'll get to him next.
Yeah,
dude, that was something.
The Texans have the Instagram video of that, and is just, you can watch when Jaden Higgins, just the way he moves as a bigger guy, there's a silkiness to it, and he has very, very sure hands. So it's hard not to get excited about CJ when he places the ball the way he's placing the ball, and having a guy like Jaden Higgins opposite of Nico Collins. And D'Amico spoke very positively about Jaden Higgins yet again. He's done that a couple times so far this offseason. I'm very careful about what I get excited about during mini camps, but there's a part with Jaden Higgins where it feels just everybody settle down before I say this. I got excited about DeAndre Hopkins during mini camps and training camp because you could see how some of the skill set transfers immediately. Now, obviously, I'm not saying that Jaden Higgins is going to be DeAndre Hopkins, but when you just simply have length and catch radius and good hands, it's hard to screw that up as long as you've also got other good receiving threats on the field.
Yeah.
And I think that's what you have. As long as CJ is healthy, throw the ball well, they're going to find a way to I shouldn't say they're going to find a way to get the ball to Jaden Higgins. Jaden Higgins is going to have opportunities this year.
Yeah, no. He will. Higgins, Seth, from what I saw out there, again, I got there right at the beginning of team drills, so I don't think I missed anything, in the previous drills. All the 11-on-11 and 7-on-7 I was there for. Nico Collins had a good day yesterday. He was not the best receiver on the field yesterday for the Texans. Jaden Higgins was. Jaden Higgins made the most plays.
Yeah.
And the one-handed catch you're talking about, if you haven't seen it, it's the Texans have it on their social media. I mean, there is so much encouraging on both sides of that with CJ. That was early in practice. That was still when we're kind of watching CJ to see what everything looks like. Yeah. And he just dropped it right in the bucket, and Higgins makes sort of a one-handed catch going to the ground with Kamari Lassiter all over him. Like, that was the other thing, too. I'm like, it was good coverage by Kamari Lassiter. Like, he was right there. You mentioned D'Amico Ryans talking about Jaden Higgins. Here was D'Amico Ryans. This is right off the top of the press conference, right after he got done talking about CJ. He was asked about Jaden Higgins.
It's been really exciting to see this Jaden's growth process in a short amount of time that he's been here. I've seen a guy who's steadily got better every single week. You've seen him make even more plays, and seeing him today, I mean, this is the most plays that he's made. And in our last week of camp, to see a rookie who's come in and showing right now that he could be an impact player for us, I think it means a lot. And we saw it as coaches watching this film from the college game, but I think it just means a lot to the entire team, the players, defensive players, other offensive players, actually seeing him thrive in practice, because I truly believe if you take practice the right way, deliberately, you work at it, it'll show. Really awesome to see the work that he's doing and the plays that he's making.
Yeah, he was really good. He looked like a vet out there yesterday. And we should mention Jalen Knoll was working out off to the side yesterday. I know that'll be the next question people have is, well, how did Knoll look? He's been getting a lot of praise during OTAs and rookie camp and things like that as well. He was not practicing yesterday, but he was working out with a few other guys off to the side yesterday. But Higgins looked great.
Yeah, and that is a genuine, okay, it's OTA, he's not going to worry about it. Guy's a little hammy or something, there we go. But, I mean, it is also a reminder that, man, with the receiving core as it was last year, you gotta factor in injuries. And that's why you draft 2 wide receivers, you trade for Christian Kirk in the offseason. Right now, that's 4 guys right now that the Texans feel really good about, I think. And then they also feel good about the other, Watson and Braxton Berrios and other guys that they brought in. But you don't want to have to lean on those guys every week. Yeah. You might need them for a few spots here and there, though. If both Jalen Knoll and Jaden Higgins develop into real top 3 caliber guys, and you have Christian Kirk in the building, in some weird ways, I'll feel better about this receiving core than I did last year. Especially because hopefully Nick Caley actually knows what to do with them. Yeah. As opposed to Bobby Slowick. And hopefully he has an offensive line that's blocking for CJ Stroud.
Yeah, CJ had some really good things to say about Nick Caley. We'll get to in the 7 o'clock hour. Here's CJ on Jaden Higgins yesterday.
I was a rookie 2 years ago. I understand how hard it is, how much time, how much effort you have to put in. So, I try to be a leading hand for him. And I thought they've done a great job. Woody, and they're all doing really well. So, proud of them.
Woody, I'm going to end up talking about Woody Marks a little bit later, I think, when we talk about C.J. Stroud, because there's a question about there's a question where he references Tom Brady. Oh, that they've been watching a lot of Tom Brady film. Mm-hmm. But honestly, in drafting Woody Marks and in having an offensive coordinator who was in New England, and that's where he learned NFL football, if there's one maybe understated thing that Tom Brady did really, really well, it was to take the Rex Burkheads or Leonard Fournettes of the world and turn them into the best receiving version of themselves.
Oh, Leonard Fournette when he was with Tampa.
Yes.
Yeah, gotcha.
They won a Super Bowl, Sean.
No, I know, but you were talking about him with the Patriots. That's
but it's Tom Brady's running the Tom Brady methodology.
Yep.
Because and this is what young quarterbacks struggle with this, but in actually using the running back or the check down as a threat, now including not just when they're out running, like the check down should not be your last resort. When Tom Brady would use the check down, he would be so quick with it because he could see what the coverages were, and there was no delay. And we saw that last year with CJ. At times where he was either going to his third read in the progression or checking it down as a grudging last resort. Brady, what he would do so well is he would see that he didn't like the coverages he was seeing on all his primary routes, and it would come out seamlessly, like almost at the top of his drop to the check down, and then the running back is in coverage is still running backwards.
Yeah.
And that's where you end up getting, oh no, I can't believe it checked down on 3rd and 10. Well, if you're checking down within the rhythm of the play, then a guy like Rex Burkhead actually still has a pretty good opportunity to catch a guy on his heels as he crosses the first down marker.
Yeah.
And that's the little stuff on the margins of the psychology of it is what I hope that Nick Caley can impart to CJ is some of that man, Tom Brady. Oh, you want to criticize me for just being nothing but a timing and rhythm and check down guy? Cool. Let me punch you with 5 of my rings.
Yeah,
fingers,
exactly.
You know?
6 Super Bowls later. Yeah, exactly.
You can only put 5 on his hand at any one time.
Right. Well, I don't know, man. Slide 2 onto one finger and just, yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
Well, then it becomes, that goes from
Gaudy.
manslaughter to murder at that point.
I like that point about the running backs. That's good. Cade Stover, Seth, looked really good yesterday. Cade Stover, if we're talking about guys that weren't major contributors last year, but at a position that I think the tight end position is really interesting to me because I think unlike running back and wide receiver and maybe 1 or 2 other positions where there's going to be some really interesting cuts on the back end, tight end feels a little more sewn up. Tight end, Dalton Schultz is going to be probably the starter. Cade Stover, they are enthusiastic about, and yesterday's practice did nothing to dispel that. He looked really good. Brevin Jordan didn't practice yesterday. He's still coming back from the knee, but he looks like he's put on about 50 pounds of muscle in his upper body. He hasn't been able to work out his legs because he had an ACL on his upper body.
He doesn't look like Joe from the Family Guy.
He doesn't. No. But he was shirtless and like, who? Oh, that's Brevin Jordan. Wow. And then they draft Luke Lachey, 7th round. We'll see what happens with that. But Cade Stover looked really, really good yesterday.
Yeah, and Stover, what D'Amico talked about was, how he's gotten much better at the top of his route. And that's what you hope to hear from a guy like Stover, who's only played the position for 3 years, did 2 years at Ohio State and 1 year last year as a rookie, that the jump from year 1 to year 2, it's okay, he doesn't have the same level of athleticism as George Kittle.
Yeah.
But the way that guys think about current day Travis Kelce. Travis Kelce is not the athlete that he once was, but he's such a savvy route runner, especially at the top of his route, and understands exactly how to use leverage and manipulate coverages, that he's still very, very effective versus the Houston Texans in particular. And I think Cade Stover, people just gush about him and his work ethic and all of that. I think that he's 100% willing to learn how to block in the NFL, and I think he's eager and willing. That's perhaps one of the X factors that people in Houston will be talking about, that around the league they'd have no reason to really talk about Cade Stover, but could end up being a really, really nice development for this team if he keeps developing.
Yep. He made some plays yesterday. Hey, let's drop down to the offensive line here. Here's D'Amico Ryans on what do you think about the O-line right now?
The hard thing about off-season program is the offensive D-line, offensive line, defensive line. There's a lot with that territory there. You want to be as safe as possible in how we're working. So it's nothing to really stand out about the O-line, D-line, because we got to put pads on, right? For the big guys up front, they play a physical game. We won't know truly what we have until we put pads on, until we see these guys in training camp, see them in game action, actually get their job done.
Now, for what it's worth, there was a pretty clear first unit that they had out there again, and it's the one that we've been talking about with Cam Robinson at left tackle, Laken Tomlinson at left guard, Jake Andrews at center again, and then right guard Titus Howard, and then Blake Fisher at right tackle. That's the group that was, for the most part, they had Ursery, I think, doing a little back and forth between the 1s and 2s, maybe, if I was watching correctly. But the clear first unit that runs out there with CJ with the 1s is that left to right, those 5 guys.
Yeah, and I think that I don't try to get too stressed out about guys getting beat in one-on-one pass rush situations in OTAs, and especially when it's the younger guys getting beat. You clearly should be concerned about the offensive line.
Yeah.
I don't like making a summary judgment based on non-padded practices. It's just like D'Amico. And nobody wants to hear it, but as far as what, it's true. That's the way D'Amico feels. D'Amico played, he was a front 7 player on defense. He understands the physical side of the game. And you just have to cross your fingers and hope that you see. The one cautionary tale I always keep in mind was the way that J.J. Watt looked in that combined practice versus the 49ers again. Where Mike McGlinchey looked like he should be cut that afternoon if you base on how he played versus J.J. Watt. He'd been in the league all of 2 or 3 weeks. And, yeah, J.J. Watt just absolutely destroyed him. And eventually, Mike McGlinchey, he didn't end up being all-pro or anything, but he ends up being a very, very viable and productive offensive tackle.
Jake Matthews, too. J.J. did it to Jake Matthews also in that Falcons.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
And Jake Matthews is still around 10 years later playing in the NFL. Yeah.
So when it comes to Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter taking guys' lunch money, I'm like, okay, it's going to happen. Doesn't mean I'm not sitting here and saying, don't worry, those guys are going to be awesome. I just try not to overreact to it too much. And then if it comes to some of the either execution issues on the offensive line or blitz pickup or anything too, I'm still in that mode of it's a brand new offense, new terminology, new techniques perhaps that Cole Popovich, as the assistant O-line coach, maybe wanted to use but couldn't because it was Chris Strausser's deal. So like the last position group right now that I really want to criticize or read too much into the OTAs is the offensive line.
So you're saying maybe we can treat the O-line like we do pitchers in spring training, like, oh, he's just working on a sweeper right now.
So. No, we won't do that because when you do that with pitchers in spring training, it's like, oh yeah, but it's Justin Verlander and we know who he is as a pitcher. Like if Justin Verlander gives up 7 home runs in 1 inning in spring training, you just say, oh yeah, whatever. He was working on, like you said, he's trying to tweak his changeup.
I can't do that with Jake Andrews, is what you're saying?
No, you can't do it.
I can't be like Jake Andrews right now.
Is there a single guy on the offensive line right now? I would say maybe Titus Howard at right guard.
Who gets like that sort of benefit of the doubt kind of thing?
Yeah, but Titus Howard is still an unknown, really. And I talk about Titus Howard at guard almost as if he's a rookie offensive tackle who's making the transition. Because it's not like he's been brilliant as a guard.
No.
But I feel like for Titus, part of it is just actually embracing the role of guard because he's done some really good things as a guard. He's just also had some moments where he looks like a guy who's out of position playing guard.
Am I being super basic about this where I'm like, I like that he's right guard and not left guard because he was a right tackle. That was always weird to me that they were moving him over to a side of the line.
No.
Where you're having to play with your opposite hand, you know?
No, you're not being basic. I think some guys are better at it in making the transition than others, but so much of it is, your inside foot is really the key in that. A lot of just to flip over. One analogy I've heard before was it's like go ahead and wipe with your left hand, you know? See how well that goes for you.
I never thought about that.
Now try to wipe with your left hand while Danielle Hunter is pass rushing you. Yeah.
Messy. All right, let's get to headlines. The Astros lose last night. We'll get to that. C.J. Stroud's arm apparently works, so that's good. We'll get to that. And the Knicks, the Knicks are rapidly becoming my least favorite NBA team because they hit on all the married chicks. We'll explain in headlines coming up next.
I'm intrigued by that. I just, listen, you don't want
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's start with the Astros last night. They lose 4-2 to the Chicago White Sox. Lance McCullers, who looked really good his last couple outings, the last one in particular, 6 shutout innings in his last start. Got a little extra rest this time. They skipped him on Sunday. They had an off day Monday, and didn't work. He wasn't horrible, but a little wild. 4 walks, still did have 6 strikeouts in 5 innings. Pitch count got up a little high. Here was manager Joe Espada on Lance McCullers Jr. last night.
You know what? I thought that, he had some swing and misses. He made some good pitches. A couple of walks. Drove his pitch count up. Execution was not his best, but, he was able to give us 5 innings.
It was weird. I think Lance called it weird last night, too, because it wasn't his best outing, and yet at the same time, it was also... There were a bunch of plays that they could have made defensively that weren't errors, but that you kind of expect the Astros to make or are capable of making. The one Luis Robert hit in the second inning that kind of caromed off the wall weirdly. So if Cam Smith doesn't read it right, that ends up hurting you. Christian Walker let one past him right up the first baseline. It looked like maybe he thought it was going to go foul. Pena had a play that would have been a nice play, but that it's one on a real hard hit left line drive that he let get past him, and then you combine it with Lance just not quite having the command and control on his movement. That I'm not distraught over that. I don't think it was a huge setback or anything, other than the fact that he ran his pitch count as high as he did.
And it's the White Sox. Like, you just hope to come in and just kind of clean house.
Coming off of Robert.
Coming off of the outing he had before, you know what I mean? That he builds off of that,
I think they started talking in the broadcast before Luis Robert had his first hit about how he's been an Astros killer. Curiously,
are we blaming the broadcast for talking it back into?
No. I'm just like, and it turned into exactly that. He got the last out of the evening on a really nice catch on that Jake Myers fly ball.
Yeah,
and just man. The one thing with Christian Walker that I wonder about, Sean, Christian Walker was the what was it called when it's next to highest? Penultimate. The penultimate.
Penultimate
was a strikeout by Christian Walker, as we've seen so many.
Him,
I'm tired of hearing about how hard he hits the ball. I feel like Christian Walker needs to just start. Don't swing so hard, okay? Great. I look at his baseball savant graphs, and the one thing that's way off to the right, he's like in the 90th percentile of bat speed. All right, can you just hit it into some holes every now and then?
You just want him to serve it out there into center field and right field a little bit. Go with the pitch.
Try to go opposite.
Yeah, go with the pitch.
Stop trying to murder infielders.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep. One more. This is the cut you were talking about from Lance McCullers. This is Lance McCullers talking about how last night went.
Not much, it's kind of a weird game. Didn't really feel like it was much of what they did, honestly. I mean, some balls found holes and put himself in a bad situation in the third, and then, ball took a really odd bounce off the wall in the second, and then kind of got bit by the Crawford box, which has happened to me a couple times so far this year. But, overall, I thought I threw the ball well. Obviously, some split counts there, 3-2 counts. You're looking to try to, get some balls in play, some outs that fell behind a little bit. But it's kind of just the way it happens. I mean, just kind of not a great way to start the series. But, I thought the guys swung the bat extremely well. We're hitting misses all over the park. Just seemed to be at everyone. So just kind of move on for tomorrow.
Yeah, I think you put it well said. I don't think this is like a step backwards for Lance or anything like that. It was a strange night. The most discouraging part, it was against a bad baseball team.
Right.
These are games. This is a team. We said yesterday that they won the series over the weekend against Cleveland. Just keep stacking series, except against teams like the White Sox. They suck.
Right.
You know?
He wants to have better command and control over his movement last night, but it was the timing of it, especially in the second inning there where one of the runs came up. He had Kyle Teal down 0-2 in the count with nobody on, 2 outs.
You can't do that.
And then throws 4 of his next 5 pitches were balls,
Just can't do it.
So, he just but I'm not discouraged. I feel like if it hadn't been for the first couple games of the season, I might just say, this is just one of those ones that you flush and walk away. It's just hard to flush anything with Lance.
Yep, for sure. On to the Texans. The big news yesterday out at Texans mandatory minicamp was that C.J. Stroud, for the first time this offseason, threw the football at practice. Here was D'Amico Ryans yesterday talking about C.J. Stroud throwing.
Oh, C.J. threw today, right? All right. Yeah. C.J.'s a competitor, and last week C.J. he was adamant about going out and practicing. It just shows the type of person that C.J. is. But for me as a head coach, it's important for me to just make sure we're protecting him, making sure we're doing what's best for C.J. and not really worried about the outside opinions or other people. Nobody knows the information about our players more than me, and so I'm going to make sure I always do what's in the best interest of our players, first and foremost with their health and wellness. That's always on the forefront of my mind. And so that's why the decision was made about CJ. I think you guys saw him out throwing today. I think he looked pretty fine to me.
And we'll hear from CJ in the 7 o'clock hour. Even CJ at one point, like another short question about halfway through his media session.
Yeah.
And he just started laughing. He's like, I'm fine, guys. I'm okay. I'm fine.
Really, and he said, the only thing that concerned me about when he spoke was what he said, that he was talking about how hard he's been working in the weight room and whatnot, and that there's a risk reward with that. And I cannot tell him any more aggressively, no. With quarterbacks, there is no risk reward in the weight room. You do not put yourself at risk or in harm's way in the weight room. And sometimes, especially when guys start maybe working out hard for the first time in their life, kind of start feeling it.
Yep.
Maybe he's looking at himself in the mirror a little bit more.
He looks bigger.
Off, man.
He looks bigger.
Yeah.
He's definitely put on some good weight for sure.
That's great. That's great. Don't get injured in the weight room.
Right.
You want a Tom Brady physique, okay?
Yep.
If I had to choose between a Tom Brady physique and a Tim Tebow physique, what am I looking for?
You're looking for Tom Brady. Yeah,
that's right. That's what turns me on.
You're looking for Tom Brady. Me too. But you still are staying nervous about CJ Stroud.
Yeah. Like, I don't know, especially I got more nervous after he said there's a risk reward when you're working out. Like, no, there's not. Quarterbacks don't get injured working out, okay?
Yeah.
You're not allowed. Unless it's throwing, and it sounds more like it was in the weight room.
Yeah.
We got to get to the Knicks.
Oh, yeah, let's get to the Knicks because we got a ton of CJ to get to at 7 o'clock. So the Knicks, who are looking for a new head coach, they fired Tom Thibodeau. The names that popped up over the weekend that they're really interested in were Chris Finch of Minnesota, Jason Kidd of Dallas, and Ime Udoka of the Houston Rockets. What do those three all have in common? They all have employers right now. They're all employed NBA head coaches. The Knicks apparently Rick Sharana to speak to Ime Udoka about their job, and thankfully the Fertittas gave him I don't know if they did this actually, but in my mind they did. Gave him a big middle finger and said, no, You're not going to hit on my wife.
This is a classic case of the Knicks, ironically, don't understand how backwards they are as an organization, because in their minds, they're saying, oh, look at this. We've all of a sudden got the right team. This should be like Golden State when they're going to hire a new coach and take him over the top.
Yeah.
No, you just fired the coach that got you to the conference championships. And there are not the coaches who already have jobs aren't going to leave, especially a promising situation like the Rockets. He's going to have no interest, nor will the team have any interest in you getting him.
Yes.
It's the dumbest thing ever. You know what else James Dolan is probably interested in?
What?
Alchemy and perpetual motion machines.
Okay.
He wants what is impossible to have.
Yes.
He is an idiot.
Yeah.
I guess he was smart at one point in his life. He's a self-made man, is he not?
No, he inherited.
Oh, that's right.
He inherited Cablevision and Madison Square Garden from his old man. No,
so he is a genuine idiot.
He is the Nepo baby of Nepo babies. Yeah.
He's like, is Daddy going to give me Ime Udoka?
Exactly.
Oh, can my daddy do it?
Exactly. He's strolling into the party with his shirt all buttoned down. There's a bunch of married NBA head coaches there. And he's like, hey, baby, you want to come coach this team here? I just fired our most successful coach of the last 25 years. What do you say?
James is like, great. Here he's going to come over and give us his spiel about how Harvey Weinstein wasn't all that bad. Okay, great.
Has a song.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, his song was about how he should have stopped Harvey Weinstein.
That's what he does publicly. I would not be surprised at all. I was like, well, what people don't know about Harvey Weinstein is this. Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Oh, Aaron Rodgers is married also. He revealed that yesterday. Aaron Rodgers, first press conference after mandatory minicamp with the Steelers. Had a wedding.
Has he been married before?
I don't know that he's been married before. That's a good question.
He's had long-term relationships.
With Olivia Munn, with Danica Patrick, with Shailene Woodley. But, yeah, this one is a kind of a mystery woman. Her name's Brittany with an I. No last name.
I like for his sake that she's relatively anonymous.
Yeah.
That's it's easier that way to, It's like celebrity couples can work, but man, it seems like a dicey proposition.
Indeed.
A lot of pressure on both sides there.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast, 7 o'clock hour coming up. We'll get to C.J. Stroud. The shoulder works. We'll get to that. And we will also get to Nick Caley and the offense. C.J. on what he's excited about with Nick Caley and the offense. Whole lot to get to here in the 7 o'clock hour. They talked about Nick Chubb, his new teammates did, and his new head coach as well. So we got a lot to get to. If you want to get up to speed on everything Texans, keep it tuned right here. In the meantime, if you want to get your
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Before we get to CJ Stroud, a few texts. You can text the show, 713-572-4610. Along the lines of Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson dominating practice yesterday, and they did. They looked really good. Mr. Optimistic says, last year we heard about how the D tackles were wreaking havoc on the interior O-line. I much prefer hearing our tackles struggling against our all-pro defensive
that is an excellent point.
Yes.
That is an excellent point.
Yeah.
I'm coming out of those training camp practices, and I'm like, either Mario Edwards is really going to be a different player in this defense, which he was in a lot of regards. It was a really good defense for Mario, but he looked like I couldn't tell whether it was Mario Edwards or Aaron Donald out there.
Yeah. Let me tell you,
the Rams practice. I was like, wait, I thought Aaron Donald retired. Oh wait, no, that's Mario Edwards. Okay,
I'll tell you this, Foley Fadasi.
I didn't realize Foley Fadasi had a 17-sack season in him. He's got it. It's there.
That's a great point by Mr. Optimistic. Have J.J. Watt talk to CJ about overdoing off-season training? Seth alluded to that earlier.
Yeah. So GJ, when he was talking about how great his workouts were in the offseason, he set all these PRs. Either exercises or usually with the PRs you're talking in the weight room, and he looks better.
He's thicker.
He looks bigger in a good way.
Yes.
CJ said there's a risk reward to that, and that makes me really, really nervous.
Yeah.
And somebody, I don't know if he wants me to say who, reminded me. Yeah, Ryan Mallett, R.I.P. Ryan Mallett tore his pec in the weight room.
He did.
Like, that's the kind of stuff you cannot. Quarterbacks, that's the number one rule. It's the number one rule of football strength and conditioning is quarterbacks are not allowed to get hurt in the weight room.
Yeah.
So, and CJ is not, he's not Jalen Hurts. If Jalen Hurts gets hurt in the weight room, I'll be like, yeah, okay, cool. That's part of, he needs,
that's his
gimmick.
What
makes him special.
That's part of his gimmick, yeah.
And it makes him special.
It does.
He's a unicorn in that regard. Yeah. With every other quarterback who are pure pocket throwers, CJ can run, but he's a pocket thrower. Yeah. That's what he needs to lean into in his career.
For sure.
You can't get hurt in the weight room. It's the dumbest place. It's the dumbest place to lose football games is in the weight room.
All right, well, let's get people up to speed as to what you're talking about. Here was C.J. Stroud, the risk-reward part of it. This is C.J. right off the top at his press conference yesterday after practice. Looked really good in practice, by the way. If you missed it earlier, we kind of went Minicamp today. C.J. was right at the top. He looked really good throwing the football. How much did the soreness, the general soreness that DeMeco Ryans told us about impact your workout plans?
A little bit, I took this offseason very serious. I'm just working hard. I'm trying to get my body right. So I was here like pretty early with Clint, our strength guy. So I've been working really hard on getting my body right, losing body fat, trying to be faster, stronger. And, it went really well, but there's always risk and reward, so there's always risk to working hard. So, it was a great offseason. I think I got that done, but also, I wouldn't say that was the reason why. Just a lot of everything, so.
Right, and I don't even want to be lobby this. I'm not lobbing criticism at Clint or anything. It's that maybe this is a good lesson for CJ to learn.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times it's the strength coach himself that is telling the quarterback, listen, dude, why are you doing barbell bench at all?
Yeah.
You're not allowed to touch a barbell.
Yep.
It's very unnatural motion for the shoulder and everything. So, but, sometimes, especially if this is the first time CJ's ever really gotten into it in the gym, your buddy that just started working out, he's annoying as hell. He just won't shut up about how many grams of protein per pound of body weight he's eating and everything. And then he's got all kinds of advice for you. CJ's telling Tank about the power of creatine and everything. It's the zeal of the new convert. And you gotta. So if he had to learn that lesson that, hey, CJ, quarterbacks don't get injured in the weight room. Quarterbacks don't get tight shoulders from working in the weight room.
Yeah.
There is no risk reward. J. Watt's allowed to have a risk reward. Titus Howard, he's allowed to have a risk reward in the weight room.
Yeah.
But not quarterbacks. Not especially pure pocket passers. Damn it.
Now I need CJ to be mic'd up at practice. I want to hear him annoyingly telling his teammates, what different exercises. I need CJ to get into CrossFit. That's what I need. I need CJ to do CrossFit so he can tell us about all his workouts.
God forbid if I find out that CJ was doing like band or chain benches or something. Like just some of the real aggressive stuff. It doesn't have to be super aggressive, but there's no need for a quarterback to do it.
No.
And that is a classic. If I have a young quarterback, he's not allowed to touch a barbell at all. It's just there's an inherent risk for the shoulder and anything with that. And again, I'm not criticizing the Texans' strength and conditioning staff. If I had to suspect it, it's CJ being a meathead.
Yeah.
You get carried away with yourself. You start hitting PRs. When you're first working out really hard and focused on it for the first time in your life, you're progressing every week. You're getting stronger and everything, and it can become intoxicating.
Dude, numbers get intoxicating. When you see numbers and you see progress and it's quantified, that is in any not just in the gym, in anything, that is intoxicating. Yes.
On the offensive and defensive line side of it, what happens in the off season, I used to call it bulking season, is that for one, it's fun as hell because you're just like, I'm gonna try see how I can do with like 10 extra pounds on me. So you just start eating your face off. Houston, it's all about the guacamole.
Oh, yeah.
You know. Yeah. I got pounds of guacamole coursing through these veins by 2 p.m.
Yes.
But it's intoxicating because you feel this high when you're working out because you got so much energy and you get stronger every workout and everything, and you feel so good in the weight room, and then all of a sudden you get out in this Houston heat and you
society.
try to make it through a practice,
Yeah.
and you're like, oh my, I'm a fat bastard.
It's a give and a take, man. Risk reward.
Austin Powers villain. Yeah.
The reward is the weight room. The risk is you might have a heart attack in the middle of the field in practice.
CJ's going to get up at his next press conference and be like, we started off with just a classic pyramid set structure, and then I figured at some point I decided more to go into a powerlifting mode.
And all of a sudden he immediately goes from the most popular Houston Texan to like,
He needs to get on that Tom Brady TB12 workout where it's all about pliability.
I agree, man. Well, here's CJ talking about what he was hoping to add this offseason.
The goal was just to be bigger, faster, stronger like every offseason, but be more intentional about it. So have more fluidity in my hits, lose a couple pounds, run faster, and I got all those done. I think I PR'd on almost everything this offseason, which has been really dope. So shout out to Mike Clint. Clint's been with me every day, and he does a lot of. He had a track background, but has bought in and done a lot of things with us as quarterbacks. So I'm very, very grateful that we got these things done. But now it's ball time, and this offseason will be very important on getting back with my throwing regimen and with my guys in LA. So for it.
No, go ahead, Sean.
No, there's an interesting question on the text page, yeah.
Well, so then, and I really, I want to be clear, I'm not criticizing Mike Eubanks or anybody else because I do, those are my favorite guys. Dan Riley is one of my favorite people I've ever had in my life.
Yes.
He was my strength coach for the Texans. Changed my life in a lot of ways. His number one rule was don't get hurt in the weight room. If you're any position, don't get hurt in the weight room.
Right.
Because he started off as he was one of the first full-time strength coaches in Division I football back in the early 70s or late 60s. He was at West Point.
Okay.
And he was I had these guys doing all this psychotic, and they would do it. These cadets are I'll do whatever you tell me to do.
Better place to do it than at West Point. Yeah.
Yeah, and he had a come-to-Jesus moment where some player got hurt doing some idiotic, the kind of stuff you see on Instagram these days.
Yeah.
Like benching while doing a neck bridge on the bench or something weird, and he's like, oh, whoa, all right. And it changed his whole philosophy about everything. So, I do think, again, because CJ really attacked it, maybe for the first time in his life, really, on the weight room side of things, a lot of times it is the strength coach trying to tell the quarterback, hey, man, listen, man, just back off a little, okay? And then, so if it had to happen that way, and he's got a little shoulder tightness, I'm glad it happened when it did.
For sure.
Now CJ knows. He's, as Brock Osweiler would tell you, when a child touches the hot stove, how did he say it?
I don't know, but
use the old analogy of touching a hot stove.
I wish we had it right now because he butchered it. It was
Mike Eubanks could tell CJ not to touch the hot stove, but CJ's not going to know it for sure until he touches it.
The fact that he's mentioning PRs in an answer in a media session is okay, this dude is, to some degree, very dialed in the weight room right now. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
The question on the text page is interesting. Someone asked, I wonder if the bigger version of CJ means he'll be running more this year. And I would add to that, I don't think it means he turns into Lamar Jackson or anything, but that was an element of his game that he seemed to, I don't want to say stumble into, but he used more in the postseason and was more comfortable doing in the postseason and looked good doing it in the postseason.
They talked about it, and the various veterans have said at times, hey, man, don't be afraid to run. I think CJ had it drilled into his head for a long time, hey, man, don't let them pigeonhole you. And a lot of this, and it's good advice, but the NFL has changed a little bit because, man, it's happening so fast. Like 10 years ago, there was an element of, like, just people saw a black quarterback and they thought, he's more of an athlete than like that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So, like, back then it really was, like, it was, like, you really, like, you were working against people's perceptions and you wanted to really show that you're a pocket passer, that you don't have to rely on your legs. But CJ took it to such an extreme where, like, that was one of the knocks against him, was that people didn't realize how athletic he was or that he was capable of running as much as he did, other than sparse examples, including in the playoffs in college where he did it really well. That I think that some of those hard-grained habits of, like, man, don't be a running quarterback, be a pure pocket passer, it's a transition into realizing, man, it's not a knock against you anymore. Things like what used to be an athletic quarterback in the NFL is now pretty much the standard of athleticism.
Yep.
Like Lamar Jackson is the extreme, but if you're Jim Kelly or somebody like that, and that's not fair because before his injuries he was pretty athletic. But like the Dan Marinos,
Dan Marino's
those guys are
one.
Just like, no, it's unacceptable that level. At least when you're evaluating prospects.
Yep, for sure. Mike and Cy-Fair, no, don't become David Boston. I think we're okay. I was standing, Mike. I was standing 10 feet away from CJ yesterday at the press conference. I don't think he's in any danger of looking like he was just created on AI. When you said if you told ChatGPT, turn CJ Stroud into a superhero, it wasn't like that. He just looks a little bulkier. That's all.
There's two extreme versions. There's Tom
David
Brady.
Boston.
There's CJ gets pinched in Tijuana at a pharmacia in Tijuana trying to buy some Dianabol. Exactly. I think that the two ends of the extreme are there's Tom Brady who had a dad. He didn't have a dad. He had a fit dad bod, but he was all about pliability. Just didn't want to lift weights at all or anything. And then you got guys like Tim Tebow where you're like, dude, I don't need to see any workout videos of Tim Tebow. I want to see him in a film room studying for 12 hours. Yeah. Tim Tebow was dumb as an NFL quarterback.
Right.
Like, no, I need him doing Sudoku exercises or something.
Correct.
Like, I don't know. I just be more of a nerd than a physique.
Amen.
The good side of that, and then Jalen Hurts obviously strength is so much of why he's good that he needs to have that risk reward.
It's part of his deal, for sure.
But he's also he was a competitive weightlifter. He's very, very smart about it, I'm sure.
No doubt. A good reminder here on the text page. We did it earlier, but we'll do it again. Good morning. What does PR mean? Personal record.
Personal record.
Personal record.
Sorry, everybody.
Yep, that's okay.
Personal record.
That's okay. Yeah, personal record.
You know what though? I like those guys asking those questions.
I do too.
They've got the right workout mentality for a quarterback.
They've got the right courage to know there are no bad questions. Do not be embarrassed by your questions.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Nick Caley in the offense. All right, we're going to get to the cut that got Seth the most excited from CJ here in just a second. Here's CJ Stroud. What do you like about Nick Caley's offense?
Him as a person. I think for me, I buy into people. I really don't buy into system. I kind of had that thing about life. Is it's the people and the relationships that kind of take things and make it rocket ship to the stars. So just him as a person, man. He has probably the most juice I've ever seen in my life. Just naturally. I'm a very laid back, chill guy. Except for when I'm in between the lines, but he's 6 in the morning, he's up, he's at it. So that kind of gets me motivated. And just how he buys into his players, and he calls me a lot. I don't always answer because he always yelling and stuff. But I appreciate it though, and it's it's been great. He's implementing a lot of things he's done in the past, which is important as well. The system is important, and he's doing a great job. As you guys have a pretty good OTA off-season program from what you guys can see, and even things that y'all can't see, building that foundation so we can rocket ship once we snap that ball, against LA. So I love Nick, and he's doing a great job.
We'll get to Caley here in a second. One of the most, honestly, one of the most encouraging things about yesterday, like CJ was like just super playful at his media session. He was in a really good. Like, CJ seemed miserable at the end of last year. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And, as you might be when you're just physically battered and banged up. And things aren't going the way you planned.
That was funny as hell right there.
Okay.
Like, sometimes I don't pick up because he's yelling and stuff.
I don't always pick up.
Pick up.
The perfect thing that would have happened in that moment is like that classic situation of Nick doesn't realize CJ's talking at a press conference. So he calls CJ, looks up, but sees that CJ is at the podium.
Yeah.
CJ picks up his phone, sees who it is, puts the phone down.
That would have been great.
Haley's like trying to call him. And,
yeah.
No, I think a pretty stark contrast between, Lance Zierlein had the report that it didn't go all so well between Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud when they met on their top 30 visit.
Yeah.
C.J. and Bobby would kind of, I don't think playfully they would talk about how we butt heads, but it's good and we move. I don't know. Slowick has a much different personality than Nick Caley.
Much different.
And which is fine. Lots of different personalities do great in the NFL. I think that the biggest thing from the football side of it is that when we hear Caley have a philosophy of we're going to mold this offense to the strengths of our players, with Slowick, I feel like there was still a little too much of that rigid, this is our system, and we're going to get these players to play our system.
Yeah.
Oh, Dameon Pierce doesn't do that well. Well, let's see if we can spend 2 years trying to turn him into something he's not.
Yeah.
You might as well have spent 2 years turning Dameon Pierce into a horse jockey. Like I don't know. Like there's some guys have natural traits and abilities, and you're suited to some things and not to others.
Yeah, and I think Caley has talked about that. Caley's talked about it less in the context you're talking about it, but more in the context of players and what they're. I guess it is in the context of what you're talking about. We're going to do what our guys do well. We're not going to take guys and try to pigeonhole them into what our system is. That's why anytime Caley gets asked about the system, he's like, we're still figuring it out. I'm trying to figure out who we've got as players right now.
And then nobody wants to hear that answer. They love, nothing wins the press conference like, this is the kind of team we're going to be.
This is the way. Yep, this is the way talk. Yeah.
And there's a leap of faith there. It's like, okay, I got to trust you to – it's like you throw a bunch of tools at a carpenter you've never met.
Yeah.
You're like, use these. Yeah.
This Caley sounds like a Tasmanian devil, man, from all the cuts we're hearing about him. High energy
He's
fella.
so much – it's so hard not to think of Sean McVay when he talks.
Yes.
Because he talks fast. He's got high energy. He's kind of got those eyes that dart around the room. But in a good way, not like the Adam Gase way.
No. God, no. All right, I want you.
He's got the good beady eyes, not the This was interesting to me, and this will come back to maybe a contrast between CJ and a previous Texans quarterback.
Yeah, set this up. You love this cut, right?
He was asked. Couldn't tell who was asking the question, but he was asked about having more control over the offense this year.
Yeah, that'd be between me and Kels, and that was something that I did want, and I'm gotten that now. So, but that takes ownership. We've been able to watch a lot of Brady. And there was clips back in like 2003 or 4 when him and Josh McDaniels, first started, and so it took him time to master it. So it'll take time for me to master it fully, but I am buying into it and trying my best to be as great as I can at it. So it's something that I wanted and I'm getting.
Okay, so Tom Brady, great. And watching from 2003 and 2004, where remember, Tom Brady was not the classic version that we know of Tom Brady, the guy who just had the complete playbook at his disposal at the line of scrimmage, would figure out exactly what the defense was doing. I really, really like hearing that they're showing him clips from 2003 and 2004 because they want him to operate on that kind of level, but also understand that, man, you don't just leap. You don't leap to your PhD, dissertation right from your freshman year. Like there's a progression you got to follow, so you can kind of follow and see what Tom Brady was doing then, where he progressed to after that. But really, it also reminded me when Bill O'Brien, probably was doing some of the same things with Brock Osweiler, showing him some stuff about from Tom Brady because this is the way. Do you remember the quote that he did in an article in an interview with the Houston Chronicle, Sean? This is Brock Osweiler.
Okay.
They refer to Tom Brady a lot. With all due respect to Coach O'Brien and Coach Godsey, I've told them I'm going to be me.
Okay, well,
I'm not here to be a puppet, if you will. I'm going to be who I am and believe in what I bring to the table. What the?
You are.
Brock, what the hell are you talking about? You're going to be you? That's the last thing I want you to be.
This is.
Oh, my God.
Dude, I feel like you've been digging in the backyard for 3 weeks now, and you just finally found the buried treasure with this quote right here.
It's agitated
That's
me.
incredible.
They refer to Tom Brady a lot. With all due respect, I've told them I'm going to be me.
This is Brock
I'm not here to be a puppet, if you will. I'm going to be who I am and believe in what I bring to the table.
And if you're wondering,
every day, nobody puts Brock in a corner.
If you're wondering where the O'Brien-Osweiler relationship fell apart, there is your answer right there.
Can you imagine like 3 minutes into a Tom Brady film session, and Osweiler's like, really, Billy? What am I going to learn from this?
He looks like after like the fourth amazing Brady throw, Osweiler just looks over at O'Brien and Gotze and gives them like the throat slashing thing. Like, this is over. I don't feel like I need this right. Keep in mind, when Osweiler got here, Brady had won 4 Super Bowls. He got here in 2016.
Well, so he hadn't really established himself.
That's true. He was still like half of the Super Bowls that the guy ended up winning. That's crazy. What a wild quote, dude.
I'm not here to be a puppet. What the hell are you talking about, Brock?
It sounds like CJ's a little more amenable to all the Brady film than Brock Osweiler was.
Yeah, well, and so, you know what? And honestly, Deshaun Watson was too.
Yes,
he did it with Deshaun. And Deshaun, the tough thing about O'Brien getting fired in 2020 was that was a season where, remember the learning curve? Deshaun, I believe, or at least as I've the way I understand it from talking to people, Deshaun really liked Bill O'Brien's offense. And in 2020, even after O'Brien was gone, you saw Deshaun really start to do a lot of that higher level stuff.
Yeah.
It's a lot of mental work and it takes a lot of reps, but you started to see him really be truly in command and understand exactly how receivers were going to be adjusting to coverages and leverage and all that. Mm-hmm. And so it's not always a smooth transition, you know. And I think what I hope with Caley is if Caley can be different than Bill O'Brien was in that regard, I don't think Bill O'Brien had the same attention to detail for the offense in total that you need to have when it comes to just really executing everything for all 11 guys. And I've always said, I think one of Tom Brady's more underappreciated skills was his ability as a wide receivers coach.
Yeah.
You know, his ability to work with receivers, and they knew exactly what he wanted, and they were thinking the same things. And CJ's 100% capable of that,
mm-hmm.
and, and learning it. And I think he's starting off at a higher level of learning than Deshaun Watson started off
Yes.
at. Clemson's offense is not conducive to that style of play, where CJ came from a college that did a lot, by current college standards especially, a lot more advanced stuff than they do at most places.
He made that point.
And certainly at Clemson.
Yeah, CJ made that point many times. Boy, and maybe that was when he was making that point. Well, let me say what he was saying first. He would make the point, Seth, that at Ohio State he had way more responsibility than in Bobby Slowick's offense, and maybe that was his sort of passive-aggressive way of saying, I'd really like more control in this offense, please.
Right, and it's one of those things where, and if your quarterback can handle them, by all means do it. Yeah. And with the part that comes in here, too, is you can see 100% why they drafted Woody Marks now. Because I was going back and I was just doing a little at 3:30 a.m. this morning, I was watching Tom Brady stuff because of this quote.
Yeah.
But I went to the Super Bowl, and there was a situation where I think it was 3rd and 18 with 18 seconds left in the half, and they were down in the red zone or on the 30-yard line going in, but it was 3rd and 10 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
It was 3rd and long, and they run 4 vertical. Just everybody running deep, and Brady ends up hitting Leonard Fournette, mm-hmm. and Fournette gets the first down.
Yeah.
So because they had 1 timeout, so they could do it.
Yep.
And the thing that's notable about it is, and then I went back and watched him throw into another couple running. The check down is a dirty word, and I don't mean that you shouldn't throw the check down. It's that quarterbacks like Tom Brady don't view it as, oh, it's the check down. It's nope. That's part of the play,
yards.
and that's part of the right. Like, this is what you do.
Yeah.
And young quarterbacks coming out of college, especially. College, you run 4 vertical, and it's like, all right, one of these DBs is a sucker out here.
Yeah,
and I'm going to find him. I'm going to find out who it is. In the NFL, it's not like that, and especially in those third and long situations where the DBs are playing deep. So when you see Tom Brady hit the running back, even if it is a check down, it looks like it's within the rhythm of the play.
Yeah.
It's like at times he's doing it off of his back foot, and then the running back gets the ball, and the DBs and the linebackers are on their heels, and they're still running backwards, and then, you can get that yardage after catch. So Woody Marks being drafted and hopefully developing into what alongside CJ, what you hope for is that, man, look at all the various running backs that were really productive as receivers in New England and then went elsewhere. Like Rex Burkhead comes to Houston, and it's not the same. It's just not the same.
No.
And it's because Brady was so good at knowing when and how to use them. So hopefully CJ really can get the absolute best out of Woody Marks.
Yeah, that'd be fun if that became an element of the offense for sure. Speaking of running backs, all right, Nick Chubb, he was out there yesterday. He's going to be wearing jersey number 21 for the Houston Texans. At least he was at practice yesterday. And as good as you can look at a mandatory not, Chubb looked good. Here was D'Amico Ryans yesterday, his first chance to talk about new Texans running back Nick Chubb.
Just to see the resilience, to see him battle back, work in the right way to put himself in position to have another opportunity here in Houston. Couldn't be more excited to add him to our team and see what value he can provide to us. And just on the same note, I would just like to, just thank Nick Caserio for just his tirelessly hard work and dedication to our team, to making sure, no matter the circumstances, making sure he's doing everything possible to enhance our roster, put us in a good position to compete each and every year, despite the circumstances that comes up. Like, he's always looking to make us better, and he's done an outstanding job every year that I've been with him, and couldn't be more pleased to work with Nick with the job that he's done.
There you go, a little unsolicited praise for Nick Caserio. If your name was Nick yesterday, either Chubb or Caserio, you were on the good side for D'Amico Ryans, man.
Sean, I was watching on the YouTube stream, and the first half of that was all glitchy. The audio was all messed up. There was a lag and everything. Yeah. And I immediately thought, Easterby's in the building.
Oh.
He's trying to sabotage the audio.
Drown out the Caserio praise.
He was like that general in the Forrest Gump speech.
Pulling all the wires out?
Trying to pull the plug, yeah. It's like Pete Seeger trying to pull the plug on Bob Dylan.
That's it, man. That's it. That was D'Amico giving Nick Caserio a little. By the way, Nick Caserio this time tomorrow will be talking to us. 7:15 a.m. tomorrow. Nick Caserio joins us here on Sports Radio 610. Here's one more on Nick Chubb. This is from C.J. Stroud talking about his new teammate.
Yeah. I've been respecting his game since he was in college, and I think he's a great back, and I think he'll do some great things for us, and I'm excited to have him as a teammate. So, I actually didn't recognize him when I walked in. He's very quiet, so I was like, dang, what's up, Nick? I kind of got nervous because he been a baller since I've been a kid. So, but I'm very excited to have him.
I'm sure Nick Chubb loved hearing how old he was yesterday. Yeah.
Well, Nick Chubb, Kamari Lassiter probably had a
poster.
Yeah.
Do kids still put posters on the walls?
Kids, do you put posters on the wall?
Text in, kids. Do you put posters on the walls these days? Nick Chubb. And we'll hear from Nick Chubb, I would imagine, at some point. Maybe even today we'll hear from Nick Chubb. I don't know who I don't
expect
today.
him to be. I mean, It reminds me of the way people in Cleveland talk about him. He doesn't have the same personality or anything, but he sounds a lot like Andre Johnson in that he's not there to give a motivational speech or anything. He just does everything the right way.
Yeah.
And he's very much a leader by example. But I think with your skill position players, and especially if you're coming onto a team as the backup running back and still trying to prove to yourself who you are, it just sounds from everything people say about him in Cleveland or Georgia that he's got no ego.
Yeah.
That he's just all about the team and playing football and all of those things that you want for, and it's hard to find in professional athletes these days.
Well, and this will be an adjustment for him because this will be the first time he hasn't been the marquee back on his team in the NFL.
Yeah.
He was the guy from the day he was drafted in Cleveland, and now he's part of a committee. I think Joe Mixon is still the starter and the guy who's going to lead this team in carries this year.
It's a real, you know what, Sean? It's a really good point, and I think it's one you might kind of skate by, because usually you think of wide receivers as the guys that get upset about not getting targets and everything. But you're right. When you've been a running back that long, a stud running back, it's if you're depending on what your personality is, that can kind of be a blow to your ego. But like I said, I don't think Nick Chubb has much of an ego, and I think he really probably one of the reasons he probably chose the Texans was specifically because Joe Mixon can take the bulk of the workload.
Yeah, I love that point about Mixon taking the bulk. I think I would be more concerned, other than health. That's obviously the biggest concern with Chubb. When it comes to his role on the team, I'm zero concerned about what it is for his ego. I do wonder, like for a running back sometimes, can you get into the rhythm that you need to get into,
rhythm,
right?
Yeah,
You're only touching the ball 6-7 times a game, as opposed to, well, I know, man, it's not popping here early in the first quarter, but I know I'm going to be touching the ball 22 times today. It's going to pop at some point here.
You know, it's not like it's funny. Like, people have done studies on this, and the notion, I don't want to call it the myth of the volume runner, because there are some guys, like Derrick Henry is that way, that genuinely do get stronger as the game goes on. But I guess Chubb has never struck me as like a guy that needs to be a volume guy, but part of that's because he's so explosive and powerful, and that because from any given play might pop. And last year he didn't have that same explosion. It's a 2-year recovery from this injury. So we really have no idea what he's going to look like this year. And he's also still coming off that complicated.
Correct.
Broken
Yeah. I mean, pass a physical. So we'll see.
And his workout videos don't look like the broken foot.
No. Sony Michel, former New England running back, was a teammate of Nick Chubb at Georgia. They were in the backfield together there. He was on Kay Adams' show yesterday talking about the Texans' newfangled backfield here. Here was Sony Michel on the combination of Joe Mixon and Nick Chubb.
You got 2 lead backs in one backfield, so you're going to call it, 1A and 1B, right? Okay. Once one guy gets tired or one guy needs a break, you can throw in either guy. And when the game's on the line, you can't go wrong with either back. I think this is a year for Nick, to prove to everyone that he's still Nick Chubb. He's 29. I talked to him. He feels young again. Yes, he had a whole year. It wasn't the year he wanted to have, but he had a whole year to kind of get physically ready, mentally ready. And I think he's at a point now where he's ready to roll.
Okay. So Sony Michel giving the stamp of endorsement, stamp of approval to this version of Nick Chubb. We'll see. Here's one more from Sony Michel. How does Nick Chubb look?
You were with him this weekend. How good? How is he? Like, how is he physically?
He's great. You're talking about being at peak shape, being ready to go. And we were talking about it. People see it all the time with him lifting all those heavy weights. And he don't post much. Sometimes he'll post those videos, but this guy, he always go home to Cedartown, the middle of nowhere, put his head down and go to work. So I expect nothing from great things out of Nick, and I'm sure he expects the same thing out of himself. And I'm excited to see it.
He'll turn 30. This will be his 30-year-old season. Yep. So I'm going to try to turn a negative into a positive or find the silver lining. It's that he's only played 10 games in the last 2 years. So the wear and the tear on his body, other than his devastating knee injury, has been relatively minor.
That matters at that position, I think.
So it does matter, especially if he can get his knee back to whatever percentage that he's got maybe more gas left in the tank than you would otherwise think for a 30-year-old running back. And the Adrian Peterson comp, people bring Adrian Peterson up a lot. He had Adrian Peterson had I don't want to, like, air quotes, simple ACL. Mm-hmm. Like, this was a much more devastating injury, and it is a lot harder to come back from. But Adrian Peterson came back very, very fast and was the league leader in rushing the next year. Yeah. So that was the part that was impressive. Not that he came back in a year, but he had a similar work ethic to Nick Chubb.
Yes.
And I think that's in a lot of ways had that same power dynamic that whether you have the same burst or not, Chubb's just strong as hell. Yeah. So in short yardage or when it comes to breaking tackles, even if he never gets back up to his peak, it's hard to believe that he can't be a viable running back as long as his knee is healthy, because of what a freak athlete he is.
If he's a good role player for the Texans, that's a good signing. He's getting paid like a role player right now.
Like you said, he's getting paid like a Gumbawale.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really, somebody asked him yesterday, I think Sarge asked D'Amico about whether earlier the injuries are a concern. And Nick D'Amico gave a long answer, but I mean the sum total of it is, by virtue of his contract, you can tell that yes, they're concerned about his injuries. But I'd be way more concerned about his injuries as far as the team goes if they had given him a $20 million contract or something.
Yeah,
this is very much, hey, this is a prove-it deal. And it's also an organization where I think Nick Chubb realizes, man, the Texans have rewarded guys on prove-it deals.
No doubt.
They rewarded Dalton Schultz, Mario Edwards, various other players in the last couple of years.
Collins, no doubt. Yeah. No doubt. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you, rolling along here on a Wednesday. Let's circle over to the Rockets. Up next, Jalen Green. Is he ready to be the leader for a title team? There is a prominent voice out there that says no. Also, a trade proposal out there that mirrors actually one that Seth and I said, I know I did, said yes to last week. We'll run it through the Payne and Pendergast filter again. It's a little tweaked by this guy who proposes it, but we'll hit a little Rockets in the next segment. Stay there. But first, Prize Picks. Speaking of
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Top of the hour, Stefon Diggs spoke yesterday at New England Patriots mandatory minicamp. He was there. He was asked about the video, the boat, the pink powder that he was dishing out. And
there is a drug, the drug that Pinky, they call it. It's some kind of opioid that people in that. It might have been Pop Rocks. Who knows?
Could have been.
Nobody knows, and nobody's saying.
And we'll find out if people know now. We'll have Diggs audio at the top of the hour, so stay there.
I'm excited. I didn't realize we had that.
Yeah. No, we got that. We got Mike McDaniel going off a little bit in his press conference when he was asked about his feelings on Jalen Ramsey. So we got a little kind of mini around the NFL sort of thing we got going on at 8 o'clock today on the show. Let's take a little left-hand turn from the Texans minicamp talk here for a little bit of Rockets. The New York Knicks had the gall to actually pick up the phone and call the Rockets to see if it would be okay to talk to Ime Udoka. No, it's not okay to flirt with my wife, all right? He is very happy in this marriage, Ime Udoka, with the Rockets. So no, permission denied, New York Knicks. Stephen A. Smith said that yesterday on ESPN, he loves him some Ime Udoka.
Most importantly about the Houston Rockets, look at what's happening around you. Just in the state of Texas alone, the Mavs are coming back. The San Antonio Spurs can improve. Tillman Fertitta and his crew cannot stand still. Now, Ime Udoka is one of the best coaches in the NBA. This brother's something special. When Jay Williams brought up what about the New York Knicks reaching out to Houston, right? I got a text. You don't have enough. They said you couldn't pay us enough. Ime Udoka ain't going anywhere. You understand? I got that text message. He's not going away, okay? And damn right, they should hold on to him for dear life. 100%. Because that man is a hell of a coach.
All right, so clearly a text from somebody in the building over at the Toyota Center. He's heard that being discussed and some money in the vault.
It's interesting. Look, it's understandable why you'd be intrigued by Udoka, obviously. For all the reasons that the Rockets are not going to let go of Udoka, the Knicks would be interested in him. But I think the level of delusion of the Knicks and James Dolan, the owner, in thinking that somehow because, hey, we're the New York Knicks and we just went to a conference championship. But, yeah, you fired your coach.
Yeah.
So the team and coach that is very much on the rise and has a young core of players, many of whom were brought in with Ime Udoka, are neither Udoka nor, unless there was some other weird reason that we didn't know about, there's no reason to suspect that Udoka or the Rockets themselves would have any interest in any of that happening. You think Udoka is going to think, oh, gosh, yeah, boy, they did just fire the coach that actually got them to their first conference championship this century. Yeah. But I like my chances. Yeah.
No. Now, reportedly, Jason Kidd might be entertaining this, but he's working for the team that just traded Luka Doncic.
Right. Right. Exactly. He's in a quagmire.
He's in a quagmire. So there's that. Here was Stephen A. Smith on Jalen Green.
To me, Wendy, it's about that Jalen Green. Listen, the brother is young and ultra talented. Molly, he seems a bit distracted. Okay, the focus doesn't need to. You haven't seen a focus on his game where he has gotten exponentially better. They needed him in the place. There was 4 games the brother scored single digits against Golden State. Really? I mean, that's just panicking. That's just deer in headlights kind of stuff. And if you're Houston, with the changes that are going on, with the Wild Wild West being what it is, with the inordinate amount of teams that are in legitimate positions to compete, you can't afford to stand still. They need a professional. They need somebody like KD. They need somebody like Giannis. They need one guy for Ime Udoka to evolve everything around. Give him that 1 star. That brother can get everything you need out of everybody else. But the face cannot be Jalen Green. He's just not ready yet.
Okay, I don't disagree with everything he said there with Jalen. The part at the beginning there, Seth, where he's just speculating that Jalen Green is distracted in some way, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know where that comes from, because Jalen Green reportedly is one of the hardest workers. Look, he answers the bell every game. You can't get him out of the lineup. He's the guy organizing the offseason workouts, kind of like CJ does with the receivers. That's Jalen doing that stuff with the Rockets. I don't get that. Now the results especially in the playoffs, are inarguable. He was awful in that Golden State series.
I think but the other problem though too is he's saying all of those things. I think he's discounting the potential of Amon Thompson. He's discounting the potential of Şengün, and that trying to paint this avenue of. And I think part of it is because this is the pervasive psychology in the NBA now is that you gotta create a super team somehow, some way. Yeah. That's the only way. It's not. It's just not the only way.
Look at the finals. Neither of these teams are super teams.
And not to mention what any of the other young guys, the Reed Shepherds or whomever else. Right, exactly, Sean. And especially this pendulum always swings where in every professional league where, man, something works, people copy it, and then all of a sudden there's an avenue for the other approach to work out. And old school team basketball and playing defense, having cohesiveness from year to year, all of that, it's just not as exciting to write or talk about. And so for a guy like Stephen A. Smith, who's one of the best professional talkers in the biz, it's a whole lot more fun to talk about Kevin Durant than it is to talk about making some moves on the margins to bring in better shooters and to tweak some things and to hope for the growth and development of the other players. That's not fun to do. And as a fan, it's not as exciting either.
It's not as sexy. There's no doubt.
But everything that Rafael Stone and Udoka have done together makes me feel way more confident in their ability to develop a largely homegrown team than a lot of other situations in the NBA.
Now, that said, Zach Lowe on his show for The Ringer proposed a trade involving Kevin Durant and the Rockets. Do we approve?
Van Vliet, Durant, Şengün, and then surrounded by all the crazy length and defense that they have is a model that makes a ton of sense. KD needs a high volume, not that Fred VanVleet's a high-volume point guard, but someone to just do the running of the offense because KD is not going to. It makes a lot of sense. Something like Jalen Green plus some salary filler in Jock Landale and Aaron Holiday, plus some draft equity that may or may not include the number 10 pick in this draft and a future Phoenix pick that gets returned to them. That might be too much given what the landscape is going to be. And I still think there's I've heard nothing to change my belief that the Rockets front office is just not gung-ho about chasing Kevin Durant, about trading a lot of stuff for an older player who doesn't fit their timeline. But if they don't think Jalen Green is going to be a huge part of their future, then that's something that maybe is interesting to me.
This is the trade that we kind of discussed last week, just more rounded out with all the salary filler that you need and everything else.
And I kind of got lost in the double negative there. Did he say he hasn't seen anything that makes him believe the Rockets don't want to go for him?
I think what he was implying is that I haven't seen anything that tells me they wouldn't be open to bringing Kevin Durant on the team.
And spending a lot to do it. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I feel like now he talks to a lot of insiders. Yeah. And he's got a lot of people like him and talk to him.
Yeah. This is the trade. I mean, you and I talked about this last week.
Yeah.
You and I talked about
we've seen so many things that say that no, the Rockets are not interested in spending a ransom for Kevin Durant.
Yeah, I mean, the Rockets themselves have said that the favorite is, the bet is continuity. Rafael Stone himself said that. And I think even if he didn't feel that way, that's the right thing to say publicly because you're not trying to look desperate to make a deal. But that was the deal he proposed is basically the deal you and I talked about last week, which was Jalen Green and this number 10 pick from Phoenix. All that Zach Lowe is doing is throwing in the stuff you need to complete the deal.
To balance it out.
For the CBA. You got to throw in a few more salaries. He throws in an extra first-round pick. Okay. It's like 2029 or something. That's fine. You want to throw in an extra first. Rockets, they have more first than they know what to do with. I would do that deal. That deal he just proposed, Jalen Green, Jock Landale, Aaron Holiday, and a couple of first-round picks. I would do that deal for Kevin Durant. I know the text page is going to destroy me now because they don't want to trade for Kevin Durant. There's a lot of people that don't want to give up on Jalen Green. This finals is a referendum on a lot of things, Seth, not just anti-super team sentiment, but don't give up on a young player early sentiment because you got Tyrese Halliburton on one side who was drafted by the Sacramento Kings, and you've got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the MVP of the league, who was drafted by the Los Angeles Clippers. And neither of them are playing for those teams anymore. They have led their second teams to the finals here. I think there's a fear factor with some Rocket fans out there that you trade Jalen Green and he's going to turn into the face or leader of a championship team. I'm not that bullish on Jalen Green. I think he's a good player. I think he can average 20 a game for the next 12 years in the NBA. That doesn't mean he's the face of a championship team. So there you go. What do you guys think? 713-572-4610. All right, Stefon Diggs spoke, man. We never got this version of Stefon Diggs with the Houston Texans. You're going to see what I mean. It is reminiscent, though, of a former Texan great in terms of press conferences. You will want to listen to this in the pink powder coming up next.
Hey, Zadok Jewelers is the
WTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Aside from what seems to be an older, still have Farrah Fawcett on his man cave wall. We asked the audience before, do you still put posters up on the wall?
We're asking kids. We're asking the teenagers.
Yeah, teenagers.
Put posters up on the wall.
Yeah. So aside from somebody who I'm assuming is maybe in an older demographic who's got a Farrah Fawcett poster up, the responses back have been fatheads are a big thing. You know,
they still are? Okay.
Yeah, my kid still has a massive George Springer fathead on his wall, no posters. And it says, this is from an actual younger listener right here, this one. No, we don't do posters anymore. We just make the players our wallpaper on our phones or our banner on Twitter.
Yeah.
So I guess your walls in your bedroom are just
can display
nothing.
It to the world.
Yeah.
Gosh, I wish I could go back in time and be a teenager these days.
How do you think you'd do? A lot of phone, man. A lot of stuff done with the phone.
Yeah, but not with actual conversations or anything.
Yeah.
I think I'd be happy. I think I'd be happier, but I'd probably be more reclusive. Actually, no, it'd be bad for me. Because I tend towards I'm not necessarily an extrovert.
Yeah.
People might be surprised to know that. I've had to learn social skills over the years, and that's I probably would with no incentive to do so in high school. And then but I'd be playing sport. Like sports saved me in that regard. Like I had to learn how to not to be a complete weirdo. But I might not have played sports. I might have just been so into learn online or get trouble I could get into, yeah.
At the Astros game last night, Amy and I went to that bar in center field before the game, like the one right next to where Space City does the pregame show.
Yeah.
And the bartender was a listener. His name's Sherman. Shout out to Sherman. And then there was a listener standing there at the bar right next to us named Ian. And so we got into conversation. And Ian asked me, is Seth as wild as he seems on the air sometimes?
Mm-hmm.
And I want to give you what I told him, and you tell me if I gave him the right answer. I said, Seth is 100% authentic on the air. You know, the emotion is real. Anything he has major emotion about is real, but he's not 24 hours wild. Like, you're very much a homebody, and you're in bed early, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate.
Yeah.
I think that it's me without restrictor plates when I'm on air.
Right.
And it's me like in conversation. If I get into conversations with people and everything, but yeah, I'm a lot more reserved. I'm a listener, Sean.
Yeah.
When I talk to people, I very much like to listen. I don't like to give speeches. I can't. If I feel like I've been talking for more than 30 seconds in a conversation in real life, I feel like I'm doing too much.
I think sometimes people conflate, like you have a big personality, and sometimes people assume that means like you're out and about and around and up late and carousing and things like that sometimes. And you said before, that's off the air. That's not you, really.
I like
having a good time.
Okay, you know what I am, Sean? I have a really hard time doing things at a medium pace.
Yeah.
So whatever I do, and if I drink, I have a good
you have a good time. Yes.
But I gotta parse the energy expenditures out throughout the day. So there's only so many things I can do, without kind of getting worn out.
Right. You're not antisocial. I'm not.
Oh yeah, I'm a good time at a party.
Yeah.
No, invite me to your party for sure.
Yeah.
It's just a really good chance I'm not going.
That's what I mean. That's exactly what I'm saying. That doesn't make you antisocial. It means it actually makes you self-aware. Like I can only do so much. You know.
What I have to tell myself, or sometimes after I get off, I get off this is a fake job, which is not real work, and yet I'm exhausted at the end of it. And sometimes, even as I'm speaking right now, I'm like, Seth, do you really have to have this much energy when you're talking about it?
Yes, you actually do.
Okay, so this is where it comes back to with C.J. Stroud earlier saying, talking about how hard he worked in the offseason, but it sounds like that might have led to the shoulder tightness because he said there's a risk reward in that. That was me with workouts. I would go too hard, and I would either get injured or get burnt out. So, you got to learn, as a quarterback, especially in your workouts, you got to learn some level of moderation.
Yep.
And really, really, as a quarterback, there can be no risk reward with your weight room workouts. It's got to be as gentle as possible over the long term. You're not trying to turn yourself into an Instagram model in one offseason.
Yep, for sure. Nick Caserio, by the way, going to join us 7:15 tomorrow on the show. So looking forward to talking to Nick about the offseason so far and the upcoming season with the Texans GM. All right, speaking of the Texans GM, it was about this ago. He made a big trade for Stefon Diggs. Diggs, I would say here, Seth, model citizen as a Houston Texan. There were no real, if I were to go back and Google, there was no point where Diggs, even in games where he was only getting 1 or 2 catches, very few targets, he was, Diggs was a
model citizen. He's
Yeah.
everything that you would want for in a veteran teammate.
Absolutely, absolutely. Until he tore his ACL, and then that was it. Has not gone similarly in New England so far. Mike Vrabel has had to answer many Stefon Diggs questions, most of them without Diggs even in the building. In fact, him not being in the building was the genesis for a lot of those questions.
And we've got that the report from Scott Zolak, the color commentator and former Patriots quarterback who also does radio in Boston, saying that there are questions about whether he's all in the building.
Or he might not even be on the team week 1.
Right, that there is an avenue where they could cut him without having to give him all his guaranteed money if he doesn't pass the final physical.
That's right. That's right. So, but the big story with Diggs lately has been there's a video that surfaced of him on a boat party with what looked to be, 3 models of some sort kind of hovering over him, fawning over him. And towards the end of the video is about 30 seconds long, he handed one of them what looked to be a little bag that had some sort of pink substance in it. So Diggs makes his first appearance at mandatory minicamp yesterday, and the media asks him, how's it going here so far? You talked to Vrabel? What's been the conversation about what was seen out there on the internet?
I want to be as camp, kind of like have a thing where talk about my personal life with people I don't know personally. I'm pretty sure everybody here, men and women, are great people, but you know what I'm saying, I kind of keep my personal life personal. I had a conversation with Graves, obviously. I'm going to echo everything that he said. He told me, hoping everybody making good decisions, you know what I'm saying? And I had a conversation with people in the building as well, so everything else is everything else. The particulars is all internal.
Okay, it's all internal. So that's the first answer. That's the first answer to the question about it. For a media, especially a media like the Boston media, that's not enough. There are follow-up questions.
They're going to ask questions. The one thing that struck me is he was talking about his personal life. It's like, all right, some of this though too. It's like I don't know if Stefon Diggs understands or realizes the world in which he lives, in which if somebody's filming you and it goes out to millions of people, then all of a sudden your personal business is everybody's business.
Correct.
That's the social media world we live in.
Which is why it begs a series of follow-up questions, including what was in the bag, the pink powder. So keep in mind, that was Diggs' answer. We're going to keep it internal. I had the conversations. That's my personal life. I'm not going to talk about it with strangers, blah, blah, blah. Here come the questions after that, beginning with, hey, so what was in the bag?
What was in the bag? Obviously, it's a conversation, that's happening internal. You know what I'm saying? I can't have too much of a conversation about it. But I've been in this league 10 years. You can format the question many different ways. I'm obviously answer it the same way. So.
Stefon said did you know it was being recorded?
Once again, you can format the question. I've been this for 10 years. The conversation that I had with Braves and the people in the building, obviously, is going to be handled internal, you know what I'm saying, an in-house thing. So.
You regret it happened?
So you asked me again. I would hate to repeat myself again.
Obviously, we saw you afterwards here. So even though you've been in the league for 10 years, we all learn things every single day. What did you learn from it? And how do you move forward with it as a New England Patriot?
Obviously, I don't want to be rude, but I would hate to repeat myself for the 4th time. But you want me to repeat myself again? Say the same thing again? I mean, I'm trying to be as polite as possible.
I'm just here
to be the best teammate I can be.
Thank you. Seth and I are like Family Feud there. First one to hit the button to say it.
I know. I was after 2. After the second time, I was like, Sean.
The tease was he reminded me of a former Texans legend. The answer, Arian Foster. Yes.
The best answer when they were asked, were you aware you were being filmed as you were passing that baggie with the pink stuff in it?
Yeah.
The best would have been to be like, I gotta be honest, I don't know. I was on a lot of that pink stuff.
Oops.
Oh. So
I mean, I'm keeping it internal, and I've been doing this for 10 years. Yeah.
Is it unfair to assume that the fact that he didn't just come right out and say, "Oh, like, yeah, don't worry, whatever was in the pink baggie wasn't anything serious," that, okay, is it safe to assume that it was not just a harmless, innocuous
It was not Fun
sort?
Dip. You remember we talked about Fun Dip?
Right?
It wasn't. He didn't have a sugar sag in the and he licks the sugar and sticks it in there to eat the strawberry flavored sugar. No.
I'll tell you what, I'm watching that video the first time before I even realized there was that, because I saw it without reading the captions and everything.
Yeah.
And I just knew that there was some kind of hubbub about Stefon Diggs. And you see those girls around him, and I assumed it was something because of Cardi B being jealous or something. I have no idea. I had no idea when I was watching it. And you just see these three women just like so eager to talk to Stefon Diggs, and they're laughing. And it was almost like it was like they were trying to climb up onto a stage at a concert.
He
or
was
something.
on higher ground from
and
them,
I'm like, man, it must be nice to be just a young, good-looking single dude on a boat in South Florida, a professional athlete. And then you see the pink baggie, and then you're like, oh, that's what it's like being a drug dealer.
Yeah.
Oh. Like, you know, hey, were you ever at a party when you're talking to some girl, and then all of a sudden some kind of like skeezy looking dude comes up?
Yeah.
Just some like little ratty, greasy haired dude comes up.
She gone.
And the girl immediately leaves you. And I'm like, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah.
And you realize, they're going into the bathroom, and like, you mean some of the stuff that happens in the movies does happen in real life? Holy
okay.
crap.
He's got Molly. I got it. Okay. I get it. So that was Diggs yesterday with the New England media. So off to a rip-roaring start as a New England Patriot, Stefon Diggs. This was Mike McDaniel. Mike McDaniel, who I would say is not a playoff game. Tua's concussions and injuries have been an issue, but I would say Mike McDaniel probably needs to get some stuff done in Miami. Probably needs to win a playoff game at some point. Remember the happy-go-lucky Mike McDaniel that was always joking and just kind of not taking life all that seriously and whatnot? This was Mike McDaniel getting asked about Jalen Ramsey, getting salty, and then just babbling for a minute about outside noise.
Just confirm Jalen Ramsey not here.
Oh, he is not here. We are focused on building the Dolphins today, and anything outside of that any sort of distractions I'm not focused on.
I'm surprised it's taken this long to find a resolution with the team.
I don't personally, and I would lump you into this with me. I don't give a about what I feel. I don't even really go down that road of how do I feel about it. My job is to react and control my controllables and make sure that people are moving in one direction appropriately. And so the business is business. The opportunity that business does provide in the off season is a rep to the team about handling noise. What do I define noise as? Noise is things that don't have to do with what actually to do, and you should be focused on doing because you'll be held accountable to do. So business in the off seasons allows you to speak to your team about how the focus of noise is a constant battle that if you're successful, you have to win.
Okay, so Ben Gary,
venturing into Easterby territory.
For those who don't, I don't know what it
speaking
is.
In TED Talk circles and what have you.
Just the babbling combined with his stoner teenage voice inflection. When our producer, when we play a long cut like that, our producer Ben Gary gets in our ear and tells us when there's 10 seconds left, so we can kind of get ready to do our thing. And Ben got in my ear that time and said 10, and I'm like, thank God. Oh, my God. What the hell was that? Seth, I watch him, and never more after listening to a cut have I ever felt like this guy is so unimpressive. He is unimpressive.
This is how Dolphins fans feel right now.
Yeah.
Dolphins fans feel like a girl who met a guy at a party who plays guitar and started said something interesting about Kierkegaard or something, and you fall for him. You like his hair. He's got a unique style or whatever. And then you fast forward to 3 years later. He still only knows the 3 same songs on the guitar, and you realize that everything he's saying, like that you thought was deep and philosophical, was just something he saw on Instagram that morning. And he's got all kinds of reasons for why he doesn't have a job. Understand that this is the why He is a jobless wannabe hippie who only knows 3 chords. Not even 3 songs, just 3 chords. Yeah.
There's just not much there. Wow. And I love the little kind of faux emotion with the curse word in there was pretty good.
I don't give a bleep what I think.
Yeah, watch this.
I do like that. That is a good. I am impressed with coaches and GMs, and I think Caserio is really good at this and trying to detach emotion from it.
Yeah.
Like the way you think it should be versus the way things are. It's hard as a GM sometimes to be like, look, there's the part of you that says you signed that contract.
Yeah.
I expected you to not want a new contract after 1 year.
That's right.
But there's the pragmatic part of you has to set that aside and just deal with the situation as it is.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Keep texting in 713-572-4610. A lot of thoughts on Nick Chubb and Joe Mixon we'll get to in the backfield. That's a good segue. We got minicamp standouts from yesterday, including C.J. Stroud. How did C.J. look? He threw. How did he look? And who are some of the players that are maybe coming into this season a little off the radar that made an impression yesterday? I've got 2 names from yesterday that we will get to, and we'll do that coming up next. But I've got a name. There's nothing off.
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. We had a texter, Seth, say with Chubb and Mixon, they're both approaching their 30s. They've both been with mediocre franchises their entire careers. They're ready to win more than ready for accolades. And I don't want to speak for those guys, obviously.
With Chubb and who?
Mixon.
Mixon's
gotcha. Been on some good – I mean, Mixon played in a Super Bowl. The Bengals haven't been trapped. The Browns have been
still in terms of winning a Super Bowl and all that. Yeah.
So and maybe so. We haven't heard from either of them since the start of the offseason. So we don't know. That'll be who I'm most interested. Now that I'm glad this texter sent this in. I'm not sure if I entirely agree with the sentiment. I'd want to hear from those guys first before I put words in their mouth. But I'm anxious to hear what Joe Mixon thinks of the Nick Chubb signing. Joe,
that's right. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure. I would guess that Mixon's super cool with it and would love to have somebody take off the load a little bit, just because as you saw him get injured last year, Detroit's got a great situation right now in having two running backs. And they both get a lot of touches.
They do.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice that one of them is a very good receiving threat.
That helps.
But they do. They both. I was actually kind of shocked because I was kind of making Joe Mixon and Woody Marks can be like Detroit.
Yeah.
And they both you looking at their stats, you wouldn't guess that it's running back by committee.
I'm a fantasy football player. They're both the Detroit guys are 100% viable, high-level fantasy running backs. That's hard to do. In the NFL, is have two guys that put up numbers of number one running backs. Yeah,
it is tough though too. I mean, as an NFL running back, you're kind of like a female in Hollywood. It's no matter how good you are, all of a sudden the roles start drying up once you hit a certain age.
Yeah,
and then you got to start doing these. You got to start doing these. It's a bunch of the old great actresses that you like.
Oh, like an ensemble. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what running backs are.
Is that what this is?
You're going to be dancing around a kitchen table weirdly with your glasses of white wine and stuff.
Yeah. We need to go find Todd Gurley and Ezekiel Elliott and bring them in and just have a four-person ensemble older running back cast.
And then somewhere there's all of a sudden one of them, curiously, there's a young guy that's interested in one of them.
Yeah,
that could be played by Woody Marks.
And there's always one that looks and acts much older than these older ones. There's always one that's like, wow, she's like 85,
like the Mother Goose.
That'll be like Curtis Martin. We'll bring him back in. Somebody from the early 2000s. Maybe Herschel Walker. Although Herschel Walker looks good these days, man. He's stayed in shape. All right, let's get to minicamp here with the Texans. C.J. Stroud was back. Slinging it around. He looked good. Right arm works. Right shoulder works. D'Amico Ryans, is there a morale shift for the team at all with C.J. Stroud back under center?
Today, I think C.J.'s first play, he made a big throw on a corner route, and you saw the energy. You saw the competitiveness of C.J. talking a little smack to the defense. I love that back and forth that happens, and C.J. definitely added some energy to our practice, added some energy to the offense. Guys are doing well, but I think you see when you have game changers, and that's what CJ is, and he instantly changed just the vibe of the entire practice changed, having CJ out there and seeing him make the plays that he was able to make.
Yeah, he looked good. If you hadn't paid any attention to any news with the Texans the last month or so, Seth, where the shoulder's been a thing, and monkey down Texans practice yesterday, the one thing you would have noticed is CJ has changed physically. He does look like he's put on some good weight. But you would have watched him throw and been like, oh, cool. He's ready for week one, Well,
and especially in his connection with Jaden Higgins, as many of the listeners have probably seen on Instagram or X or wherever, Higgins had a very nice one-handed catch. It looked seamless. It just looked like, oh, okay, these guys they've been playing together forever. So that it's hard not to get excited about it. And with wide receivers, you got to be always careful. Slot receivers, I'm very hesitant to heap too much praise on during mini camps. Mm-hmm. But for big, long guys who are playing on the outside in OTAs versus really good cornerbacks like Derek Stingley, I will read into that. And D'Amico, I know we're going to hear him talk about Jaden Higgins here in a second.
Yeah.
He was very positive about Jaden Higgins, but I made a comparison this morning that that resonated with a lot of people. When we watched DeAndre Hopkins in minicamp and in training camp his rookie year, I was thinking, all right, you can use this immediately because he's got catch radius and he's got really good hands.
Yep.
And with Jaden Higgins, catch radius, really good hands, and they're different in a lot of other ways. But the one thing about Higgins that I think might be in his rookie year a little bit better than DeAndre Hopkins is that I think Higgins might integrate into the offense more quickly than Hopkins did.
Yeah.
Because Hopkins coming out of Clemson, again, Clemson just not a whole lot of complexity or nuance to that offense. Very, very good, obviously. Higgins, I think, has been exposed to a little bit more of the way they do it in the pros. And I think that because he has that length and because he has those really, really good hands, it's hard for me not to envision him being used pretty early in the season.
Yeah, and keep in mind, Hopkins in his rookie year got dropped into an offense where Matt Schaub was all of a sudden turning into a pick-six machine, and it became this yo-yo with Case Keenum and Matt Schaub. Jaden Higgins is going to be coming into an offense that at the very least has high-level quarterback play going on, presumably with C.J. Stroud, especially if he looks like he did yesterday out at minicamp. To Seth's point, here was D'Amico Ryans yesterday asked about Jaden Higgins.
It's been really exciting to see this Jaden's growth process in the short amount of time that he's been here. I've seen a guy who's steadily got better every single week. You've seen him make even more plays, and seeing him today, I mean, this is the most plays that he's made. And in our last week of camp, to see a rookie who's come in and showing right now that he could be an impact player for us, I think it means a lot. And we saw it as coaches watching this film from the college game, but I think it just means a lot to the entire team, the players, defensive players, other offensive players, actually seeing him thrive in practice, because I truly believe if you take practice the right way, deliberately, you work at it, it'll show up in the games. And so it's really awesome to see the work that he's doing and the plays that he's making.
This would be 1-2, Seth, and I may be getting, I am probably getting way ahead of myself here because it's just mandatory minicamp. We haven't even had preseason yet with Jaden Higgins. But from what we've seen, the wind blowing with Jaden Higgins, it looks like he's got the makings to be a good player and make an impact as a rookie. This will have been, if he comes in and makes an impact, he comes in, say gets, has a DeAndre Hopkins type rookie year where, he gets, 50, 60 catches for 800 yards, something like that. I think if he stays healthy, that's perfectly within the realm of possibility. That would be 2 years in a row where the Texans moved out of the first round into the second round, picked up draft capital, but got guys where you watch him play and you go, man, if you did a redraft, these guys would probably be first-round picks. The Texans, I think, had a first-round grade on Higgins. I think that's the guy who was available when they decided to make the Jackson Dart, the trade with the Giants where they picked Jackson Dart, and the Texans, I think we're probably hoping that Higgins would still be sitting there at 34. Kamari Lassiter last year, and if Higgins turns into something this year, that's a real feather in the cap, I think, for Nick Caserio and the scouting staff there, and the trust in their board to get out of the first round but still have potential impact players sitting there.
Well, and it is kind of a testament to the discipline that I think Nick tries to have on draft day. He tries not to fall in love with any individual guy, and that if you're presented a really good deal from the Giants to trade, it makes sense. And they tried to trade back up. Supposedly, it was for. Reportedly, when the Texans tried to trade back up into the first round, it was for Connerly, the offensive tackle that went to Washington.
Yeah.
But I think the thing about Higgins is the catch radius, the hands, yes, and then it's intriguing because he's got a silky element to his movement for a big guy.
Yeah.
And when we talked to Clint, Clint pointed out the difference between what Nico Collins is right now and what Jaden Higgins, guy really sinks his hips really well on stop routes and on his breaks for breaking routes and everything. He does it really, really well for a big guy. Higgins isn't there yet, but I totally 100% see the potential for him to develop into that. And he doesn't have to be as good at Nico Collins at it, but he moves really, really well for a big guy.
It was one practice, so we'll see. They're going to practice again today, and then we've got all the training camp, obviously. Jaden Higgins and Cade Stover stood out yesterday. And when you got two guys that you don't walk, they hand you your roster when you get to practice there and you look, and they're not on your list of guys where you go, okay, well, these are core guys on the team that you're counting on being good this year. I mean, I think eventually you're counting on Higgins and Stover to contribute. Stover looked different yesterday, I think. He looked like he's figured some things out. And Higgins looks like he's just sliding in there. Like, he doesn't look like a rookie at all right now.
Right, and I think the other thing, too, that I've learned about D'Amico is that, man, D'Amico does not shy away from giving praise to rookies that he feels good about. And he did it with Kamari Lassiter last year. I mean, Lassiter, right from the get-go, is working in with the ones.
Yeah.
And I was kind of, like, nervous about it, just in, man, is this too much too soon? But when he genuinely feels good about a player, he doesn't try to go old school or like Bill O'Brien on it or anything. Like, no, we're going to give him an opportunity to play.
Nope.
And it feels like it seems like they feel about Jaden Higgins very similar to how they felt about Kamari Lassiter.
Yeah, and Lassiter looked great at practice yesterday. I should mention that. He was a standout. Now, he got beat on that Higgins one-handed, about 40-yard catch down near the goal line. I say he got beat. He had pretty good coverage. Higgins made an amazing catch on the play right there.
It was like Stingley on Garrett Wilson in the Jets game.
Yeah.
Where,
yeah.
All right, he got on the shin catch. That was Stingley, wasn't it?
No, that was Lassiter also in that.
Oh, it was Lassiter on that one. Okay, so like Lassiter had him covered perfectly. Yeah. It was like maybe half a centimeter away from being out of bounds, but because Wilson's his lower shin
hit the ground,
touched just before his upper shin went out. It was a catch.
Yeah, I didn't watch that Higgins play yesterday and go, boy, that DB is toast. Who is that over there? Like, no, that was a great throw and catch for sure. And Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson looked great yesterday. You expect that? Like, we're talking about Higgins and Stover. These would be guys that if they go stock up this year, those are the things that can help get you from 10 wins to 12 wins. You're counting on Hunter and Anderson to be great this year just to at least maintain what you've done the last couple of years. They both looking. Somehow Danielle Hunter looks bigger now than he did last year.
He's one of those guys that looks bigger when he's not in pads.
Yeah.
Because it's more, like
he's
the pads almost detract from how physically imposing he is.
Yes.
I think one of our listeners made a great point earlier in that the offensive tackles had a couple of rough snaps versus both Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter. I much prefer to hear that, especially in OTAs, where you take everything on the line with a grain of salt because it's just not realistic. But I'd much rather hear about that than all through training camp last year when Mario Edwards and Foley Fatukasi were just destroying the interior offensive line. Right, like it's destroying young offensive tackle compared to Foley Fatukasi and Mario Edwards. And I'm not insulting them. It's just those guys are not sack artists,
No.
Or those guys were basically running pace for pace alongside CJ as he was taking his drops.
Yeah,
it was like Mario Edwards was hitting the back of the drop before CJ Stroud was. That's how quickly they were getting through.
No doubt. Okay, this is a great text. Seth, you were speculating how you would do if you were a teenager growing up in this era right now, and what it's like to be a teenager. Seth, you wanted to know what it was like growing up these days. Imagine being surrounded by nothing but Mike McDaniels. That's what it's like growing up these days.
Just
a bunch of people
they know it all. They're just
and then it's about the noise. And when I define noise, it's defined as things that really distract you sort of from what if you are judged by these things. And
overthinking everything.
Overthings and just muttering.
Some of it's the influence. Like some of the people who are big on Instagram and even they're like some of the adults that younger adults are into. Like very, very intelligent people, but I like sometimes like this guy's just talking in circles.
Yeah.
And so I guess the same way. Remember, there was a period in sports radio where every single kid that got into radio or came out of college sounded exactly like Jim Rome, and then they sounded exactly like Colin Cowherd, and you're like, dude, you got to go out to a party and get in this fight or something because you sound like a kid in his bedroom trying to imitate Colin Cowherd.
Yes.
You got to go out and live some life, man. So now it's all these guys that are either trying to sound like Joe Rogan or Jordan Peterson, whoever else it might be. Be your own person, damn it.
And all the ones
just be your own person.
All the ones that you're talking about that I can think of, I'm like, none of them are in the business anymore. All the specific people that had tried to pattern very clearly after those styles, not around. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Up next, proof that C.J. Gardner-Johnson is adapting to Texas very, very quickly. We will have that. And I have a mini Pettycast at the top of the hour, 9 o'clock, a very specific sports Pettycast. It has to do with one of the most successful sports figures in town here. We'll have that coming up next. But first, Berkeley,
Illinois.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
CJ Gardner-Johnson. It looked to me like this happened on an IG live feed when maybe he was running around the building doing all the media stuff on Monday. The Texans had their media day on Monday where they film all the little videos they use on the Jumbotron, and they film all the starters saying what school they went to so that when they're on Sunday Night Football and Monday Night Football, they've got that footage stocked and everything.
Where do you stand on guys citing their high school?
I don't like it. I think it's trying to get too cute. It's not funny anymore. It's not unique anymore. You know?
I always wanted to do it, except because I went to a school that didn't have a lot of guys in the pros. I felt really I always felt like I owed it to Cornell to despite having paid full tuition to go to school there. I felt
they could really use the pub, you know.
I felt I owed it. I was one of the rare NFL players who used a big chunk of their signing bonus to pay off their school loan.
Yeah,
but
I
felt I owed it to Cornell football to say Cornell.
Yeah.
I know. So Victor Central High School got shafted.
Yep,
Sorry, everybody.
yep. Oh,
sorry,
man.
Blue Devils.
Yeah,
if you've been allowed to keep that name.
I was gonna say, I'm like, ooh, edgy.
They're still the Blue Devils. They're awesome now.
Good.
My
yeah.
high school is we were kind of. It was a decrepit phase my high school was going through when I was in high school there. Not
tough,
because
man.
of me, Sean.
That's tough.
But yeah, they got it together.
You're like
They're
the
studs
Miles
in a lot
Garrett of
sports.
what is it called? St. Victor, you said?
No, not St. Victor. Just Victor High School.
Victor High School. Okay, yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Victor Central High School.
Victor Central. Okay, yeah. I'm just saying you were like the
Victor Sinful High School back when I was there.
That's what I'm saying. They're the Blue Devils for a reason, baby.
Yeah.
CJ Gardner-Johnson was looked to be on an IG live feed as he was walking around the building, and he's
he's just responding to comments and what have you.
Yeah, and this is what he said. This is how you know he's getting acclimated.
And it sounds like he's responding to somebody who's throwing shade at him going to the Texans.
Yes. Here we go.
Won't see another ring without Philly. That's crazy. They probably won't see one without me. You talking about? You saw have when I left. I'm gonna pop it now. Y'all talking about? I'm glad I'm in Texas. They say everything big in Texas. Booty, beers, and bottles.
Is that it from a rap lyric, or is that a C.J. Gardner-Johnson original?
I have no idea. I'm praying it's an original. If he made that up on the spot, then a text in. This is Seth and I showing our age. Is he pulling
beers, and bottles?
Is he stealing that from somebody, or is that his?
So those, I like this kind of ego and personality in a defensive back. So you'll recall 2022, pretty good year for the Eagles.
Yeah.
2023. What the hell's going on with the Eagles? C.J. Gardner-Johnson was with the Lions.
Yep.
2024
comes back.
Won a Super Bowl with the Eagles.
Yep.
I don't have to. That's enough logic for me, Sean.
Hell yeah.
That was
Big enough Sam
fan for anybody else. It was C.J. Gardner-Johnson. They were a mess without C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and they were. When he got ejected from that game at the end of the season against the Chiefs, they were a mess defensively with him out of the game.
That's right, man. That's right. I love that. So the very beginning of that cut, if you're wondering what's going on, someone's hitting him on that IG live feed saying you're not going to win another Super Bowl. I love it. And it's only a 15-second cut. Play it again, Ben. Play it one more time.
Won't see another ring without Philly. That's crazy. They probably won't see one without me.
That's exactly
you talking about? You saw have when I left. I'm gonna pop it now. Y'all talking about? I'm glad I'm in Texas. They say everything big in Texas. Booty, beers, and bottles.
Booty. Oh, that is fantastic.
It's also, we were talking earlier about what it's like, what's different growing up as a kid these days versus when we did, and a lot of it's internet related. But the one big difference was that I was in. I can't remember. I think I was in 9th or 10th grade when Sir Mix-a-Lot's I Like Big Butts and I Cannot Lie came out. And it was, I don't think people would realize what a vast gap there was in cultures to where we were coming off the heels of an era of the supermodel where 6-foot-tall, 93-pound women were the ideal in the white world. And Sir Mix-a-Lot came along and had a great song that was a crossover hit, which I feel like sparked the change to where now, like, women are getting surgical procedures to get bigger
butts. Yeah,
Yeah, healthy in terms of psychologically, at least, compared to back when women were starving themselves so they could look like whichever heroin chic Kate Moss version of was on Elle magazine that day.
I am glad you brought that. You know what? Sir Mix-a-Lot does not get the credit he deserves. Is he in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? Because he should be, just based on that one song.
They put a lot of people who aren't rock artists in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame now, so I'm not sure.
Is Sir Mix-a-Lot in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? Because you're right, he should be. He really launched a new generation of no, he's not. According to AI Overview on Google, Sir Mix-a-Lot is not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. He's known for his hit song "Baby Got Back," which gained popularity in the 1990s.
Can't remember. I couldn't remember the name of the song. Outkast is the non-rock entry this year in
so they go out of their way to have a representative each year that's not necessarily rock.
I don't know if they go out of their way or not, but I don't like the standards have changed a little bit.
For sure.
I had a good conversation with Bun B about this actually. Okay. Like somewhere along the way, rock got segregated. Like where it used to be. Obviously, it sprung from rhythm and blues and everything, and Chuck Berry and all that. Somewhere along the way, it got very segregated.
Yeah.
There's just very few black rock musicians. So I don't know, how they're going about handling it now.
Yeah.
But Outkast. It's Bad Company, Chubby Checker.
Okay.
Joe. So there you go. They going back to the past. Joe Cocker, Cyndi Lauper, Soundgarden, The White Stripes. I said Soundgarden like it was two words. It's a Soundgarden.
Sound, I believe it's yes.
An Outkast.
That is a diverse crew right there, man. Both chronologically and I think ethnically. Yeah.
Speaking of which, by the way, if you ever want to see one of the greatest guitar performances ever, and relevant to the topic, Prince at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame did "Well, My Guitar Gently Weeps." Unbelievable,
incredible.
I watched it like 20 times in a row a few weeks ago.
So good, man. It's so good. It's probably on TikTok somewhere. Remember Lovey? That's the one thing I loved about Lovey Smith. Remember Lovey Smith said how much he loved TikTok because he loved watching old musical performances on there. I'm like, I like this guy. And then they won 3 games. And I still liked him, but I was a little angry with him that year. That's interesting. Cyndi Lauper, WWE Hall of Famer as well. In addition to going into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, she's also she's a WWE. She was a big part of the rise of wrestling back in the '80s because they got connected with MTV.
Is it Albano or Albino?
It's Albano. Albano. Yeah, Albano. And Hulk
Hogan. That's one of those things as a kid I didn't know.
Yeah.
You couldn't just Google it. Is it Albino or Albano?
It's Lou
And somehow
Albano.
in the last 40 years, I still haven't
found out how it's pronounced. That's great.
I was like, I remember thinking, like, he doesn't look like an albino. That's a weird word for
I got drunk with him one time in the late 90s when WWE was in town, where I think I was in Chicago at the time. I can't remember. I might have been on business, and he was there. He was the reason I started watching wrestling because I'm flipping through the channels as a kid, and he's on there, and he's this bad guy manager, and he is T-screen with 2 wild Samoans behind him that are like chewing on bones. I'm like, what am I watching here? This is amazing. And I told him that. I said, you're the reason I'm watching it. He's hammered. He's like, oh, that's great. That's great. It was awesome. That was, I enjoyed that a lot. Sir Mix-a-Lot, My Posse is on Broadway. Okay. All right. There you go.
I'll see him when they come to Houston.
Yes. Yeah. Yep. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you into the 9 o'clock hour. All right. Does pettiness pay? This might be a lesson for you kids to get petty. There's a job out there that the pettier you are, the more money you make. And we've got the proof for it coming up next. But first, West Point Lincoln. Nothing petty about West Point Lincoln.
Thompson. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. We'll circle back to the Texans and the Astros a little bit later on this hour. But we didn't do this earlier this week. I want to throw a bone to the Cougs here. They got Kelvin Sampson locked up for the next, I think, 4 years. Like 4 years, $23.5 million. Really good college basketball money for a head coach right there. So that's good to see. We like that. We like Kelvin Sampson here. In fact, Ben, can I acknowledge him for getting that? Acknowledge Kelvin Sampson for getting paid, man.
I'll tell you what, too. It seems like 73. So Kelvin Sampson is 69 years old.
Yep.
Seems like 73 is like the age 31 is for wide receivers.
Yeah.
I think coaches,
Magic
it's like
number.
there's, well, actually, 73 seems to be the upper limit.
Yeah.
There's not really many productive, successful coaches past the age of 73, but there have been a lot there. So I should, just whatever peak age is for other athletes, for coaching, 73, or not peak, but as far as you could stretch it. Quarterbacks, by and large, it's still an exception when you're playing well after 37 or so.
Yeah.
So, but there are a few. I'd see a 4-year extension for a guy who'll be 73 or 74 4 years from now. We'll see. I could totally see.
I too. He does not. He has got more juice than your average 69-year-old. That's for sure.
God, yeah.
Yeah,
the smart thing is he controls his environment.
Yep.
Instead of worrying and wringing his hands about kids these days and the NIL and all that, he says, "All right, I'm going to bring in the right kind of guys that I like. They're going to respond to my type of coaching, and I'm going to find them." And then you end up having a strength in that a lot of guys that might not be 5-star recruits are guys that. You've got a team full of guys, though, that buy into the way you coach.
Yes.
And you're not having to shuffle new guys in every single year who are only concerned about how much money they're going to make in the draft and all this other stuff.
Exactly.
He's turned a weakness into a strength.
No doubt. And he's had a good run at a lot of places, and none better than here, where he came within one possession of winning a national championship. They're going to be really good again this year, and the year after that, and the year after that. And we congratulate Kelvin Sampson on that, and yet I feel like that there's lessons to be imparted on the kids out there. How has he gotten to be so successful and stuck around so long? Certainly winning, being a good teacher, and all those things have a lot to do with it. But when I looked, Seth, at the list of coaches that are ahead of him now, he's now the 8th highest paid coach in college basketball upon signing this deal at $5.8 million a year. And I'm like, oh, wow, who are the 7 that are ahead of him right now? And they are starting at the very top. Bill Self makes almost $9 million a year. And then it's John Calipari of Arkansas, Dan Hurley of UConn, Tom Izzo is 4th, Michigan State, Mick Cronin, UCLA is 5th, and then Rick Barnes at Tennessee is 7th. And as I'm looking at these names, I'm like, holy crap. And I'll throw Kelvin Sampson in there. This is a petty cast all-star team right here. This is these are if you were to build a 6-headed or 8-headed whatever Mount Rushmore of the petty cast, college basketball head coaches. I think that's one big thing we've learned in 2025. There may not be a more petty business right now than the college basketball men's head coach.
Except that in some of those guys, it's like as these guys grouse about kids these days, some of them seem like they're made for social media.
Yeah,
like they're just whining and complaining about their own personal issues. They make it all about themselves.
Yes.
The problem with these kids is they don't have a team attitude like I do.
Yeah.
Because I am awesome at having a team attitude. It's like not like these kids that I'm consciously separating myself from. Yeah.
There is one coach who has separated himself from the pack on that, and we'll get to him. But Kelvin Sampson, awesome coach, great teacher, lots of success, and also he, too, can be very petty.
Didn't you try to get a game with Gonzaga in 2021?
Gonzaga.
It
always burns me up when people say that. Yeah, it's like calling me Kevin. My name is not Kevin. My mother used to say, people would see my name and say, "Hey, Kevin," and she would say, "Don't let people call you Kevin. Your name is Kelvin. Make sure they pronounce your name right." So that's why my antennas go up with that. They were our neighbors. It's not Spokane, and it's not Gonzaga. It's Gonzaga and it's Spokane. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I like that.
I would say it's a bad analogy. Like Kevin is like, no, you didn't even read the name.
Omitted a letter.
It should be Kelvin.
Yeah.
You just got rid of an entire consonant, like a pretty important consonant that sets you apart from a Kevin.
That he took a hard
Gonzaga. It's like it's actually since we're in the Pacific Northwest, things I've learned recently.
Yeah.
It's the Willamette River.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't know that.
It's not
okay?
Willamette. Okay.
Yeah. That was people used to get offended when. On behalf of Mario Williams, when people said Mario Williams,
yeah,
like, no, that's the way they pronounce it in some regions.
Mario
of the
Ellie
country.
too. That would happen.
Yeah,
a lot.
You know what though? I do get offended on Mario Ellie. That just sounds wrong.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Mario Williams, it wouldn't bother me. Mario Ellie, yes, that's an insult.
Okay.
Because that's a mellifluous name, Mario Ellie.
Yeah. So Kelvin just taking the hard left turn before he even answered whatever the hell the question was very
yeah,
funny.
what was the question?
I don't even care. Yeah. So pettiness, kids, petty pays. And here's why. John Calipari, number 2, highest paid head coach in all of college basketball, $8 million. Here's Calipari saying during the season he has fragile players on his team.
And for us to bust through, we're going to have to beat somebody. We can say what we want. Like, I wanted to make sure they weren't happy we're going to be okay. No. If we won that game, say it. If we won that game, we're in the tournament. So it's not okay to say we'll be all right. Now you're going to have to go get somebody else. I didn't want to put that on them because I got some guys a little bit fragile, so I'm having to hold them accountable but keep picking them up.
Yeah. Guys are fragile. Yeah, it's just I got little China dolls playing basketball for me.
No, I think Calvin Sampson, I think honestly it's for any coach that complains about, the kids these days, or I can't, just for one, look, your job is to adapt to changing circumstances. Your job is to coach the kids you have. And I think that Calvin Sampson has done a brilliant job of it. I mean,
agree.
To maintain the edge that he has and to kind of command the respect that he does.
Yeah.
A lot of people there are a million reasons why Calvin Sampson shouldn't have had the success he's had at University of Houston.
That's a good way to put it.
Starting with the state of the program when he took it over, whatever recruiting disadvantages they had. Like, he just keeps mowing through all of these supposed barriers in a really impressive way.
Guy won at a high level in a Group of 5 conference and then goes to the Big 12 and wins the Big 12. Like doesn't matter what conference he's in. He just plows right through it.
I was. Do we have more audio?
Oh my God!
Yeah,
Yeah, Seth, I got more. I got more.
Okay,
No, this is. I want the kids to embrace this lesson I'm giving them. Pettiness pays, man. Kelvin Sampson paid. John Calipari, $8 million. Tom Izzo been getting paid for years and years. Boy, you want get off my lawn guy? Check this out.
You play real good, you start. You don't play as good, you work your way back in. Except America has gotten soft. But that is the American way. That's the way it works. And so I apologize to nobody for that.
Quit your whining. Quit your whining.
Dude.
Just quit your whining about
Cookie-cutter, 70-something college basketball coach. America has gotten soft. Yes.
If you think about a lot of these older coaches, and then you think about Bill Belichick and his girlfriend, like it sounds like Belichick's girlfriend has a thing for older guys. Her previous boyfriend was 60-something.
Yep.
Of all of these older coaches that are in NCAA basketball, which I think I look at Rick Pitino. I think Rick Pitino could actually flip a younger woman, like a 35-year-old woman who's definitely like isn't into older guys. Rick Pitino is the one guy.
He's probably doing it right as we speak right now.
Compared to, say, Rick Barnes.
No chance.
Where like a 35-year-old woman could have a dinner with Rick Pitino and be like, oh, you know what? It turns out I'm into older men.
Yeah, there's something about this guy. Yeah, there's something
Tom
about
Izzo, not so much.
Not so much.
Unless her father was a mafioso.
Yeah.
Then, he sounds like a mafia guy from the movies, man.
Not so much with Izzo. All right, so Izzo, $6.2 million a year. Kids, are you listening? Mick Cronin, UCLA, makes $6.1 million a year. Largely, I'm guessing, because he's the only one that can bring juice to one of his practices.
But we don't play. We're soft. So don't tell me you want to win. Like, just don't tell me you want to win. So it's crazy, and it's every day. I'm tired of it. It's every day. I have the most energy of anybody at practice every day. I'm upset with everybody in that locker room, my assistant coaches and my players. I mean, I don't need to do anything else. I almost got 500 wins. I'm only 53. I mean, it's a joke. It's a joke. But yet I come in and I have more passion and energy and pride than everybody in. That's the problem. So what the truth of it has been, it's really hard to coach people that are delusional. The hungry dog gets the bone. We got guys that think they're way better than they are. They're nice kids. They're completely delusional about who they are.
The platitude at the end is what would have gotten me if I was one of the kids on the team.
Honestly, I have no tolerance for coaches whining. Because they're just such hypocrites when they do it. It's like me. I don't know why these guys are so selfish. Let me talk about me. You're whining. Stop whining. You hypocritical fat oaf.
That is the 5th highest paid coach in his sport in college basketball. Now, Cronin is the gift that keeps on giving. This was him when he was being asked about UCLA being a West Coast team, having to travel to go play all these East Coast teams in the Big Ten. Yeah. This was some awesome whining right here.
So much has been made about you guys going east. You just came back from a prolonged East Coast trip. I'm wondering, have you seen anything from the teams that have to come out here and stay out here? Is there any kind of balance with that in terms of the wear and tear and just what you've seen on the court?
Wear and tear on them?
Yeah.
Is that a joke? Please tell me that's a joke. You ever looked at the NBA stats and what the gamblers and all those people do on West versus East? Talk to Eric Musselman, ask him that question, who coached in the NBA. Good luck, West going East. Okay, and ask me UCLA's record east of the Mississippi in the last 20 years. Because when I got the job, I looked it up for scheduling purposes. It's under 500, okay? We have to go back 4 times. The Big Ten teams get to come to Los Angeles where it's 70 degrees 1 time a year. They don't even have to switch hotels. We're 12 miles apart. Are you kidding me? Please tell me you're kidding me. Is this a plan? Is this a planted question?
Listen to this guy.
I mean, you cannot be serious with that. And meanwhile, we've seen the Eiffel Tower, or we've seen the Statue of Liberty twice in the last 3 weeks while we were landing. We also saw downtown. We also saw the Capitol building. I mean, are you kidding me? I mean, you can't possibly. And we still got to go back. And then we got to go back for the Big Ten tournament.
Right, we got enough for him. He's whining and whining and whining.
So the question was, is there concern about you traveling from west to east?
Yeah. Well, is it fair, because he's the team traveling east to west versus west to east? Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like, he asked a question. It wasn't like he made a statement or anything. Yeah. It was like he was arguing against some kind of statement the dude had asked. Yeah. And it sounds like he had he had an answer ready for him.
He's appalled that the question was even asked, is what it sounds like. Like, how can you even...
What's wrong with you, Mick Cronin? God, I'm tired of your whining.
This is the big. Okay, I make $6.1 million a year. Kids, to be like Mick Cronin is what I would tell you. Whine about everything. The worst part was how he talks about how he did the research before he took the job.
Right.
You still took the job. Like, you took the job. Especially if you went and researched it and you found out that this is a downside of taking this job.
Yeah.
You give up the right to complain about it when you knowingly inherit it. You know what I mean?
The guy asking the question was totally setting up. Mick Cronin should have been grateful that the guy asked the question because he was totally setting up a soapbox that he wanted to stand on. That question, the reporter basically was saying, "Here's a soapbox. I know you want to make a statement about this," and then the poor dude gets decapitated for it.
Yep. All right,
this Mick Cronin character, I don't know. Kids, don't emulate that grumpy old man. I'm sorry, he's only 56.
Pick one of the other ones, but yes, here's the last one. Remember when Bruce Pearl was asked if he was panicked?
Is this kind of a flush it, move forward? Is there panic at all? What do you look at with this?
Man, I'm really glad you asked me that question. We lost to Alabama, Tennessee, and at Texas A&M. Yeah, we're panicked. That's a real softball. We lost to some great teams. We lost at the buzzer against Alabama. We had possessions here, so yeah, we're panicked.
Yeah, life lesson, kids. Pettiness pays. Do you think panic maybe overstating things?
He
a
said,
little bit?
"Is there panic?" Yeah, I guess that's probably where, like, I don't think he was taking it out as much on the. I could see it. I like him kind of standing up and being like, "Yeah, no, there's." You know what he said? We.
Yeah.
He said we.
That's true.
All these clowns talking about me. It disgusts me.
Yeah.
It really disgusts me. You wonder why your team doesn't play like a team, yet you're continually obsessed with why you have it so hard and how hard it is for you. Yeah, I'm having so many flashbacks to fat football coaches telling me to run wind sprints faster. They're like, you fat piece of crap. Get yourself on the elliptical machine.
I don't know.
Step away from a donut every now and then.
Pettiness. All I know is these are the highest paid guys in their profession. And this is what they sound like.
And Kelvin Sampson's the one that never really makes it about himself.
He doesn't.
You know?
He can be petty, but it's not.
Oh,
a pettiness.
yeah, not directed. Yeah.
I mean, I've been on the business end of pettiness with Kelvin Sampson before. Remember when I asked him? What did I ask? Oh, it was when they made the Sweet 16 a few years ago, and they were the clear-cut highest seed remaining in their region. There were 4 teams left in their region. It was like the 2 seed, which was Houston. And then like the 8, the 10, and the 12. And I was asking him about how you have to maybe guard against complacency or overconfidence because you're clearly the highest seeded team. And he called what I said. What did he call
all
it?
That bugaboo you just said is
bugaboo.
Who's saying that?
Sean. Yeah. Me. I said.
Well, I think he was asking the question.
When he did the follow-up to that was like, no, I know who you are. Who's that? And I said, I basically said, the internet or whatever it was.
Folks are saying.
People are saying.
People are saying.
People are saying, man.
I know. Now, as I complain about hypocritical coaches, as you pointed out, these are all very successful coaches.
Yeah.
There's a very fine line between whining and coaching sometimes, and that really good coaches tend to be guys who are never satisfied and except that what they do is they take action.
Yeah.
Instead of just that's the difference. But the annoying part is that they are kind of hardwired to be whiners.
Yep.
It's that they're also really good at least at then doing something about it.
Yeah.
But there's a very small, a fine line between whining and being a perfectionist and demanding things just right. It's so sometimes when they're at their most emotional in a press conference, the super whiny part of them comes out.
I absolutely love these bits of audio. When I saw that these are the coaches that were now ahead of Kelvin Sampson on the pay scale, and at least half of them had been on the Pettycast before. I'm like, this in June, like in the middle of June, like, at 9 o'clock, why not? Let's relive the magic of Mick Cronin saying he's the only one bringing juice to UCLA practices, and then traveling west to east is some sort of death blow that he studied up on and then still accepted the job at UCLA. Like, come on now, Mick. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll circle back to the Texans here. D'Amico gave kind of like a state of the Texans roster at the end of his media session yesterday. He volunteered a couple names, and I'm starting to get into this thing now, sort of keeping tabulations here on who D'Amico Ryans proactively talks about. And there's some new names that are now popping up here that you can start to see that D'Amico is into. So we will we'll hear from D'Amico. We'll also hear from C.J. Stroud talking about his relationship with his new offensive coordinator, Nick Caley, and we'll do that coming up next.
Kirk Holmes.
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, here was DeMeco Ryans yesterday at the end of his media session, just opining on the state of the Texans roster right now.
Yeah, with our roster where we are now, I feel really strong about our roster. I think for me, I always take into account every year, like every player that's on our team, right? So some people have the adage of, oh, you guys are going all in because you make a certain move here or there. Well, to me, what year aren't you going all in? Because if you're not trying to go all in, whatever that move is, then it's just a disrespect to the organization, a disrespect to all the players who are putting their bodies through a ton of pain, a ton of suffering to go out and play this game. So for me, just respecting the game and what it means to me, every year we're trying to accomplish the goal of winning it all, doing our absolute best to put our team in position to do that. And it starts with Nick Caserio and the job that he does, just with scouting talent, being able to acquire guys, getting deals done. There's nobody that cares more about the people in this building than Nick Caserio. So it's just, for me, it's easy. When you're working with me, we see the game the right way. We're both very competitive in what we're doing. So it's a great match. And the roster isn't the way it is without Nick's help. So credit to him for that.
Okay. There was another cut. I think I pulled the wrong cut. There's another cut where he voluntarily, unprompted, brought up Cade Stover. Brought up Cade Stover a couple times yesterday.
Yeah. That was my answer to his rhetorical question of what year are you not going all in.
Yeah.
I would have raised my hand and I said 2021 and 2022.
Definitely not going all in.
The very approach that led to DeMeco Ryans.
Yeah. The reason you're here did not.
You see some of the guys that are on that film you were watching from 2022.
Yeah. No, that's and I think, and obviously like last year. All in is see these type once you get a team that's good and they're making certain types of moves, it turns into this debate on the semantics of what all in means. You know, the Diggs trade last year felt like an all in move because you're getting this veteran guy who's been super productive, and you gave up a draft pick. That's a deal you never would have made in 2022. To your point, like you wouldn't go. There was a finishing touches kind of move. I think. I know what DeMeco's saying there, which is just because we're making different types of moves this year doesn't mean that we're not all in on trying to win a Super Bowl this year.
The biggest, and I think that's where sometimes the gap in how we feel as fans and how an NFL team has to operate is that, man, like there are times where teams will go, when it's going all in, what it really means is, are you on the salary cap side of things, are you just spending, pushing a whole bunch of money off into the future where it's going to come back to bite you at some point, but you just feel like now is the time. And most good organizations like that have a lot of success consistently rarely go all in on the contract side of things.
Yes.
I think Caserio tries to find a balance where he spends super aggressively in the short term, but then you look at the 2027 salary cap, and despite all these huge contracts they've doled out, in 2027, they still, as of right now, have the sixth most cap space. Mm-hmm. So they've got flexibility, and you can be aggressive selectively where you see fit. But, yeah, I don't think for the last 2 years, ever since the free agency splurge in 2024, it feels like, yeah, they're making moves looking towards, all right, we have a team that can compete for a championship. There's I don't think they're necessarily, you got to have you got to hold back and you can't go out and get everybody.
Yep.
You know, people want Jalen Ramsey. People want Jair Alexander. All right, well, Jalen Ramsey comes with a $20 million price tag.
Yeah.
For a guy that's got a interesting history of exactly how he treats the teams he's on.
Never being happy anywhere.
Yeah.
You know?
Jair Alexander has a reputation for not wanting to play through injuries, not just being injured, but all kinds of reports in Green Bay that they got frustrated that he didn't want to play through injuries.
Yep.
So do you want to pay that money for a guy that, might end up being who knows?
Yeah.
That's you gotta draw the line somewhere.
Yeah. He brought up Nick Caserio unprompted a couple of times in the first answer when they were talking about, or in the answer when DeMeco was asked about Nick Chubb. And just sort of volunteered like, hey, thanks to Nick Caserio for always keeping an eye on the roster. And then in that answer right there about what they're sort of looking for, the state of the roster right now. He brought up Nick. We'll have Nick on the show tomorrow at 7:15. But I think safe to say, 2+ years in, these two guys are working together really, really well right now. Seeing things through the same lens. D'Amico brought up a few names, and we don't have this cut, unfortunately. He brought up Cade Stover unprompted a couple of times yesterday. So does Stover wind up on this list? I was just scratching together my list, Seth, of guys that D'Amico brings up as examples of things, and maybe this is a cut above what he was saying about Stover and just things he was seeing on the field at practice.
Stover, he brought up Stover and Bullock, I think at the back end of when he was talking about Jaden Higgins, where just he kind of unprompted brought them up, so it probably wasn't in the cut because of that, because it was too long.
Yeah.
But like he kind of brought them up unprompted as guys that can make a big leap from year 1 to year 2.
Yep, those are guys that can make a leap. The guys he brings up as sort of like the pillars of leadership in the organization, I feel like. Will Anderson, always. C.J. Stroud, always, for obvious reasons, quarterback. Kamari Lassiter gets brought up a lot by D'Amico Ryans, a lot, for a guy who's heading into his second year. And then I think Jalen Petrie's the other one. Those are, I'm still trying to read D'Amico and see like who the favorites are.
Well, yeah.
Those are the favorites, I think.
I think in by way of illustration, he doesn't single rookie. I mean, that's where you can take him at face value.
Yes.
You never know what he's going to tell you about injuries or not tell you or whatever. But when it comes to like gushing praise, he doesn't hold back when he feels like it genuinely. When he was asked about Ariante Ursary, he basically said Ariante Ursary he's learning how to be a pro.
Yep.
And that he's made progress and he likes a lot of the things he's working on. But it's not that same level of praise that he has for Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel.
I think it's safe to say he'll never do what Bill O'Brien used to do, which is just trash rookies. If a guy's struggling, he'll frame it in a way that he's struggling, but he's not going to downgrade the guy.
And I guess Jalen Noel, had you mentioned Jalen Noel earlier as a guy that because he didn't talk about him in yesterday's press conference, but he has this offseason. In talking about Higgins and Noel as a duo, that they've been both very, very good on just all of the things that they're trying to do to teach him how to operate like NFL players.
Yep. Noel didn't practice yesterday. We'll see if he practices today. He was working out on the side field yesterday. Higgins was amazing yesterday. For those of you just tuning in late, Higgins was great at yesterday's practice. All right, here was C.J. Stroud yesterday talking about getting more control over the offense.
Yeah, that'd be between me and Kels, and that was something that I did want, and I'm gotten that now. So, but that takes ownership. We've been able to watch a lot of Brady. And there was clips back in like 2003 or 4 when him and Josh McDaniels, first started, and so like it took him time to master it. So it'll take time for me to master it fully, but I am buying into it and trying my best to be as great as I can at it. So
Yeah, and there's a lot, obviously, when it comes to operating like Tom Brady or anybody else like that when you have more command at the line of scrimmage. But there's an element of some of the simpler things and just the way they operate, even if CJ weren't audibilizing or anything all that much, even if it was just a very simple system, the stuff they don't do, like the simple hard count, for instance, like all of these things that quarterbacks can do to kind of diagnose what the defense is trying to do, the pre-snap motion, all of these things that are so valuable as a tool to a quarterback that can throw the football, like a really pure passer. They were so primitive in trying to do any of that, or even, they didn't even try to do it a lot of the times. I mean, I guess it's probably hard, too, to work the hard count when you've got an offensive lineman who is acting like it's his first day seeing live fire in the military or something, just spraying bullets all over the place, jumpy and jittery as all hell. You're like, good luck running a hard count with this guy. There's some of those little things that aren't even necessarily that complicated, but that you do to help out your quarterback. They haven't done much of that for CJ.
You think
previously?
I'm guessing CJ loves sitting down and watching Brady film. I'm guessing he's...
I really liked hearing that they were watching Brady from 2003 and 2004.
Early
because that was when Brady was not developed into the extreme version of what Brady became.
Yep.
That you just don't fast forward. There's no steroid that all of a sudden can give you Brady's football IQ.
Yep.
It's a lot that goes into it and a lot that needs to become second nature. And a lot of the things that you're doing as part of your pre-snap process, that it takes time. And you're not going to see that version of you're not going to see Tom Brady, 15th year veteran, in C.J. Stroud in his first year in an offense. So I like that they're going back to when, Brady was just starting to do a lot of this stuff.
Here's C.J. Stroud talking about what he likes about a Nick Caley offense.
Him as a person. I think for me, I buy into people. I really don't buy into system. I kind of have that thing about life. Is it's the people and the relationships that kind of take things and make a rocket ship to the stars. So just him as a person, man. He has probably the most juice I've ever seen in my life. Just naturally, I'm a very laid back, chill guy. Except for when I'm in between the lines, but he's 6 in the morning, he's up, he's at it. So that kind of gets me motivated. And just how he buys into his players, and he calls me a lot. I don't always answer because he always yelling and stuff. But I appreciate it though, and it's it's been great. He's implementing a lot of things he's done in the past, which is important as well. The system is important, and he's doing a great job. As you guys have seen, we've been able to have a pretty good OTA off-season program. From what you guys can see, and even things that y'all can't see, building that foundation so we can rocket ship once we snap that ball, against LA. So I love Nick, and he's doing a great job.
I'm tickled by the fact that he doesn't always answer the phone.
It's 4 a.m. in California,
Yeah.
Nick. I don't know if you know about time zones or not. I know you were here just last year in LA. I just
We've talked 6 times, right? Yeah, Caley was in LA. There's a time difference, right, Nick? All right. There's a time. That cut was probably 45 seconds, something like that. And I feel good after listening to that cut. The whole thing about okay, these two are getting along. When you put in a new OC, CJ is going to be here for a long, long time. Caley, we'll see. I want these two to get along. I want this to be a really good relationship. I got more about their relationship out of the first 5 seconds of the other answer that we played, that these two are connecting.
Yeah, that would be between me and Kales.
Right there. That's good. Kales. He's calling him Kales.
Kales.
Nickname.
Did he have a nickname for Bobby at all?
No, I think it was just
Bobby.
Wick.
They call him John Wick.
Slow,
that would have been a pretty cool nickname to have.
Slow would be the logical
That's true.
nickname.
They called him Slow, I think.
I don't know that CJ ever did, though. I think CJ called him Bobby. He's calling him Kales, man. They've connected. They bonded already. Kales. I like it. All right.
Appropriately Southern California, bonding over Cal.
Yeah. That's it, man.
You hippie weirdos.
All right,
I eat potatoes and I eat red meat.
That's it.
All right?
Meat. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Wednesday. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop. Hey, I saw a player yesterday for another team. Be happy when it comes to negotiating contracts and when it comes to the draft. Be happy that this is the team you root for, the Texans, and it's not this other team where you're about to hear from a player that a lot of people here locally are very familiar with. We will get to that next.
Pfizer.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Pendergast with you. In the Loop coming up here at the top of the hour. They'll jump in on Crosstalk with us here in just a little bit, which, of course, every day is sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. You can text the show 713-572-4610. I'll be out the door at 10 a.m. or 10:01 a.m. heading over to what I'm guessing is going to be, Seth, just looking out the window, I'm guessing is going to be a practice inside the bubble today. Training camp, D'Amico ain't scared of the rain. I'm guessing mandatory minicamp, especially the last one before they head off for their 5-week hiatus or whatever it is. There's no real reason to be out there risking some sort of leg injury in mandatory minicamp.
And they probably also, you get a certain level of precision indoors that you don't out in the elements.
Yes.
That they want to work on right now. Really nail down the basics. Yeah. Not worried about making them physically tough when they're still trying to learn their left shoe from their right shoe.
That's right. So we'll talk about that. We'll get you set up. Astros tonight as well. We'll talk about that. Hey, real quick, we didn't get to this audio earlier. I think Shamar Stewart, the first-round pick from the Bengals, somebody a lot of folks, certainly you Aggies, very familiar with. Texas A&M Aggie, drafted by the Bengals in the middle of the first round. He is in the middle right now of one of the strangest contract disputes, and it's led to him not participating in rookie minicamp, not participating in OTAs, and now not participating in mandatory minicamp. He's there. He's in the building. He's around the team. He's just not practicing because they are duking it out right now. The Bengals are trying to establish, I guess, a new precedent with their rookies where they're trying to put in a clause where they can revoke guarantees on the contract in some way, usually injury. They can revoke the guarantees for the rest of the deal. First-round picks typically have their full contract in the NFL, all 4 years, fully guaranteed. The Bengals are trying to create more latitude to be able to get rid of guarantees if guys get hurt or whatever the case may be. Other teams don't do this. The Bengals have not done this with other first-round picks. This is something new they're trying to do. And Shamar Stewart is not standing for it right now. He's like, no, this was Stewart yesterday throwing shade at a team that he has yet to play a snap for, and he brings up Trey Hendrickson in the process as well.
Like some people say, we all agree Trey will be right? But technically he's still 1% wrong for being under contract. So in my case, I'm 100% right, so it should be a no-brainer. And in Trey's case, I think it should be a no-brainer too. I mean, he led 17.5 sacks for 2 years back-to-back. If I was the GM or I was the owner, take all my money. But I guess they don't operate like that.
Okay, so he's obviously talking about Hendrickson when it comes to the money. Like Stewart's contract is slotted. He's going to get the money he gets. Where there is latitude to be negotiated are some of the terms and conditions that are non-monetary. And that's what they're at a standstill right now. And Stewart is just out. I mean, he's very vocal about this.
It's funny because usually when you hear about a rookie with some kind of a holdout, it's where it's kind of contentious, or the rookies are trying to get some new guarantee that people haven't gotten before. I want to say Nick Bunny, or there's some kind of contention. It's not that uncommon for you to hear about this with various organizations. The fact that it's the Bengals trying to revoke guarantees if a guy has a major injury, that sounds very Bengals.
Very Bengals.
It really just feels like, nope, we're just gonna. You guys have actually something that's really good, and it's a major deal. It's not just some little tweaking of something. That's a major thing.
Yeah.
You got drafted. You had no rights, as where you're going to get drafted or anything. But one of the benefits of being a first-round pick is that you're protected for injury somewhat. So you don't get to negotiate your contract much at all. But we're going to take away one of the biggest rights you have. And apparently, that's a huge
It's
chunk.
a big one. It's a big one. And in Stewart, apparently, from what I watched some segments about this yesterday on the NFL Network and other places, and there were at least 2 places that I saw. I guess his agent, I don't know who it is, but he's fairly new. And it's one of those things where
they're trying to bilk him.
Yeah, well, I think the speculation is that this agent doesn't want to cave because this is one of his first big clients, and he doesn't want to be seen as the caver. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like this is a guy, we can bully this guy around and get unprecedented stuff put into these rookie deals. If you were Trey Hendrickson, do you appreciate the support from Shamar Stewart there from the first-round rookie, where he's?
Yeah, probably.
I think so too.
Guess. Yeah. It doesn't necessarily carry the weight that it would from if it were Joe Burrow or something. But
Right.
yeah.
No, and Joe Burrow has been trying to get Trey Hendrickson signed, guys, because they had that one off season where they just went spending like very un-Bengal, like signed Hendrickson, signed DJ Reader, signed I think Mike Hilton. I want to say and they had a bunch of signings and ended up going to the Super Bowl. A year or two later, they ended up going to the Super Bowl. And it's almost like, well, we didn't win the Super Bowl doing that. Back to being the old Bengals again. You know, that they're jerking around with Trey Hendrickson right now. And they, kind of took forever to get all the other guys sewn up. Other than Burrow, they took care of him. But
Bengals are there's a lot of downsides to the big money coming into pro sports now, where you've got basically, it almost feels like private equity companies own a lot of NBA teams. I know it's not quite, but it's it's become much more corporate.
Yeah.
There's a part of and there's a lot of drawbacks to that, but when it comes to like the way the Bengals operate, it's a family business. That's where they derive their income. It's not like they got rich doing something else or what have you.
Shop, yes.
And they run it almost like, oh, this is money out of my. But I wanted to get a new Benz next year. Yeah. I don't want to pay the football players this.
Right.
And I wait, we need a pool house, don't we?
Yeah.
There just always feels very much like they're just pinching pennies for their own personal good there.
I can't think of a time with the Texans with Nick Caserio as the GM, and obviously the McNairs have been the owners the entire time. The McNairs, I think, are if there's contractual issues, they're the least of the worries. And I'm not saying Caserio is a concern. I'm actually saying the opposite of that. I think whatever the GM, whatever the front this player sign this guy or whatever, I think the McNairs would do. With respect to Caserio, who will join us tomorrow on the show at 7:15 a.m., other than Steven Nelson, who they ended up taking care of to a degree. They ended up giving Steven Nelson some extra incentives in his deal after he really mocked Nick Caserio. I can't think of a contractual issue that they've had yet with him as the GM.
Well, as far as, other than guys agitating for new contracts with Steven Nelson and what have you.
That was the one I brought him up, yeah.
Yeah, the biggest thing with Nick is that, he's the exact opposite end of the spectrum. They gave Dameon Pierce more money than guys slotted in his role typically do. They gave Jaden Higgins a fully guaranteed contract. I asked Texans Cap about this. I was like, hey, have you done an article on that actual contract and why they might have done it? Yeah. And I don't think I can read the response he gave him, but I think it was mostly basically Nick being like, who the bleep cares? It was, let's see. Short article. It would be a short article summary. Nick doesn't give a bleep.
Kind of feels that way.
Now, but this is where I appreciate it, is because forever I've gotten very frustrated with my brethren, the NFL players and NFLPA, when they'll say, we want guaranteed contracts. We want guaranteed contracts. And I'm like, dude, do you guys understand that it's not in the CBA that baseball and basketball players have guaranteed contracts? It's just by precedent. What you have to understand, and there are NFL players who have had nearly 100% guaranteed contract. Yeah. Kirk Cousins did it. We had seen other guys get close to or 100% guaranteed contracts. It just has to be a shorter term deal. And Nick basically understands that and has said, yeah, we'll give you guaranteed money, 2-year deal. And the smarter NFL players like Danielle Hunter recognize a good thing when they see it. They say, okay, wait a second. This is 100% guaranteed or 95% guaranteed. And in 2 years, I would be a free agent again. Or the Texans are going to just tack another year onto my deal, which is what ended up happening. That's how you get guaranteed money in the NFL. You sign a shorter term deal. I think Nick probably appreciates players who appreciate that part of it. All right, if you're a guy who understands that the average per year or the top line number on the contract, it might inflate your ego, but it's not actually the best way to judge a deal. Okay, you're operating like an adult now. You understand that the guaranteed money is paramount, and you understand that you're going to have to take fewer years to get it.
I think there's a maturity correlation, Seth, between guys that get contracts that are okay with contracts like that, and the guys they look for that are just all ball kind of guys.
Right, right. Yeah, like, no, because you understand, if you're all wrapped up in I want to be a top 5 paid wide receiver or whatever it might be, it's actually against your best interest because that's how teams dupe you into taking less guaranteed money than you could get or what have you.
Yep.
And it also, and the big thing is, you don't want drama on your team, shorter term contracts with lots of guaranteed money. And it's just disputes are over when guys want extensions is they want more guaranteed money.
And that's why I brought up this Shamar Stewart quote to pose the contrast that the Texans are. They don't have first-round picks sitting there talking to the media about going over chintzy little clauses in the contract. At one point in that press conference, I couldn't find the audio anywhere, but Shamar Stewart said something. It feels like the Bengals are trying to win an argument more than they're trying to win football games.
Yeah.
You know, they're trying to win an argument with me. And I think I do feel like that's something that's baked into the Texans culture with Caserio as the GM, which is taking care of guys, and we're not going to get bogged down in contract minutia. I think that's one of the things that makes it an attractive place for guys, especially elite guys, to come play.
So we'll have to ask Nick about our pet theory that there's a correlation between guys who understand the value of short-term guaranteed contracts and how a maturity level there.
I think he'd like that question. You know, we ask him some questions we can tell he loves to sink his teeth into, and in others, you know, he gives kind of meanders a little bit. I think.
Is there a danger though that ends up being it gets into him and I talking about? Sometimes Nick and I'll veer into podcast territory
a little bit,
where it's like, okay, this might not be best for morning drive radio.
We'll see. We'll see. Seth, we started the show talking about risk reward. We will end the show talking about risk reward. That is the risk reward of that question. I think it's a good question, actually. I think it's a relevant question. By the way, podium today for the Texans. Boy, there's a theme. Quiet. Physical specimens. Nick Chubb at the podium today, Derek Stingley Jr., and Danielle Hunter. I just texted Omar. I'm like, the shortest quotes ever we're going to be getting. We had CJ and D'Amico yesterday, and Kalen Bullock's pretty glib too, and now today we've got Nick Chubb. I'm looking forward to hearing from all these guys because, you know, Stingley got the extension this year. Danielle Hunter got the extension this offseason. I think it's the first time we've heard from Danielle Hunter since he got his extension this offseason. And then Nick Chubb. We need to hear from Nick Chubb, newest Texan.
This is me, John Lopez.
John Lopez, Reggie Atatula here. Hey,
I like that you introduced yourself. That's very good.
Yeah, that's
this is me.
Very polite.
Hello,
yeah.
it's me.
Yeah.
I have a theory on Danielle Hunter, and maybe Seth can verify. I think he's got a little bit of Andre Johnson in him, in that he doesn't say a lot and he doesn't sound real thrilling, but the things that he says can be pretty meaty.
Oh yeah,
he's a specimen too.
Fair to, I think anybody who's like a physically freakish athlete, but that basically believes actions speak louder than words. Yeah.
When he
I
does
think with
say
Danielle, except the one thing is this. This is where I don't quite figure this out. Because I've heard both Sean and what's her name, that little woman who interviews people.
Vanessa Richardson?
Supposedly she was dating Daniel Jones for a while.
Oh, Kay Adams. Sorry, Seth. There's a lot of little women that interview people.
Sean and Kay Adams have both said that they're almost like intimidated standing next to Danielle Hunter.
Me and a small girl are very intimidated by Danielle
Hunter. I feel like for Danielle, I get none of that imposing vibe off of him because he's very... Yeah. One of the happiest moments I've had with about Andre Johnson was when J.J. Watt told Sean and I last year, he gets nervous talking to Andre still.
Yeah.
And he's like, does he even like me? There is an imposing, and it's not like menacing or anything. It's just Andre. There's something about him that's kind of intimidating in that he's so stoic, and you get a little bit nervous around him. And I'm older than him, but I don't get that with Danielle Hunter necessarily.
I don't know. Yep. Danielle Hunter looks like a Terminator.
He looks like he's built in a lab.
No
question.
And maybe I had circumstances of being in the Texans locker room for the first time when I had the opportunity, being around him. I had that feeling. Yeah. I'll say that I had that feeling.
Yeah, man.
But, we might just apples and oranges here or something.
I can tell you this for a fact, because I've been around enough guys like this. I think Danielle Hunter's happily married, is he not?
Yeah. I believe so, yeah.
He's a guy that his entire life is if he's walked into a bar or a party with short sleeves on, he becomes like an amusement park to women. Even girls that might not even be into guys' bodies as much are like, oh, I just want want to touch your arm. Like,
you guys
he's
taking a ride
very,
on the
very
Hunter?
Yes, women get very, very curious about this physique they see in front of them. Yeah.
Yes.
It's fun to watch. And also maybe stick around to see if something sloughs off.
There you go. Yeah. You're like, these arms are pretty good over here, too.
You never know.
How you feel about a 2-pack?
I have a barrel
like this.
Yeah. You look like the barrel keg type.
Pony keg.
Yeah, pony keg. Oh, that miss me. Over the Coors Light used to have the beer balls.
Yeah.
Those were fun.
They come over and talk to old Sethers, and it's like when you go house hunting and you go out of your price range, and you're like, oh crap, we shouldn't have looked at those expensive houses.
Yeah.
The ones in our price range.
We know we're going to be living with old Sethers.
Or maybe there's a greater appreciation for old Sethers because they go to these houses and like I've watched a lot of house hunters, and you're like, I want all these things, and then the realtor's like, oh, you do? Yeah. This is the price range, and they're like, actually, old Sethers, I like this other house in this more manageable area.
There's old 2-bedroom, 1.5 bedroom bathroom Sethers. Yeah.
Good schools though. Good schools.
All right, boys. What is the question of the day?
Okay, so the other day, Monday, we were talking about Shaq had on a podcast.
Yeah, the big podcast. He does a game called BPS, WPS.
And we added HPS.
Okay.
And that does stand for black people stuff, white people stuff in this instance.
Okay. Hispanic people stuff.
What is the most, in your case, WPS thing you do? In our case, it's BPS.
Or any of these
What
things.
is the most?
I kind of want to hit the whole gamut.
Where do you want me to start?
I want to hit the whole gamut.
My first concert was John Denver. My favorite sitcom was Three's Company. I have Yacht Rock programmed into my on my Sirius XM. I walked around Boston this past week talking about how awesome it was.
You're the AI.
These are very, very white things.
You're the AI.
I'll tell you. I mean,
ChatGPT. Give me a white Queechy hoodie, a Queechy Vermont hoodie talking about John Denver. Yeah.
I am single-handedly gentrifying my neighborhood right now as I try to acquire my neighbor's property. And I'm plotting against a neighbor on my other side who is frankly doing some illegal things on his property that I've alerted the county about.
Oh, and you want to talk to the manager.
I'll tell you another thing. Don't you dare start some journey up, because you're about to get my rendition of it.
I'll tell
you think I stopped believing?
Yeah.
Not this fella. Both thumbs pointed at me.
Oh, man. The thing I learned about Seth in this little segment right here, he's the county Karen, going and ratting out guys doing things on their property.
On a different level, he's not. It's not. I'm going to alert you to the authorities. I'm going to take your property.
That's not the Karen part.
That's the domaining your.
No. I will very much virtue signal on social media about how much I care about the downtrodden, while also squeezing them out of my mouth. Yes.
There you go.
WPS.
WPS. Yeah.
Very good.
This just in. We could keep going if you want us to.
Wait till you hear some of the BPS and HPS.
We can do the whole show on this.
Yeah.
I can't wait to talk about this with Nick.
Wait. Yes.
Work in construction.
Real quick before we go, though, I want to see, because I want to have a cross-cultural moment.
Yeah.
Is there a BPS or HPS thing that you feel like you guys have in tow?
Oh, boy.
Well, you saw mine. You were just talking about it.
Yeah.
The beer burro.
Oh, the beer. Oh, yeah.
The beer burro.
Lopez, my favorite.
I had a very uncomfortable conversation once with a gym owner who is a retired bodybuilder, and he's like a stunt double in Hollywood.
Yeah.
So you're asking if I have a BPS or a
HPS? Yes, sir. It's possible.
Yeah. It was okay. So listen, I've always been popular, more popular than you might think sometimes because of my fruity booty. I got a very good muscular butt, But then I was having this conversation with this gym owner who started pointing out gosh, he was pointing out my triceps and everything. This was back when I was huge and lifting and everything. Mm-hmm. And he was like, honestly. And it wasn't because he's a bodybuilder, so he's talking about black guys and white guys and how physiques kind of can be a little bit. He started pointing out, he's like, I've never seen the way your triceps insert. I've never seen that on a white guy before. And Gary Walker had told me that once too about my arms. He's like, man, white boys don't usually that. You're yoked up in your triceps. And I started thinking, man, I've got I've got some mysteries in my family tree.
Yeah.
Oh.
Have you done a 23andMe?
I haven't.
Yeah.
I haven't.
You need to.
But I think I might, yeah.
Oh, man.
Black people physique then.
Wish I'd known this when I was a player.
There was
I would have been like, hey, why are you taking me off on third down? Don't you know I'm like 164th?
Hey, Coach, can I play corner and wide receiver? Can I do that?
Run stuffer BS.
Yeah. There was something you guys brought up in that segment on Monday that it was a behavioral thing that was initially something you labeled as being, and I thought eventually, it wasn't line dancing. It was something. It was eventually something you guys made an EPS. I think, like everybody does.
Yeah,
I can't remember what it was though. It may have been something to do with the way people walk into a room or something like that. I forget. It was.
You know what? There's one
Was it
thing.
bringing your own chair?
Bring in your own chair?
No, it wasn't.
Bring in your own chair.
But I do. But we do that. Was that a BPS?
Is that a white person thing?
I think
bring
that might
a
be an
lawn chair to
everybody
a
thing.
baseball
I thought it was a Hispanic thing, to be honest.
No. This was a BPS. You guys labeled it a BPS, and then once you talked it through, because I immediately on my walk said, "No, I do that." I almost called in. Called in, but I didn't want to interrupt the flow of the segment. But I can't remember what it was. I'll have to go back and listen.
You know what else is a very white person thing I do? I get offended when I hear about white people not using seasoning. Because I'm like, hey, I season the hell out of everything.
Well, that's
what
that 164th.
That's right. That's where that's coming from.
164th.
Well, no, this is one thing we see on social media a lot, and it's always interesting because I think a lot of people, if they don't grow up in like around a lot of different, racial and ethnic groups and everything, like there's a lot of, you'll see things that like people will say like, like only black people would understand this, or like they'll say only people in the South understand that this is called a junk drawer.
No.
And I'm like, what? No. Everybody calls it a junk drawer. Yeah.
Everybody does. All right, crosstalk.
Boots at the pool party? Boots at the beach?
No.
Boots at the beach?
That was that. Boots
I didn't know
and jeans at the beach was a Hispanic. You
Yeah,
guys
Hispanic
thought
thing.
that was an HPS. Yeah. No, I'll go back and listen to the segment and find out what it was. Yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good.
Lopez, correct me if I'm wrong. Jeans in a lot of different situations is a very Hispanic thing.
For sure.
Like standing at line in a 99-degree day at
100%.
Disney World. I'm like, I don't want to stereope here, but my God.
No, you're not.
I could not get away with that. Yeah.
No, at all. All right. Okay. We've eaten into your show.
It's all right.
I knew this.
No, we're gonna keep going. You coward.
Somebody's got to give the hot takes on the running back physiques at Minicamp, and that person is me.
Correct.
Oh, yeah, get out of here.
I got to get up and out of here. Steph, antibodies to you. I'll see you tomorrow. Mike.
Oh, antibodies and man, sweet Caroline to you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Jump around.
Oh, dude.
Jump around.
I am going to be jamming so much Elton John on the way.
Yeah. Hey,
it's gonna
you've
be
got
amazing.
friends in low pace.
That's right, I do. I blame it all on my roots, and I showed up in boots. All right, we'll see you guys tomorrow. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station, D&M Auto Leasing, bringing you this edition of Crosstalk. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they're in the loop, and they should have started about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, let's jump right into the things. All right, has D'Amico Ryans found his Will Anderson on offense? You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Day number 2, or 2? 2, yes, a mandatory minicamp. I don't know what day it is.
It is.
But I do know that we're talking about these Houston Texans, and obviously some really good insight listening to the fellas talk. I think we really are starting to get a feel for what the offense is, some standouts when it comes to the Texans getting out there on the practice field. It seems like today, it's definitely going to be inside. It looks so damn ominous outside.
It is inside.
Oh, my goodness. It looks like a cartoon. It looks like a cartoon ominous outside is what it looks like.
It looks like the Wizard of Oz.
That's right. That's exactly.
It's apocalyptic.
Exactly a thought that I was thinking. But Lopez, in one of the things that was said by D'Amico Ryans, and we'll hear that here in a moment, you feel like and you like doing this because D'Amico Ryans absolutely loves him some Will Anderson Jr. You feel like he has a guy on the offensive side now that he feels similar.
That's the first thing I thought of. It's too early to make a lot of conclusions on this team. We know that. But I think we can safely say D'Amico Ryans has found his Will Anderson.
All right, you've been trying to do this a lot lately. No. I'm going to push back on because you want to make everybody Will Anderson Jr.
I'm not saying he's going to play like Will Anderson. Like I said, it's too early for that. But the love that he showed, let's go back a couple of years. Will Anderson came in, and day one, Figgy, we were talking about it a lot. Like, listen to him talk about Will Anderson. Follow that guy as a first week in camp rookie. You know,
he would know, though. D'Amico would know.
Yes.
Like, he had that type of effect. And obviously you could speak to that when he stepped on the field.
He was the same guy.
He was that guy.
He was looking at a mirror in Will Anderson. And if you look at it and listen to what he said and look at what they've done with Jaden Higgins, I'm not burying the lead. I think he has found himself today. Again, too early to make any conclusions about his play. But let's play the cut first and see if this sounds vaguely familiar to what he.
It's been really exciting to see this Jaden's growth process in a short amount of time that he's been here. I've seen a guy who's steadily got better every single week. You've seen him make even more plays, and seeing him today, I mean, this is the most plays that he's made. And in our last week of camp, to see a rookie who's come in and showing right now that he could be an impact player for us, I think it means a lot. And we saw it as coaches watching this film from the college game, but I think it just means a lot to the entire team, the players, defensive players, other offensive players, actually seeing him thrive in practice, because I truly believe if you take practice the right way, deliberately, you work at it, it'll show up in the games. And so it's really awesome to see the work that he's doing and the plays that he's making.
Wow. I mean, that sounds familiar, doesn't it, Figgy?
Yeah. I'm wondering, do it sound like more of a Will Anderson thing, or is it more of Kamari from last year thing?
Well, he did fall in love with Kamari last year.
Is this his Kamari last year this year?
But by
who's also picked in the second round?
By extension, you can it also picked in the second round. But by extension, you can determine, that there are certain players that D'Amico sees a lot of himself in. So maybe that's where we put it. He sees a lot of himself in Jaden Higgins, and then there's this, and it's worth mentioning.
Okay.
Remember, after day one of the draft, the Texans were talking about, or I think it was Nick Caserio.
Yeah, it was specifically Nick Caserio.
He's talking about, there is a player that we had, graded as a first rounder still on the board.
That they would have selected at 25 if they did select there.
And who did they take at Yeah. So they already
Iowa State.
Even back then, they had a certain affinity for Jaden Higgins. Then, who's the first player ever to get a fully guaranteed second-round contract?
I believe that is a wide receiver out of Iowa State, Jaden Higgins.
Yeah, I mean, what we're hearing, and again, I'm not talking about what we're going to see on the field, although we've seen some stuff on
right. I think that's the next part of this is absolutely talking about that.
Yeah. People was going crazy online, man. I seen somebody throw out Julio Jones, question mark.
And I want to get there, don't get me wrong, but I want to focus on this, I'm always very hesitant to place people like Will Anderson Jr., and this is a testament to Will himself, that in going into year 3, is that correct? Damn.
Yeah.
Going into year 3 for him, I can easily get to a place where I'm like, hey, not too fast on trying to make other people Will Anderson Jr.
Well,
right?
and again, I'm really trying to emphasize, I'm not talking about
for sure
that.
But
I'm talking about the affinity,
and that's where I would very much like to land where I think Figgy did, where you have a Kamari Lassiter that I think you have a similar kind of love from D'Amico Ryans for, but also probably feels a little bit more fair in line for Jaden Higgins. Also because, and this is the thing that I have with any comp, is that as much as you can try and set the parameters, I mean this comp in this particular way, it inherently is going to drag some of the other expectation with, and I don't want to be unfair to Jaden Higgins. And this is where we can circle back around to the things that we have seen on the practice field, which is it feels like the dog is coming with all of the things to meet the expect. This is incredibly early, and again, I haven't even had the good fortune of some of these guys, right? Like we know that that Sean is out there at practice. He was yesterday. He called in, talked to us after practice. We know that Ron and Clint are going to be out there every day, making sure that they see what they see, and of course, the entirety of the Assemble Media are out there, right? And we have not had that good fortune. I understand that. However, even just from the videos, what you see very easily is that is a dude that it feels like C.J. Stroud is very comfortable with. Like there's a level of confidence in timing. Both plays, I think we talked about one in the end zone where he one-handed caught it. And then there was
a back shoulder.
That was back shoulder. There was the other one that was just a beautiful drop in the bucket by C.J. on the first day, or at least the first day of us seeing him throw. And then also you had a fantastic kind of bringing it in right over the outside shoulder by Jaden Higgins. Like there's a level of comfort in timing that they have that feels like it's been developed very, very quickly. but then there's just like a comfort in his ability and the ways in which like the versatility, all of these things are showing up in an incredible way so early on that I am like ready to go. Not only is he a leader in the clubhouse for that third wide receiver spot, and this is something that we were kind of already at. Yeah. It feels like I need to see something absolutely incredible for someone to take that from at this point.
Yeah, and I was saying it last week. I think we can safely that this is just off of what we had heard them saying and OTAs and such. I think we're safe to say it's Nico, Christian Kirk, and Jaden Higgins. Those are the guys. And the other thing about Higgins is, and this is where you do kind of get ahead of yourself, but there was, if their highlight real player yesterday, it was Jaden Higgins. I mean, it was him with the two catches that you were talking about, and clearly, what D'Amico said, the way that players and C.J. Stroud talked about him, et cetera. No, I just try to say, I'm not saying he's gonna be that guy, but he's D'Amico's guy. There's no doubt about that.
I feel like he can really be this year's Kamari Lassiter, because remember when Kamari Lassiter was going into last season as a rookie, we were like, man, maybe he'll play in a slot.
Yeah.
And then eventually we was like, man, he might be cornerback number 2. Mm-hmm. And he pretty much was cornerback number 2.
Not even pretty much. Yeah. He was cornerback number 2 in a way that is kind of crazy because not all cornerback 2s are made the same. When you're a cornerback 2 opposite a guy who is one of the best in the league, that changes the dynamic, right? It's one of the reasons why I used to absolutely love Antonio Cromartie back in the day when I looked over at the Los Angeles Chargers, and they fascinated me because obviously you had the Phillip Rivers and you had the Antonio Gates. By the way, did you know he played basketball in college? Right? Shout
out to Kent State.
You had all those cats. Like I can start naming them off, but particularly in this case, I'm talking about Quentin Jammer on the other side, and then you have Antonio Cromartie, and you go, we know we don't want to throw a Quentin Jammer, so are we going to throw over there? And when teams go, nah, not really, like that is something else. And that is where Kamari Lassiter was. And I feel like that's why we got to give him that level of credit. And that's the place that I think it's fair to I could easily see the Jaden Higgins rookie season looking like that, to where you get into, because there was a level of praise for him yesterday. But Nico Collins is the cornerback 1 of this particular, comparison. And we know that that's a dude that, terrifies defenses, that defenses are game planning for. I think that you'll get to a point where you're like, yeah, but that don't mean that you can forget this cat over here wearing 81.
And I'm glad you said that, because when you look at, and again, we're not there just yet. We'll be there every day at training camp, but we can't right now. Obviously, they're on the field when we're on the air. But when you look at the plays that he made, to your point, Nico and Sean and I were talking about this before. Nico had a good practice yesterday. He had a good practice. There was nothing wrong with Nico's practice. But the catches that he was making, he being Jaden Higgins, where were they? Down the sideline, in the fade routes, the comeback routes. That is what a number 2 does. Like, they're already sort of making him that guy.
I was going to ask y'all this. Do y'all think is any chance this year that he possibly would be number 2? Because I know Christian Kirk is number 2 right now, but do you think it's a possibility that he might be the second best receiver on this team?
I think there's absolutely a possibility. I think also it might not be fair to look at the Texans and the way that they've situated this as like number 2, number 3, or what have you. I mean, obviously it's a useful kind of device for us when we're talking about this, but I think that this is very much going to be an offense, and this is why I'm leaning a lot on what does Nick Caley do as a play caller? How does that look? Because like we talked about with Bobby Slowick, when you're like, hey, you got 5 guys, how are you going to handle this? There's going to need those, and that's going to be Caley, but that's also going to be CJ. And I think that it's going to determine, it's somewhat going to be determined also by what are defenses showing you, what are they deciding that they want to pick as their poison, because it feels like you might have the opportunity, which I think is really the credit to Jaden Higgins, to have a pick your poison type offense passing the football wise. And that's gonna be the real credit, right? Whether or not he's number 2 in and of himself, whether he's number 3, if he is truly a poison that you have to pick as a wide receiver, along with Nico Collins, along with what Christian Kirk brings, along with whatever you get out of the tight end spot, whichever guy ultimately shows up in a big way. And I think Cade Stover got a lot of love from D'Amico Ryans. If the offense is humming in the way that we think that it's capable of, and you have all of those guys as viable options to really make a dent, like make a incredible play at any given time on the defense, I think that is the successful season for him and for the entirety of the offense. And it feels very, very early on like he's demonstrating the things that would make that capable.
If like he's the rookie right now, he might be the poison, to be honest. They might say, hey, let's see what he can do, the defense.
Sure.
So if he come up big and actually doing what we think he's going to do, I think it's a possibility he might be the second best receiver on this team.
It's an exciting possibility.
There you go. Excited for day 2 of mandatory minicamp going on today, right already at NRG Park. And just let you know, Justin James Watt is in the building. I think Jonathan Alexander made a point to say he's not participating in any drills, just watching, but he is in the building. We'll see what's happening out there. Maybe even check. You'll definitely be able to hear like a full accounting what happens in practice on the drive later today. But right now, we're just getting going in the loop here on this Wednesday on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Astros fall yesterday, and it felt like a T.Y. Hiltoning. Is that just nothing to see here because of that, or is that something more? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about that next.
What do we want to Texans play here.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, I'm Reginald Atatula. That's Figgy Fig hanging out with you on a Wednesday, and you get involved with the program too on the text line 713-572-4610. Also, appreciation to the Mo Karam injury lawyers.
We keep it 100.
But the live streams both on the YouTube page and Sports Radio 610 and on the Twitch 610 Houston 832. Reminding us again, J.J. Watt indeed at Texas practice watching the fellas. You think that makes them practice harder?
Let it begin, huh?
They gonna practice harder? You think?
Yeah.
We're done with the the J.J. Watt coming out of retirement thing.
I was done with it when I said he was there. I'm like, brother, looking skinny, man.
He is not playing football.
Yeah. Like this ain't the Aaron Donald thing, right?
Yeah.
All here pumping Jared Verse off of these weightlifting.
Yeah. He was looking skinny.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't see him lining up on the edge again.
All right, but yeah, shout out to JJ Watt looking at the fellas at mandatory minicamp. Also, but let's talk about these Astros. A loss yesterday in game one versus the Chicago White Sox. 4-2 was the score, and you got what was demonstrated or described by Lance McCullers Jr. himself as a weird outing. We've had good, we've had bad, and it was really terrible, not because of the outing, but because of the way that somebody decided to act after the outing. But this was this weird nebulous space in the middle for Lance McCullers Jr. in this 4-2 loss. But I don't think is that what you would put up as kind of the reason why this game went the way it did, or do you want to put up possibly what I think are describing as a T.Y. Hiltoning?
Yeah, they got T.Y.'d. They got T.Y.'d.
I like calling him Eugene, though. I don't like calling him T.Y.
Yeah.
I'm like, you got a name like Eugene, I'm going to call you Eugene.
Luis Robert Jr. against almost literally everyone else has been batting like 220.
Didn't he come in with like a 176 batting average? That
maybe
shocked
even
me.
less.
That really shocked me.
Even less.
I mean, it's not like I've been watching the Chicago White Sox this year, but Luis Robert Jr. is a very good outfielder, very good
terrific
outfielder, big, sizable,
and a pretty good hitter usually.
100%. I was like 176.
Yeah, and then he sees the Astros uniforms.
Yeah, that's what I was like. Why would he be playing? Obviously, his name is Luis Robert Jr. And he's on the Whites. In any circumstance where you're going, if this is pure meritocracy, man, he's not playing that well.
Yeah.
And you understand why he's playing, because apparently he see that orange of the Astros, and he sees that particular star in that H, and he's like, oh, it's time to hit.
Yeah. He went full TY, led off the scoring with a double, which was one of the hidden errors that I texted you about in right field.
That one was to right field.
Yeah, he kind of misplayed it off or misjudged it off the wall. And it
felt like he had an opportunity.
He got too close and it ricocheted.
I was like, am I wrong that it felt like he probably had an opportunity to cut off that ball to the wall before it even got there?
Cam Smith, by the way.
Yes, Cam Smith, the one and only.
And so he's the first run scored there with the Luis
Robert.
He didn't
get it. It's cool.
I heard it. And then, Crawford Box home run that gave him their fourth run. So that was number one of the weird things that happened, and shouldn't be that weird because he does that to the Astros all the time. The other part that McCullers said, he said it was a weird outing. I tend to disagree with like a lot of the narratives out there, like, oh, he battled and he, I'm not saying he didn't try to battle.
You disagreed with him battling, huh?
Well, because it was just a testament to when the breaking ball isn't snapping the way he likes, it's hard to hit the zone. And when it's hard to hit the zone, you get behind in counts. And when you get behind in counts, things like that happen. It was not a good outing for him. There was at one point, first of all, for the game, Lance McCullers, I believe, had 40?
It looks like he had 47 pitches in the zone and 49 out.
There you go.
Common, though.
It's very uncommon to have a moment when you're down 4-1 at the point where you've not 4-1, it was earlier in the game, 35 strikes and 34 balls. He couldn't hit the zone. He could not hit the zone. He'll tell you that. That he was behind in counts a lot. And that's not to criticize him. I think that was kind of one of those, it happens when you're a breaking ball pitcher. Sometimes you can't snap it the way that you normally can. And when you can predict the break is when you can hit the corners. And he was missing.
No, I think that's the fair point. I think like when I talk about the distribution of in the zone, out the zone, like usually it's just you can choose when you're trying to throw out of the zone and try and induce swings or whatever.
I'm talking balls and strikes.
Set something up. No, exactly.
Yeah.
No, even balls and strikes. Right. Yeah. There are some instances where you're throwing out of zone in order to try and get somebody to swing at something or to set something up. Like this was not, I think, your average distribution of balls versus strikes or in the zone versus out of the zone, because obviously ball strikes is a little bit different. It felt like when he got deep into counts, he wasn't able to get the pitches over that he wanted to, and that was the real problem there. Because with this point of his career, and he's not a fireballer to begin with, but at this point in his career, it feels like he has to lean very heavily, not just on that slider, but breaking ball in general. When you add that knuckle curve in there, and that's going to require you to be a capital P pitcher. Yeah. And on the day, if the pitches aren't going over, it's not that it doesn't work out the way you want it to. But you're not feeling the battling because he did give you 5.
He gave you 5
even within that,
and again,
letting some guys go, maybe getting some guys on the base pads, issuing walks.
And with his approach, yes, he was battling. Just by definition, because he didn't give up. 4 runs, you should be able to win that game. Although this offense has had some issues, scoring more than 4 runs. What I'm saying is he just did not have the control of his breaking stuff, and that was a recipe. It could put it this way, could have been a lot worse. You watched the game. It could have been a lot worse. So yeah, he battled, but it just wasn't there.
Okay, so let's come back to the T.Y. Hilton of this all. And actually, funny enough, what are the other guys that have kind of that are like the T.Y. Hilton of just your team? Like, I don't even know how good he is. He might be good, he might not. But against your team,
Derrick Henry.
Well, he does that to a lot of people. But yeah, he did.
Yeah, it was
250.
Yeah, he was hitting 250 every game, every time he played.
But yeah, man, I think when it comes to Luis Robert, how is that where you place blame here? Are you willing to just be like, yo, that's what he does, or are you looking as much at this Lance McCullers Jr.
Well, I think it fed into it because he had hitters counts. He had hitters counts on his big hits. I know he was deep into the count on the double, and I can't remember the count on the home run. I think it was the second pitch, to be honest. And if I remembered that correctly, I don't know what to think.
Don't worry, I'm going to look it up here. Give me one moment.
Because I forget so many simple things, and I think it was the second pitch as I'm just sitting here talking about it. But nevertheless, it didn't help. Luis Robert, was in a groove. Luis Robert, got into a good pitcher's count, at least on the first one, a hitter's count. And then the other part of it is he struggled to throw strikes.
No, that's never going to help, especially as you mentioned with the way that the office has been going. And you were talking about the home run. Let me see if I find it.
If I remembered that correctly, it just kill me now because I can't remember basic names. There's a good chance I'm going to forget Jaden Higgins' name today. But at some point I remember the most minute little stuff like that. But either way. It's not a raise, the warning flag, red flag, all that stuff, because there were some good things that happened with the Astros, and I wanted to point that out.
Please.
They might have found something in Jacob Melton.
Yeah, and they
might have found something.
What are you doing with the interesting dichotomy is the word that I want to use, but I know it's not the right one, and it's big. It's unnecessarily big, anyways. But there's kind of a discord that's happening within you where when you just watch him, if you're not looking at any stats and you just watch him play. He looks like he fits in.
He looks the part.
And yesterday was 1 for 3 days.
And
he did have a strikeout.
Too, at the plate, too.
Exactly. He does not look overmatched in a way that sometimes you bring up a minor leaguer and they might. The problem is, you look at the stats and you're like, this is not good. And of course, it's a relatively small sample. He hasn't been up that much, but he's played a lot. Maybe that's another sample data point that you have to look at is Joe Espada feels comfortable continually putting him out there, maybe because the way that it looks absolutely fine. But it just feels like, how are you handling the idea that when he's up at the plate, he's sub 200 right now. There's a decent amount of strikeouts in there as well, but it doesn't feel like he's overmatched. How are you handling that?
I'm handling it. So I think they found something. Defensively, his speed is incredible.
Yes,
he took a bad break on a ball yesterday. Just because he doesn't play a lot of left field. He's mostly been a center fielder and right fielder and didn't get a good read on the ball, but still made a terrific catch with his speed. I think there's some hope there. And, this defense is pretty good. outside of the one play we talked about with Cam, I mean, that's going to happen. But this defense is pretty good. I think there's some definite hope for this squad in terms of things that we did not necessarily expect, and the run differential. You've talked about that a lot. It's really
plus 21 right now, and a good 3-game lead over the Mariners in the AL West because they took an L yesterday. I think it was 9-2. I had that game on after a little bit of Astros baseball. But yeah, man, game 2 against the Chicago White Sox. Hopefully you bounce back. Like I would very much like win the series versus the White Sox because I would very much hate to like have the playing down to the competition narrative be available after this series.
One more thing on the White Sox real quick. Speaking of finding something, they're throwing out a lot of talented young players now. They're calling up that closer. He's going to be a closer, but he was a setup man yesterday, throwing 102 miles an hour. Obviously, the catcher Teal, real good. He's young. Some of these guys.
You got to give Shane Smith the starter yesterday.
Shane Smith was well. Yeah, they might be building something over there.
No, for sure. But I don't want to hear none of that. I want to see 2 wins out of 3 from the Astros. They go again today and trying to do that 7-10 first pitch, and it'll be Ryan Gusto on the mound for the Astros, hopefully getting you to from a Thursday night performance. But there you go. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Some of the other TYs out there. Somebody said Tim Hardaway Jr. would always light it up against the Rockets. Kiner Falefa, Isaiah Kiner Falefa is a guy that you would look at as well in that same type of way. Will Levis apparently came in on the YouTube page. Cause
that's a good point.
I can't wait to wash that one out of my memory. I'd even feel better if it's the same type of game, but it's Cam Ward as opposed to Will Levis, because at least you can go, well, that's maybe supposed to happen. The Will Levis thing is so damn.
That kind of put a taste in my mouth for the whole season. A bad taste in my mouth throughout the whole season.
Was that the point? Was that the point where we're like, oh, this is an you already had the Jets by that point.
But that game, that was the point for me, where I'm just like, man,
I don't know about this.
I don't know about this season.
You quietly let go of the rope. You didn't tell nobody, but you was like, I'm gonna put this down.
I still had the pom-poms, but I was just like, man, they lost to the Titans at home.
To Will Levis.
Man.
Just chucking it up there, dog. That was the thing about it.
Yeah.
All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go to the question of the day. And it harkens back to a segment we did a couple days ago in the mixtape where you were talking about something that Shaq has done on his podcast, BPS or WPS. Yeah. What for you is the most WPS, BPS, or HPS thing that you do? White people stuff, black people stuff, Hispanic people stuff that you do? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Our guy Clint is
have never been easier. Call our friends at D&M Leasing to learn more about Easy Lease from D&M.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. This In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get to our question of the day, which, I mean, it's technically inspired by the mixtape from Monday, where Figgy Fig brought up Shaq's big podcast, where he does a little segment that he calls BPS or WPS. Of course, we wanted to make sure that our brothers and sisters in Latinidad could have some fun, and we added some HPS. But we went through some situations and maybe which culture would you maybe lean them more towards, white folks, black folks, or Hispanic folks? And you realize, Lopez, we hadn't gotten into it for ourselves.
And go ahead.
Question of the day, what is the most WPS, BPS, or HPS thing that you do?
I know our listeners are going to weigh in on this, and I'm interested in you guys. I'm guessing y'all's will be BPS, but mine is HPS.
I was trying to think of more WPS.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about the other ones. It's fun to think about.
But I want to hear y'all's.
Sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I want to hear what is the most BPS thing you do, and I don't even know where to begin with my HPS.
But I also want to make sure that we're doing a cross-cultural exchange here, because I want that as well. And so, go ahead.
Yeah, this is, if we have a big party, and I'm not talking about just like, having people over, really, but we have some sort of party, some sort of celebration. Graduations, we did it. Obviously every wedding, we did it. Big events. There are going to be mariachis there. 100%. I'm the mariachi king of who's going to get
You do love you a mariachi.
I love me some mariachi. Man, that's one of the most HPS things I do. I mean, and this is a live band, basically.
It's not basically. That is what it is. It is absolutely a live band.
I don't think they got the drum machine going on.
Yeah, that's right.
What would happen if you had the mariachi come through and he's like, actually, can you put this tape in the deck if you don't mind?
And you start remixing it.
Hey, I got this Bluetooth speaker.
That's right.
He said it right here.
Here's the other thing that we do. And, obviously my wife is well, maybe some people don't know that. My wife is white, but she's been with me for 40 years. And so she's kind of become, so to speak.
She's assimilated. She's assimilated. Yeah, that's the word we're looking for.
And I know some of our listeners are gonna relate to this. You're at a restaurant, right? Any item of food that's left on the table goes in the box, goes home with you. And I'm not talking about like I didn't finish half my meal. Like the other day, we were having dinner. And she had half a cheese, not even half, a third of a cheese enchilada, and maybe a spoonful of beans left. Can I get a box?
Take it to go?
And I'm like, what are you doing?
At that point, though, I just force myself to eat it. You know what I mean? Like, if there's a little bit left, I'm like, I might have to walk out of here not really liking myself.
I actually forcing myself to not take a to-go box.
Exactly.
Yeah, because I try to eat what I can. I'm not trying to take everything home and then it's sitting in the refrigerator and all that.
Well, she's like, it'll be good with eggs in the morning. I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
A couple more that just immediately popped into mind. Like if I stub my toe going to the bathroom in the middle of the night, or I pinch my finger, trying to fix something or whatever, I cuss in Spanish. I immediately cuss words, but
please don't.
And just think about Brian Ching and Yao Ming. Anyway, that usually comes out of my mouth.
What? Huh? I don't like where you're going there. I don't even know exactly where you're going.
Brian Ching, Yao Ming. Get it. All right.
Got you.
And then the other thing that my people do, and I'm ashamed of myself for this because I grew up in a very, very, very Hispanic neighborhood with obviously, all my family, being Hispanic. We use the most heinous nicknames to this day for some of the people I grew up with. Hispanic people pick the most sensitive part of your persona.
And that's your nickname.
Hey, Gordo. I have a cousin that to this day I call Gordo. Fat. Can you imagine? Hey, hey, Fatso.
Fatty, yeah.
Hey, Fatso. And the one that I stopped doing this one, but we had a cousin who was in, I think it was a bicycle accident and really messed up his leg and kind of walked funny. And my Hispanic brethren will probably nod in agreement. All my aunts and uncles called him chueco. Crooked.
Huh.
They called him crooked.
That's not nice. That's almost like when you call a big dude tiny.
Yeah.
Or a big dude slim.
Dude had a heinous accident.
Or a small dude. Hey, what's up, big man?
Hey, Chueco.
Hey, big man, what's happening? From the 832, they said they're WPS camping. Yeah, you couldn't get me. You couldn't get me camping. It just it doesn't happen.
I think my WPS. I'm a big fan of walking in flip flops or slides with no socks.
With your toes out?
With the toes
all out, huh?
I was not a fan of that at first until I moved down here. I'm like, man, this is a little too hot.
Because of the heat.
Wearing some socks with these flops. I got the toes out, man.
I think I actually, and I mean, I'm sure that there's probably some other ones out there. It's either yacht rock or just like a severe affinity for jazz, right? Like, I don't know if that counts, but definitely, like, I'm in on the yacht rock, man. Like,
big time.
Like, even, and I'm not just talking about the ones that you think of. I'm Christopher Cross getting played over here. You know what I mean? And this that's not Chris Cross.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
Christopher Cross.
This is Christopher Cross.
Yes.
And somebody said that they're Mexican. The most WPS thing that they do is play ice hockey.
I like it.
Okay.
Yeah, I like it.
In Houston, huh?
Yeah.
Very good.
There's a bunch of clubs. What about BPS?
Okay.
Some BPS things I do.
Yeah.
I do a lot of BPS stuff. So
I'm trying to think what exactly is the right one. Like, what's the most prominent one that I would do? But as we think about that, because I think we're both kind of trying to figure that out. Somebody said, do you guys put bread in the fridge, like a fresh loaf that you just opened up? Because they said that they feel like that's WPS. And I don't.
Well, I know it ain't. I know it isn't HPS.
I was like, I don't think I've done that, but I
never done that.
Is that
bread in the refrigerator?
Is that a cultural thing?
Yeah.
I hadn't even thought.
Do y'all put hot sauce in the refrigerator?
I do.
Is that a BPS thing?
I think you're supposed to.
I do put. I just thought of the most.
I never did.
HPS thing I do, and I've talked about it on the air. I cannot eat corn without mayonnaise on it. You corn on the top.
Wait, never?
I can't.
None of it?
Even if it's a corn like casserole or something, I'll put a little mayo on it. You cannot eat. I cannot eat corn without mayo.
I understand the Mexican street corn with the mayo and stuff like that, but nah, man, get me a little salt and pepper, and if I want to really spice it up, put a little slap your mama on it. Man,
I feel like maybe that is what it is. Is I'll season everything with the same seasoning.
Yeah,
everything gets hit with the same seasoning.
Slap your mama, man. I go through that all day long, man.
I used to travel with Cholula. You know,
wow!
Like
wait,
back when you could take.
I was like back when you could actually take the amount.
When you could take it through, I traveled like pretty much every week. I had a bottle of Cholula in my.
Let me know if this is BPS or not. So at one point, I was traveling with a little container of Slap Your Mama whenever I go to a restaurant.
Yep.
Because sometimes, man, they don't be seasoning the food right, and no salt or anything. So I just had my wife pull the Slap Your Mama out of the purse.
Oh, you reminded me. I had an aunt, Aunt Gele, that used to take her own tortillas to a Mexican restaurant because she thought they were better.
That's incredible work. That is incredible work. Shout out to the 281. They said they're HPS. They often find themselves listening to norteñas and Spanish rap, even though they don't speak the language. Yeah, sometimes me was being there, but this goes. And I think someone else mentioned out here that the bread thing depends on how many roaches you have. Oh, okay, very good. HPS, salsa dancing, WPS, adult league lacrosse. Oh, wow. See, this is the thing. I can't play lacrosse because I would get too mad at y'all. Because, in lacrosse, they're allowed to, like, hit you with that stick. I'm sorry, I'm fighting. Like, I mean, I understand that this is within the rules and you're just playing the game, but don't hit me with that. Don't hit me with that. But yeah, and somebody said their WPS is driving a truck and fishing. There you go, Lopez.
Hey, why not? And somebody said mayo on corn. Really, I just threw up. Gross. Don't knock it till you try it. It is better than any butter. Far better than butter. Far better than anything. Mayo.
That's saying a lot, man. Butter is fire with the corn, man.
I know it. It's better. A little mayo on corn on the cob. Thank me later.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I'm going to get to that place for
Try
you,
it.
Brother. Nah, I don't think I need
Try
to.
it.
I think I'm good on that. And
it's good with the elote.
I do. It is, absolutely.
My son texted, I still have a craving for Big Red.
Ah, yes.
Oh, the sodas?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
man.
a very HPS thing.
I think so. All right, and then finally from the 409, they said they're white as a ghost. They cook oxtails, greens, and cornbread on the regular.
Oh man, I need some of that.
Absolutely, yeah. Next time, invite myself a fig. I'll definitely show up. But yeah, I make cornbread very, very frequently myself as well. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's go around the NFL coming up next, where I think some congratulations are in order for a quarterback in the league. We'll talk about that and more next.
From Chubb's perspective, I had options. I want to go to the Texans. From the Texans' perspective, we have Joe Mixon and options. We still want Nick Chubb to be here. They have to feel pretty good about him health-wise.
Sure.
And also how he's going to fit, number one, with this offense, and number two,
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in a loop on Sports Radio 610. A number of things to get to. Let's start here in this great city of Houston with some of the NFL stuff there. Obviously, day 2 of mandatory minicamp. Obviously, I think it's only the 2-day minicamp, ain't it?
Yeah, and I find that very interesting, to be honest. There are 29 teams that are, all 32 are allowed to have 3-day minicamps. 29 are actually using 3-day minicamps. Only 3. Only the Texans are one of only 3 teams they're choosing to just go 2 days. I don't know what it means, but I do think it puts a little bit of a bigger priority or focus on, some of the trends, especially maybe the offensive line, the rotations. There's a little more value in because it's all compacted into 2 days, so maybe it's a little more important, when you start seeing some of these rotations, especially on the offensive line.
Yeah. So some of the things that we've seen from practice, CJ obviously throwing again for forever whoever needed to hear that. Maybe a little limited, it seems like, is what's being discussed out there, but throwing again. No Joe Mixon, no Jalen Noel, no Christian Harris, no Henry To'oTo'o, no Damian Pierce, no Braxton Berrios, no Jimmy Ward, no Tank Dell, obviously, Brevin Jordan, Danico Autry, Trent Brown. None of those guys practicing in this instance. Which of those jumps out as the most important for you? Or, which ones? Because obviously it doesn't win in and of itself.
No, I would say 2 players, probably. I'm not going to say it's because I'm with D'Amico. Everybody goes at their own pace on some of these. We were worried about CJ because
he's the quarterback.
He's the quarterback and the new offense and all that stuff. But I think the ones that needed to be out there, and for whatever reason, I'm sure good ones are not out there, Christian Harris and Damian Pierce. Christian Harris and Damian Pierce needed to be out there.
Are they hurt?
They have to be, moving at their own pace, however he put it, on their own schedule. But nevertheless, as the Texans probably would tell you, if you give them the old truth serum, they sure would have liked to have seen Christian Harris and Damian Pierce out there.
Yeah. Jalen Noel not being out there is kind of interesting. Mm-hmm. Obviously, one of those guys that's, a rookie. So, like, all these opportunities to get more impact and insight would be preferable, I guess, but not out there today after he wasn't there yesterday either. And obviously, I mentioned Mixon. That meant that Nick Chubb got he got some first-team reps going through drills, which that probably speaks again to how highly they view him. We will get a chance to hear from Nick Chubb later today and hear what it sounds like when he is wearing a Texans jersey. We'll see if that's any different than the energy or lack thereof that he brought when talking to the media prior. We'll get that later on. All right, so some other things around the NFL. I said that we might need to give a little bit of a congratulations to somebody. Newest quarterback on the scene, but new Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers. Apparently he got this is what happened yesterday at their mandatory mini camp up there in Pittsburgh, or up there with the Steelers, when he was asked about one of these silicone rings that he seemed to be wearing.
Yeah, it's a wedding ring.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
How long ago?
It's been a couple months.
I just find this funny. Like if I get married, don't you kind of mention? I know you don't pry.
I was about to say, if you Aaron Rodgers, you don't
pry into people's personal lives.
You sure?
But I know if I got married, I'd be like, yeah, I married. Blah 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 blah. It was great. It was a lot of fun. Blah blah. He just said, yeah.
I go the other way, man. I kind of appreciate Aaron Rodgers for once seemingly not trying to be the center of attention on stuff. Like, go ahead, that was for you.
But he's being weird again. That's how I look at it.
You viewed that as him being weird again?
You just got married.
I look at it as you got somebody like Deshaun Watson who had the hell of a bachelor party, by the way.
Oh, man.
He had that. Right, and then you got somebody like Aaron Rodgers like, yep, between me and that person, yep.
I got married. Well, okay then. I guess he's going to be good, by the way, now.
Yeah, I was about to say, Kendrick Lowe Perkins, I need you to step to the table. Do you think that this is going to mean that Aaron Rodgers is a more serious, more locked-in football player?
Yeah.
Does this mean better play for the Pittsburgh Steelers at quarterback?
I just found that so funny. Yeah, got married. All right.
That's the way to do it, man. Sometimes, especially if you somebody like Aaron Rodgers.
Is it wild show level of development and growth for him?
It is to me. I think it's weird. You get married, you're proud. You're happy. You're bragging.
I think you're doing a little bit of projecting there. He is the type of dude where he's like,
people are like that.
No, I'm actually shocked that nobody found out until he was wearing something. Like nobody spotted him out with anybody.
Yeah.
I think that's the shocking part to me.
And it still hasn't been figured out who he married.
No, and people are actively looking. Yes. People are very much actively looking. I don't know that I need to know that. I was just like, oh, good for him. And really and truly, I was like, good for him, and good for him that he also did not make this one of those things that we got to know. Because it does feel like, and even if it's not entirely true, it does feel like that dude really likes attention.
Oh, my gosh.
And that this very much is a way to get attention in a way that is also societally agreed upon and comfortable. We're all good with you looking for a little attention. When you marry your queen or what have you, we're always like, oh no, we're invested in that. And he was like, no, I'll keep this to myself.
It do kind of made me wonder, how did he get married? Like, did he have a big wedding or small wedding, or did they got
married at an ayahuasca retreat?
I saw that joke.
Yeah.
I also see the people that I'm sure you're texting me right now. Well, his side of the aisle wasn't that full. I get it. Like, we're doing all that. But he is married. Salute to that man. I'm starting to come around on the idea that maybe he could be successful in Pittsburgh. Like he did have with that season, obviously coming off of the ACL or the Achilles rather injury, it did get better for him towards the latter part of the season. Of course, at that point for the Jets, it was late, but it was, but he looked a little bit better. And I'm like, in a way to utilize the strengths that he inherently has and obviously the experience within a system to go, well, I don't necessarily believe in the system that they got going on there, but he does have at least one really good target, and you were able to get the ball out quickly with, to some degree, get the ball out quickly and then go for deep shots with Russell Wilson. I feel like you could do similar things with.
I don't doubt he's going to still be good. I just don't know what it's going to do for him.
Yeah, my thing, I wonder, I guess to me, I don't think he's going to be awful.
Yeah,
but I just think overall the Pittsburgh Steelers probably going to be 9-8. Or somewhere around there.
Somewhere in there.
Yeah, maybe get bounced out the wild card. I don't think they're going to make a run.
Yeah.
Quite possible.
Especially with all the other teams they fighting against.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't want to do that. I'm going to hold off on that 8-3-2. I know that it's raining out there, but I don't want to set Lopez off in this moment because we're going around the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
You talk about personal lives, and I think Stefon Diggs is with you when it comes to personal lives and keeping that personal. He was obviously out there at mandatory minicamp. Apparently he's been locked in. In ways like I've seen that described there. Obviously, the reason why that becomes notable is because before he ended up at practice, during the time, or literally right before voluntary OTAs, we talked about it, seen on the boat, hanging out with some women's, while he has made it public, his relationship with Cardi B. And that was not
pink stuff.
Yeah, there's also the thing.
Yeah.
There's also the thing with what looked like it was some drugs involved there. This was Stefon Diggs speaking to those things when he spoke to the assembly.
As possible, I kind of have a thing where talk about my personal life with people I don't know personally. I'm pretty sure everybody here, men and women, are great people, but you know what I'm saying, I kind of keep my personal life personal. I had a conversation with Graves, obviously. I'm going to echo everything that he said. He told me, hoping everybody making good decisions, you know what I'm saying? And I had a conversation with people in the building as well, so, everything else is everything else. The particulars is all internal.
Take that, Lopez.
The particulars are all internal.
That's right. That's right. And if you don't believe that he was on that time, I think he was asked a couple more times in a few different ways, 2 or 3 more times, and he basically was like, "You gonna make me repeat it?" I said this. You gonna make me repeat it?
Mm-hmm.
And so it seems like he is very much on the Patriot way time. Although I don't know that Vrabel has established that full Patriot way type of mentality, but it does seem like Stefon Diggs is going to at least carry that on, whether or not he has.
Well, it might not be Patriot way as much as I ain't gonna say. I don't want to say.
Sure.
Yeah. A lot of people in any organization would probably do the same thing.
You excited for Diggs in that system there?
Look, the one thing you said that I have no doubt about, he's being a pro. There's no question about that. We saw it here.
That's right. That's the thing that I find to be like, this does feel like, hey, man, my work and my private life is separate, which it seems like has been the case for a very long time because he continues to produce when he's out on any of these teams. Like, that was the whole conversation that we had last season headed into this thing was just like all those things were all those rumors real? Is he really who's professional? And by all accounts, he was. He came in, he did his work at work, and whatever it happens on the boat, outside of the work, that's between him and whoever else is involved and God. Like that is what's happening. As long as it doesn't land him in the county jail or nothing. Like it seems like that's the way that he continues to carry himself.
Yeah, and the other part of it, it's kind of hard to find teammates that don't buy in to what Stefon Diggs is doing. So that's kind of a tell, too.
That is true. That is true. All right, I'm not reading that. Some other things around the NFL. All right, so this happened earlier in the week, maybe actually over the weekend, and I didn't get a chance to mention it, but I do find it intriguing. Obviously, Tom Brady, we know where he stands now in his NFL journey. Fondly looked at, or widely rather looked at as one of, if not the best, to do this, especially at the quarterback position. Now he's in media for Fox. As an analyst for games, he said this, and I found it to be very intriguing. He's talking about Patrick Mahomes. He's basically laying out why he will not be criticizing Patrick Mahomes in his capacity as a broadcaster. Basically pointed to the idea of, like, when somebody is that great, like, he doesn't want to criticize them. Do you have the quote in front of you?
Yeah, I do. How can I throw shade at someone who's as amazing as Mahomes is? I know what he's been through, and I think the one position that I'm now in as a broadcaster, I do feel responsibility to tell the fans what I see and be honest and upfront about everything, but also realize that what these guys are doing on the field is extremely difficult. He goes on to say it's a high-level skill. You're starting quarterback out there. That guy is one of the best in the world at what he does. So do they make the right plays all the time? Certainly not. By the way, neither did I, and I think you have this context and perspective. Here's the problem.
I was like, are you hearing this? And it seems like maybe not.
Here's the problem. That's not your job right now.
Right.
That your job is to do exactly what you said you were going to do and then contradict it in the same sentence.
Exactly.
He said I feel the responsibility to tell the fans what I see and be honest and upfront about everything. Well, then do it. No one here doesn't think Patrick Mahomes is remarkable, unbelievable, maybe on the way to surpassing Brady himself. But in a game, if Patrick Mahomes, does this or that or has a bad day, your job is to analyze that and critique it. You'll hear this again tomorrow, by the way.
Oh, okay. Very good. And that's the thing is, I think, honestly, this would be the wrong player for me, for him to come out with this, because I feel like Patrick Mahomes, there is, like, context is absolutely necessary, but I think the larger context that we all come to it from is we believe him to be great, probably the best to do it right now, one of the greatest to do this, all time in a very early stage in his career. That is the backdrop under which you would be leveling some level of criticism. So I think people would give you the benefit of the doubt because that's the unsaid that I think we all agree upon.
Yeah.
I think that you maybe need somewhat of this perspective talking about guys that are maybe more of being really good or being great or what have you. Like let's say you're talking about Tua Tagovailoa. I think that's the place where you might need to be a little bit more, hey, but I want you to still recognize the things that he's doing well when I throw this criticism, because I think those are the places where we as a larger collective aren't necessarily as inclined to focus on the idea that this guy is good at what they're doing. They're one of the best in the world or what have you. I think all that context is probably more necessary in those spaces than it is with Patrick Mahomes. You probably need more of the criticisms to point out because I think people are more default towards, well, he's just great and everything he does is great.
I do agree that would be a circumstance in which maybe he'll be able to sort of be a little more upfront about things.
Yes.
But I also don't totally agree with what you said. It doesn't matter. I said? It doesn't matter. Yes, because it doesn't matter who you are. If there is a critique there, your job is to critique it.
Well, sure, absolutely. No, and my point, larger point
I
was,
get your point. Like some players, yes, you understand. a little more.
Because, he's basically pointed to the idea of, like, this context.
Yeah.
And, we need the context to Patrick Mahomes. I think we have the context of Patrick Mahomes. I think if you were using that context excuse, I think you would talk about some other things.
Yeah.
And this continues to point to the idea of, I don't know how much I am going to enjoy Tom Brady on broadcast this year. And I think also that mentality kind of scares me on, like, how quickly does he get to the development where he becomes somebody that I think more people can enjoy his broadcast. Because he's getting better inherently if you do something and you iterate on it. I think you will get better. Will you get great at it? Will you get good at it? That's a question that I don't know that you have a definitive answer to. But he's getting better. Mentality itself could be something that hampers him getting better.
I agree.
Which again points to how weird it is that Fox was like, we are going to immediately throw him into a circumstance to be the number one analyst. Because it's hard to not juxtapose this mentality with what Greg Olsen has found a way to level at. Like, Greg Olsen does a fantastic job of offering criticism and offering insight, but also still, I think uplifting the players in the game in the ways that, and celebrating when they do good things. And I think that probably matters a great deal. So, yeah, man, I found that to be very intriguing when he said that, and maybe not in no good way. But that's Around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 on this Wednesday. Coming up next, I wanted to talk about this. NBA Finals Game 3 gets going tonight. And we have a little bit of an insight into what the NBA Finals ratings have been. But the NBA kind of has this level of it's a little bit of a spin, I guess, is how I would put it. Are you feeling what the NBA is putting down when it comes to the viewership on this year's NBA Finals? We'll discuss that next. But right now, I did want to talk to you about my friends at Soup Mart. We're coming up on Father's Day, y'all.
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you on a day 2 of Texans Minicamp Day. We mentioned some of the guys that were out there, some of the guys that weren't out there. Seems like I know that DJ Bijani of ESPN was tweeting out that the tackles, after having a little bit of a rough day yesterday, trying to corral Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson Jr., and maybe having a little bit better day with those guys, of course, to not pads or anything, but just being able to stay in front of them is something that is notable, especially as we know what this defense and these defensive ends in particular, rush ends, are capable of. So shout out to the tackles for giving a little bit of pushback to those fellas on day 2 of mandatory minicamp. We should be hearing from a few Texans, although it'll be very interesting. The ones that we're hearing from seems like
interesting is one way to put it.
They definitely they picked some dudes and they cultivated a roster of guys talking today.
Yeah.
That I don't think it's head scratching, I won't say, but it's just like, okay.
Hey,
I think
if you cutting up this audio, you're gonna be done quick.
We did a theme.
I'll put it that way.
Between Nick Chubb, newest Texan, Derek Stingley Jr., and Danielle Hunter.
What you think the longest answer out of all of them going to be?
Ooh, okay.
Let's play that game.
Let's see.
Let's play that game.
35 seconds?
I'm going to say
I say 30. I say 35 max. I don't think it'd be anything over 35.
Yeah, but I'm like, maybe you hit something in particular that one of those guys
34 and a half is the over-under.
Yeah, The
longest response.
Oof. I'm trying to think. Is there anything that those fellas would be asked?
I'm going to say over. There might be.
Danielle
one.
might surprise you,
especially with the new contract.
Yes, Stingley might surprise you too.
You know, you hit on a couple of thoughts that I had on these guys, and by the way, they deserve to be on the podium or to be
100%.
Focused. It's not like they. Oh yeah, it's not like the Texans PR is saying, "Hey, let's have some fun with the media."
No, they are. Although they might respected and we get 1 point.
But one thing about Danielle Hunter, and I brought it up with Seth this morning because I do think this. He doesn't, he's not animated in how he speaks, doesn't say a lot, but he's got a little Andre Johnson in him. When he does get on a topic, that he sort of, embraces, it might not be flamboyant, but he'll say some stuff.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
he'll say some stuff.
That's a dude who's played a good while in the league. You could tell that he has, the experience is evident, but he has that knowledge that comes with experience, right? It's not just that he's been here and he has the time in. It's that he really does have a level of understanding of what's going on here.
Yeah.
So there's game in there, right? To make it very simple, right? He'll put you on game when he has the opportunity to. He just is not one to talk a lot, right?
Is it crazy to think that now that he's got some years under his belt, Stingley might open up a little more this year?
I think maybe so,
with
actually.
All the accolades and comfort level and all that?
To some degree. I know, Eli's not going to change his stripes. He is a dude who is more reserved, who's not necessarily inclined to talk a whole bunch. But he did seem like, and of course, when it was the instance and the opportunity to kind of talk about, the game, right? Things that, something that really, brought it out of him. But then also, there's a level of achievement in getting the contract that he did. And I think that, for him, it felt like he was very much nose to the grindstone and try and reach a place. I think that he's still going to have that within him, but there's something within, I now have reached a certain place. Yeah. I'm an all-pro, like that I think will open him up a little bit. Not to say that, again, he's going to become C.J. Gardner-Johnson or anything. See him coming just a little bit more open.
I could, and I'm curious if he does. I keep going back to, remember the Texans kickoff at NRG? The big preseason party they had and all that.
The season premiere.
Season premiere, that's what it's called.
Stingley was at the table next to us, and I kept looking over there like, this dude won't shut up.
Yeah.
He was engaging.
He was holding court.
He was laughing. He was like, so it's more of a, maybe it's in there. It's in there somewhere. Maybe he's going to feel a little more comfortable.
Andre Johnson was the same way, too, man. And I was talking to somebody before the show, and I was like, man, Andre Johnson, if there's no media people around.
No, he's great.
He holding court, man.
Yeah.
Like, to the point, I'm like, damn, is that Andre Johnson? Cracking up. But once a media member come around, I don't think he cared for the media too much. But once they come around, then he kind of shut down and eventually dip out.
Yeah, so we'll see what that ultimately sounds like. with that group of fellas talking. Real quick here, I did want to get to this. NBA Finals Game 3 is happening here tonight. Tied 1-1. They're back in Indy. You were mentioning it. Shams Charania actively on with Pat McAfee because, of course, Pat McAfee, who broadcasts in Indianapolis, of course, he's going to be out there by Gamebridge. But with this game, or with the 2 games in the books on this, we're getting back numbers, right? And I'm nobody's TV executive, so these things only mean but so much. But I mean, the clamors that people made about, oh man, the ratings are going to be low because of these 2 teams. I don't know if it's because of these 2 teams, but you have seen relatively low TV ratings with this particular NBA Finals at this point. And with that being put out their communications about Game 1 and Game 2 yesterday, and I was very intrigued by the way that they spun this. Are you feeling this? Are you buying?
Oh yeah,
what they're selling here?
No, I'm not buying.
There are three bullet points that the NBA communications tweet puts out. First and foremost, Games 1 and 2 of the NBA Finals are the 2 most watched programs across all of television in the first week of May.
Since the first week of May.
Since the first week of May, right?
Yeah.
And for like over a month, those 2 games were the things that were the biggest. Point 2, nearly all of 18 to 34-year-olds who were watching TV during the times that those games were on were tuned into those games. Mm-hmm. And then finally, the NBA Finals have generated more than 1 billion views and counting across social media for those 2 games.
They didn't mention the ratings, did they?
They did not. And this is why I started. Like,
I say, why would they?
This is absolutely some
You got to mention the good part.
Yeah.
Is there any merit to the spin that they're trying to have here, Lopez?
Okay, there might be a little merit, especially the social media presence. That was a pretty astounding number. But here's the thing. If the ratings, I think the ratings are down 24% from last year. That's a big percentage. 24% is a lot. So my question is this: if they were up 24%, would they be talking about, the ratings not being? Because I think Adam Silver said he was puzzled. He was puzzled by all the talk about TV ratings. Would he be puzzled if they were up 24%?
Oh, I mean, you take the numbers, you put them up. I'm like, hey, man, look,
we can make these numbers work the way we want it to work.
Yeah, and Reggie said spin. That's what this is. Here's the other thing, and I almost laughed out loud. I did the kind of, okay. He says, it's the most watched show in the last month. Okay, what's been on the last month in terms of
You got to spin it the way it benefits you.
I mean, the BET Awards came on Monday. You know what I mean? So, like, maybe...
It's the biggest, the most people has watched since a month ago. Okay, women's softball, strong second there.
The College World Series was going too.
I was going to mention
what
that.
about the French Open?
Super
on the French
Open. Yeah, come on, man.
But here's the thing: the women's softball had like a 7, I believe, 7 million. NBA Finals at 8.4. I think I'm remembering those numbers correctly.
I did not see specifically, so I can't necessarily.
I think it was 8.4, down 24%. Women's softball was 7. I'm like, okay, this is the epitome of spin here, and I'm not bashing on the NBA, but it's like I'm bashing on the spin. You
got to do it for the salespeople, man. Exactly. The salespeople got to go out and sell that.
So I think you're right here. I think that, look, man, this is spin, and you would definitely take this in the other direction if it was indeed the other direction. Mm-hmm. I did find it intriguing, though, that they pointed to the idea of people in that kind of young target demographic that I think a lot of these sports are angling for. One of the reasons why we've seen baseball become more avid in making sure that the game is faster and some of these things, so that you can continue to grab the interest of young viewers, because that's going to be making money. That you have all of them tuned in, if you're tuning in on television, to this thing. I found that to be intriguing, but that's not enough to get to the other side of this. And I think ultimately the question I wanted to ask here is, do you think that this speaks to the parity of this all? Because people have clamored for, we want parity in this league. We want all these teams to be able to get to this space. And this has been held up as the epitome of that parity drive, is that you're getting teams like, the Indiana Pacers and the Oklahoma City Thunder in this space that are legitimately good when you watch the games.
Yeah.
But the markets are small and people are not necessarily driving to this. I know that people have talked about the idea that, hey, man, they haven't watched. Yes, this is Cold Brew on the YouTube page. They haven't watched the NBA since the Rockets rebuild, right? And, I mean, when your team isn't in it, is that going to take you away, especially when your team is not one of the big markets and these are small market teams? Like, does this speak to this parity-driven perspective and maybe how it might not be as tenable as people want to claim that it is?
Yeah, that's the part that I don't like about this, just as a basketball fan. I was wrong. I thought the numbers would be pretty good, to be honest, just because of that parity of two fresh faces, so to speak, in the finals. And the quality of basketball. I had high hopes for TV ratings. I think you did too. I thought it was going to be pretty.
Well, I don't know that I put it within the TV rating. To be fair, like I don't know how I was viewing the actual ratings.
But
I
you thought
I thought, and I think it's good football or good basketball.
Yes,
rather.
and that's why I'm a little disappointed, sad, whatever you want to call it, on that. But ultimately, no matter how much stock you put on TV ratings, especially those are the numbers that you sell to advertisers. It's to this day. It's not about. I mean, there is some level of how many engagements and all that. Of course, I mean we do that. But there is still at the core, what is the demo? What are your TV ratings? And frankly, the demo that sells, it does sell, but not as much as a higher demo. Is not 18 to 34.
No, you're right.
18 to 34 is not what sells.
It's the next one up.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
The thing that I do find interesting about this is because I did start thinking about, does this speak to the idea of parity? How much of this is just like the nature of where we are in the TV landscape? Because you're right, like those ratings do matter because the majority of any of these leagues, they're making their money off of these TV deals that are going on. So like, your next TV deal, if the TV people that are buying this are like, oh man, this number isn't where you want it to be. But how much of that is just like, outside of football being football, there's not many things out here that are putting up large numbers anyways, or that are putting up giant numbers. Is this going to be a thing where TV executives or whatever go, okay, it's not what it used to be, but it's also better than everything else? I don't know, but I found that to be interesting. We'll see if maybe Game 3 changes any of this, if like the ways that Game 1 happened or in Game 2, like if that makes any of the difference. But I don't know. And there's people on the text line who are also pointing at like ideological things, whether real or not, when it comes to the NBA. But the perception is reality. A lot of things. I think there's also some people. I don't think it's everybody, to be fair, and that's speaking for myself. But there are people that view the NBA as like quote unquote woke or what have you. There's
a lot of factors, and that it's undeniable that is one. I mean, it's out there all over. But I don't think that's the sole factor. And sadly, another thing that kind of makes me sad is the whole big market thing is going to gain more legs.
Yeah,
gain more traction.
That's what it looks like, right? Somebody said the court sucks for the finals, the commentators are mid, and no one likes SGA.
Maybe that's a factor too.
It's possible as well. But yeah, we'll see how it continues to go. Game 3 tonight between the Pacers and the Thunder in game, or rather, series is tied 1-1. All right, coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including. Some people got into the Astrodome. Lopez, you want to talk about the people that are getting into the urban decay of the Astrodome? We'll talk about that and more next.
In the Loop.
What does it mean?
and Pfizer.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. A lot of people seem trying to diagnose the NBA. Some people from the 619 on the text line. Too many days between games makes folks lose interest. Ocho from the 713 talking about how the game has changed too much for him, right? And how just like, I guess it's just different from where it was. I think I was telling you, I was looking at, two different games from, this year as opposed to like 10 years ago. And the game is very different from that even. So there's some of that. And a question was asked, are the TV ratings even accurate? And I don't know, to be fair. Like, all these systems are kind of obscure to us. One thing I can say is you can't really use that as a cudgel here for the NBA because the NFL putting up numbers, right?
So like, it's the same TVs.
See, that's the other thing, man.
It's the same TVs.
And again, it is not the NFL. That's not the point that I'm making. But the point that I'm making ultimately is that it's not like it's so broken that
we can't say it's broke when talking about the NBA, but we not talking about it's broke with the NFL.
Right, not quite. Right. Not quite. So yeah, that's the thing that I wanted to mention there. All right, some other things that are popping. We have officially, because I think we kind of speculated what it was. If you're a college football fan, especially of College Game Day, which I know Lopez have a set date for when Lee Corso's final game will be. We were mentioning he has that one final opportunity to do this. It's going to be Week 1, Columbus, as Texas takes on Ohio State there, and that'll be the final one. I imagine he puts on the Buckeye. That feels like the thing that he would do in that moment.
Maybe.
Like, I mean, I know that he'll be true. He'll be true to the bit and who he actually thinks. But does it not feel like Bucky is the right head? Like Bucky feels like the head that he would put on.
It does feel, just for that one last visual, that one last cut of him. Although Longhorns, it's a big old head too. With the
hook'em head.
Yeah, with the hook'em head.
I was trying to remember. I was like, Bevo was the live mascot. I was trying to remember what the.
I don't know what the stuffed
it's
guy
hook'em.
is.
Not stuffed. Stuffed. That's crazy.
Well, he's stuffed with a person. So, what a great way for him to go out.
I need you to save that clip for me if you don't mind. You'll know why. You'll know exactly why that is. But yeah, so that's you can go ahead and put that one on the calendar. Like I said, we had speculated. It felt like it was the only one, and it was indeed the one.
Yeah.
It'll be Week 1. Lee Corso, salute to a legend in that way. Some other things that are popping. Obviously, we talked about how the Texans practice today. We'll hear from Nick Chubb at the very least, but we might have an opportunity to run multiple guys.
Let's hear from all three in the same segment.
And still have a lot of time in the segment.
We'll do that here in a little bit. But it seems like some guys that have had their names mentioned a decent amount. Christian Kirk had an opportunity there, it seems like. And then I found this to be funny from DJ Bieniemy. Apparently, Keaton Slovis threw a couple of out routes during team drills that almost hit a couple of media members.
Hey,
little Jeff Driscoll action.
Yeah, Jeff Driscoll,
who actually broke a camera, right?
Yeah, Jeff Driscoll broke a camera. Dan Orlovsky hit the goalpost once at practice here. Tom Savage might have taken out a media member or two, so you're in good company there.
That's right. There you go. The Astros, they played yesterday, the first game of a 3-game set versus the White Sox. And how'd you describe Luis Roberts' performance out there?
You got T wide.
Yeah. He had a 2-for-4 outing, including homering, and he had a RBI double as well. That started the scoring for the White Sox. But yeah, man, the 4-2 loss in Lance McCullers to start. It was a weird one, as he described it. Literally, he used the word weird to describe it. You were saying that it just didn't feel like the breaking ball was getting over the way you wanted to.
Yeah, 51 strikes, 45 balls. That is not ideal, especially for a breaking ball pitcher whose out pitch, obviously is a breaking ball, and he relies on hitting the corners. Wasn't hitting the corners, falling behind in counts. It's going to happen, but just it wasn't happening for him.
Yeah. Now, an opportunity to kind of shout out the Astros. Astros, I mean, they did get hits. They just didn't kind of string them together to get the runs that were necessary. Jeremy Pena has just continued to have some really, really good play here for your Astros. He had a 2-for-4 day himself, few strikeouts. Unfortunately, that's not necessarily what you want, but I mean, he's well over 300 right now, and he leads all shortstops in B WAR, which I believe is the baseball reference WAR. But I mean, this dude has been lights out. And I mean, he is in that conversation to possibly start the AL All-Star or for the AL team in the All-Star game. I don't think he wins it, but I mean, the more that he piles on in the next few weeks as the voting continues, it does feel like maybe, just maybe, you can give him an opportunity to get in there. I just don't think he has the same name recognition as Bobby Witt Jr. and then also Jacob Wilson has been fantastic for the A's.
Yeah, that's the one. But he does have some name recognition. I mean, on the biggest stages. Yeah,
sure, that is true.
It doesn't hurt.
But I think when I say name recognition, I think he doesn't. I don't think the name recognition comes with a certain expectation of he's swinging the bat the way that he is.
Exactly.
Like this has been incredible for him, and even in this game, he had that type of day, which you really appreciate, you really enjoy. Isaac Paredes, he had an RBI in there, but it wasn't quite that same type of day. You were shouting out Jacob Melton in left.
I like what I'm seeing in Jacob Melton. The numbers, you pointed this out, the numbers offensively don't really stand out. This is maybe one where you have to mix the analytics and what you're looking at, and I trust my eyes on this one. I feel like he offensively and defensively he looks the part. He just watching him, how he approaches his at bat, how comfortable he looks, especially in the field. Just seem the speed. Something like a Melton.
All right, so unfortunately for him, like the numbers don't look all that great as we mentioned. If the numbers do kind of start normalizing for him, because right now, I mean, it's a 174 batting average and a 414 OPS. That's just in 23 at bats. Now it's a very small sample, but you'd expect at least for the numbers to look a little bit better than that. But as you mentioned, the quality kind of looks different. The quantitative aspect of it. If the numbers kind of get better, it feels like he's holding down left field in a way that's good. I know that they said that, hey, man, left field is still Altuve's spot, but do you then start considering the idea that because, I mean, that's a left-handed bat, which is something that they also need. And now, of course, the bat needs to be display better, but does this feel like the way for them to kind of walk back in a way without walking back the Altuve moving off a second, or is that something you wouldn't want to do anyway?
I think what you're going to end up seeing is Altuve in different roles, still playing left field. Keep in mind, Jacob Melton is, by trade, he's been a center fielder and a right fielder.
Right.
So he can move around. If you need to spell somebody here and there, he can do that. He can play left field and bring Altuve into second base. Hell, until you hear anything on Yordan, Altuve could even be a DH. So I think you can maybe move him around in some situations, but I wouldn't expect them to maybe like make it a permanent thing. To get him out of left field.
No, that's fair. Yeah. That's fair. And as did we mention it yesterday that Yordan has not started swinging the bat, nor has DeZenzo, or I mean, like those guys aren't in that place yet. So you do, yes, you mentioned like it does feel like there will be a little bit of a run because I mean, you have at least another week if that is something that you see switch up. We'll see what happens with the lineup today if that gives us any level of indication for whatever that might be worth. Some other things that are popping. We're remaining on, Rockets superstar watch. Should they be in that space? The reporting came down yesterday that a Kevin Durant deal would probably be in the offing in the next few weeks. And towards that end, if you believe that the Las Vegas odds makers have any level of insight into any of these things whatsoever, which I don't want to necessarily purport that they do, but there was a big shift in the betting odds that maybe could indicate something. I turn you to the Lopez Sports Betting News Desk for a little bit of news on Kevin Durant.
Vegas knows, man. Vegas always knows that they set those odds, and they're interesting. Yeah, the odds of Kevin Durant's for Kevin Durant's next home have made a dramatic shift. The Rockets, the Knicks are number 3, the third best odds of landing Durant at plus 800. Rockets are number 2 at landing Durant, plus 600. The San Antonio Spurs are number 1 at minus 160. That is a big, big shift. And this is all according to DraftKings. So at least DraftKings thinks something's really percolating in San Antonio with Durant.
I mean, that's where all the talk has been, and we've seen instances where there's been a lot of talk and ultimately it kind of goes a different way. However, it's starting to feel like
it's a big shift.
And I mean, there's a lot of people for whom I know that they're just like, all right, it's fine. That's not going to be a big deal. They didn't want Kevin Durant anyways, and I'm not saying that it's done by any, the Bucks aren't there. If you believe Brian Windhorst, there's no market for Giannis. You start looking up and you go, all right, so Are the Rockets just in this place where they're going to lean on the development of, Jalen Green if it continues, Alperen Şengün, of course, Amen Thompson, and then hopefully getting the shooting that Reed Shepherd can progress and seeing what that run back looks like?
Yeah. I mean, it's looking that way. Giannis, you mentioned. Durant, the odds have shifted heavily towards San Antonio. What else is there?
Continue to watch the space. That's one thing I can promise you for that. All right, and real quick before we go, I mentioned this, but when we were teasing it, but the Houston Chronicle let us know that there were some arrests made yesterday with 3 18-year-old teens that were sneaking into the Astrodome. And so they
are they alive?
It seems like they are. I don't see anything to the contrary, but yeah, they're charged with trespassing, and their bail was set at $100. Seems like very cheap, but yeah, apparently they're supposed.
$100. I didn't see that part.
Or actually, I think I need to give credit where it's due. It's actually Houston Public Media that brought this to the fore, the reporting. But yeah, man, they were, I guess.
So if it's $100 and usually it's 10% of your bail,
something like that.
So it should be what, $10?
$10. First of all, I got a couple thoughts on this real quick. What kind of living hell were they trying to experience going into the Astrodome?
Urban explorers. There are some people that get their enjoyment from just going into like abandoned places and kind of exploring the ruins, so to say.
Now, were they going there?
Yes.
Okay.
TikTok videos, things of that nature.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I was about to say they had to lose a bet.
I don't know what it was, but there's some 50-pound cat in there saying, "We got another one. We got 3. We got 3 coming in."
I thought it was going to be like a dare. Like, I dare you to go in there.
I don't know what the current numbers are, but as of a few years ago, it was estimated that there are 20,000 rats and cats in the Astrodome living. 20,000.
They got themselves their own little colony in there, don't they?
Would you go in there for $1 million?
Yeah.
For $1 million?
Yeah.
Spend the night?
Yeah, I don't know about that one, man.
Yeah,
I need $1 million right about now.
Especially
spend the night. Just a 10.
Especially when somebody said they weren't eaten by jam rats. No, yeah. Rob, I don't know if they're being quarantined before the plague. We'll see. But the reason why I had a little hesitation
to get tested for something.
I had a little hesitation on spend the night is that this is how there was a response from the constable's office. Mm-hmm. You're taking a risk for yourself and first responders, and it's against the law. The idea that you are taking a risk being in there is not really you have officials like, hey, why are you in there? That's dangerous.
Yeah. 2 other things worth noting, and I think this speaks to just how much it needs to be blown up. It's been shuttered, closed, condemned since 2009. It's been condemned. And the second thing that I find very interesting, and somebody else they texted me about this, you know how they always say it's a Texas historical monument or whatever it is, to upkeep buildings that are on the Texas historical list. Maybe we found a loophole here. Hey, man, they're not keeping it up. They're not keeping
it. Do you think it's a bad?
Is that what you're saying?
Do you think it's
Lopez is in on Astrodome renovation? That's what I hear.
No.
Do you think it's a bad idea if they do decide to tear it down, let all them cats and rats out in the city?
Oh, you need to blow it up, man.
Sorry,
cats and rats.
All right, there you go.
Hey, man.
Peter, that is John P. Lopez.
Yeah.
That's John P. Lopez. Myself.
At Lopez on Sports.
I'll take it.
Myself and Figgy did not have any level of
Would you adopt them?
Adopt what?
The cats?
I don't work for Peter. You gotta talk to Peter.
The way my apartment is set up, I'm not allowed to have them.
Okay.
I mean, so
otherwise,
you know what I mean? Like, I definitely help them out. Apparently, it's been huge on TikTok, according to folks. So, yeah, I guess go search out, see what the Astrodome look like right now. But there you go. That's what's popping in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, all right, Nick Chubb speaks. And I want to hear this just because this is his first time as a Texan. What are we here to expect from whenever Nick Chubb talks to the Assemble Media? Let's do that and more next.
The Sports Radio Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. You heard the big voice, man. Day 2 of mandatory minicamp wrapping up there at NRG Park. And with that being the case, the man of the week has been Nick Chubb, right? We were all looking to see if he would indeed get signed, what the physical would look like on Monday, day 2. All right, what's it look like? And now we reached day 2 of minicamp, but day 3 of the week. And we have an opportunity to hear from the newest Texan, Nick Chubb. And before we get to the actual audio itself, there's a couple of things I want to do. First and foremost, I turn to our resident Ohio correspondent. His name is Figgy Fig.
I don't know about that, man. It's been a long time
anything Ohio, we will turn to our Ohio correspondent.
I abandoned that state, man.
And yet, yet and still, you are our Ohio correspondent. Nick Chubb, historically, has been what kind of talker?
Short. Very short. Very quick. Don't want to waste any time. He get right to the point, man.
Compare him to Derek Stingley.
I say, to me, I felt like he a little more polished when he talks.
Okay.
Because Derek Stingley, you could tell he just kind of, he a little more loose.
Mm-hmm.
But, he's very just quick to the point, man.
All right, so that is the history that we're working on.
A little boring, too. A little boring.
Well, that's the history.
We'll be the judge of that.
And that's what I want to do here. I want to be the judge of what are we getting, not just in Nick Chubb as a football player, but what are we getting as a media player. Because, of course, like we mentioned, Neil Hunter, Derek Stingley, they could be on the quieter side. They could be on the shorter side. Good answer givers on this team. And Nick Chubb, especially if depending on what his role is, he might be in a circumstance where he has more opportunities to do this. What are we expecting, or what are we looking to get out of Nick Chubb as a media answerer? So right before we hit play here, we're gonna get Nick Chubb talking. What do you think is the longest answer that he gives?
Figgy, did you get it?
So
this is all three of them? Or?
Yes, I did them all separate.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we got Chubb, we got Stingley, and we.
All right. But when it comes to Nick Chubb, what do you think the longest answer is for Nick Chubb?
I set the over at 34.5 seconds.
Yeah.
I think I'll take the over.
You're gonna take the over
Question
here?
Mark.
I mean, I want to take the over because you took it. I'm gonna go easy. I'm gonna go under here.
All right.
I'm gonna put it around. I'm gonna say that his longest answer is like 25 seconds.
Yeah, originally I took the over, which I kind of screwed up on because his longest answer was 22 seconds.
22? Okay, very good. All right.
And I'm like, man, I'm trying to get too cute. I thought he might have had a little longer answer since he in a new place and all that.
That's right. All right, so with all that being said, knowing that you're not going to waste a lot of time here, here is the newest Houston Texan, Nick Chubb, talking after practice today.
What were the primary factors coming to Houston? What were a couple of things that really made you want to come here and just pick it up the rest of your career and come here and just add to this?
Yeah, well, I guess the biggest thing is knowing what this team is about from afar. I've always been a fan of Coach D'Amico, and I know some guys on the team. I know Joe Mixon. I know what he's about. And I watched him plenty of years, and I know how hard he runs the ball, and I'm about a great group of people.
Nick, what do you say about some of
I feel good.
Nick, what do you say about some of the concerns that people may have about the way that your season ended in 2023 and then how it ended in 2024 with the injuries?
I would say that's all behind me, and injuries happen, and with what I did, it takes about 2 years to really get back, and so I'm over the hump. I'm back home. I was back home all off-season training where I trained, every year since I was in high school, and I was able to get a full year in of doing the things that I do best, and so now I'm feeling good as I have been in a long time.
Your workouts are pretty legendary. Can you share what your squat number is right now?
I don't have a number.
From an emotional standpoint, I know Miles and a lot of the Browns had some good things to say about you. Have you really been able to take all that in, or is it just kind of moving fast?
It happened really fast. I was at home Saturday. I got the call, and I was on the flight the next day. So I haven't been able to process everything. I've talked to a couple guys, former teammates, but I haven't really had the time to really sit down and digest everything. But I'm happy to be here.
How do you think you and Joe complement each other?
I think we're great together. He's a bigger guy. Tall, explosive. He runs super hard, and I do the same thing. So I think it'll be us kind of doing that back to back and against other defenses. Yeah.
Nick, you got to watch him a little bit from Ohio State in the last 2 years here. What do you think of C.J. Stroud?
Yeah, I know he's a ball player. You know, I went to Georgia, so in that game when they played OSU versus Georgia, I was afraid, you know, because he was torching them. And yeah, he's a great player. I was on the Browns 2 years ago in a playoff game. We came here and torched us again. So I see what he's about. He's a great leader. I met him, came up to me, talked, exchanged numbers. Anything I needed, he told me to let him know. So he's a great leader too.
Nick, you talk about the process, the transition. Have you been able to see what the Browns fans have been posting on social media? And if so, if you have seen it, what do you think about all that?
Yeah, of course I've seen it. I mean, we have a long history there. You know, I came in as a freshman. I gave it my all for that team and for that city, and the fans appreciated me more than anything, and I appreciated them too. And it was a blessing to be drafted there, and that's place to me. That's still a part of me, no matter what. You know, I'll never forget my time there, and it was a blessing. But you know, I look forward to doing all of that here now.
Nick, have you had any close conversations? What do you think about it?
We talked a little bit. You know, I can tell he's a very smart guy. He knows what he's doing. He knows his stuff, and yeah, we talked about the run schemes, things like that. What his plans are. I mean, I'm impressed. I'm happy, and I'm excited.
Have you gotten a chance have you gotten a chance to look at what the defensive side of the ball is, and how excited are you about, you know, just going up against them in training camp and what they're going to be able to do this year?
Yeah, I've been playing a while, so I know a bunch of those guys over there, played against them, and I'm excited about it. Big guys up front, smart, fast, young DBs, and a great linebacker. So I mean, I'm excited.
You had a message just to Browns fans who want to
I don't know. I'm sure I'll address that at some point. You know, I'm not ready to do it now, but it'd be a great message.
Just we have to make with a new offensive line, basically. What do you have to do? How your reads and trying to coordinate with getting it there?
For the most part, it's all the same. You know, running the ball, the same thing I've done in Cleveland. Same blocking scheme, it's the same play. So it's been fine from that adjustment.
You kind of said, hey, I'm back to my old self, and you kind of knew. If so, what was it?
Probably while I was at home during my off-season training. I had all my numbers that I usually do in off-season, so speed and weights and things like that. So,
what is your first impression of DeMeco Ryans, and what does it say that this organization wanted you so bad?
Yeah, I mean, he's a young coach, a lot of energy, a lot of intensity. He's young, fresh, he wants to win, and you know, I was questioning why they wanted me, and then I came here and I saw a bunch of guys who like to work and not talk, and I realized that I'm a perfect fit. So I realized why they wanted me here, and I'm excited about it.
What kind of tandem do you feel like that could be, and do you know him well from the North days, all that sort of thing?
I know him. I think we're in the same class. I come out of high school. He should have came to Georgia, by the way, and he went to Cincinnati, and so I played against him twice a year, and I was always afraid that he would take over the game with his ability. You know, he runs super hard, and so I think both of us having those same intangibles would be tough for a defense to stop.
Thank you.
All right, so that's Nick Chubb, newest Houston Texan, and I mean, he was relatively quick on those answers, but
there was some stuff there.
I don't think that he was like unreasonably short with those answers, which I appreciated. And there's definitely some stuff to dig into there.
Let's go 18 weeks with this.
Yeah. See, that's it.
No, we first heard them talk, but let's go 18 weeks.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So yeah, you're saying
for 7-8 years.
This is not actually indicative. All right, that's our Ohio correspondent Figgy Fig letting us know that this is not indicative of what it'll always be. But I was happy hearing from Nick Chubb right off the jump, like for you, the thing that you wanted to start with, because there's a couple of things that I kind of noted.
Well, it just sounded like a guy that knows he's the two in the 1-2 punch. I feel like, he especially when he said not just, how he and Mixon, I do the same thing. It'll be us doing it back to back, he said. That not just that, because that is something that I think illustrates that he's the number two, but also the way he was talking about once he got here, it's like he had his own little light bulb moment of why they wanted him, and so. I think we're looking at Mixon and Chubb, who, by the way, also said he hit all his numbers from before the injury, speed and weight.
Yeah, I knew that you would catch that one. I also saw that, and I was like, I find that to be interesting. Although he did say, because there was an ask when it came to the squats, what he is up to squatting now.
Brag.
And he, yes, that is absolutely. He's like, I am too humble to give you this big ass number of the weight that I squat. I do not want to do this.
He came there to work,
human.
Yeah,
right. He's like, I'm not here to brag. I'm here to run. Here to run this football. And to that end, I do want to talk about kind of the scheme things that he seemed to kind of be putting out there, but did you catch that he said that he got the call on Saturday?
Yeah.
Training. I don't know if that did for you as well. Like, what do you think was the impetus from the Texans side to be like, hey, on Saturday, we need to make this happen with Nick Chubb? Because it's not like Nick Chubb ain't been out there.
No, I think they've probably been talking since well before Saturday, but pulling the trigger is what you're talking about.
Well, I mean, he said he got the call and got up.
Well, the player doesn't always get the call until,
I feel you.
until it happens.
For sure.
But so I'm guessing that there were discussions well before that, or at least before that. But what it does tell me is the fact that it was Saturday, that was after OTAs.
Exactly. That
was after OTAs.
Exactly.
And you're looking at, Woody Marks, you're looking at Dameon Pierce to what degree, and some of these other running backs. And we speculated on this. Maybe they're like, yeah, we need another guy.
Well, and that's where I would probably lean to when it comes to trying to understand the timing of this and why they made this move. Does that then say that maybe the Texans have shifted in some ways their feelings about Dameon Pierce in particular? Woody Marks, I don't know how much that would say, just because I mean, he's a rookie, right? You drafted him, and you understand that like rookies have whatever time that's necessary for them to come along and for them to be useful. Some of them drop in, and you're like, all right, well, this is tenable immediately. And some of them, you're like, all right, well, we need to work them into a place. You're drafting on the profile of the player and what you imagine they will be, not necessarily what they are in this immediate. The Dameon Pierce thing, though, does feel like, hey, that probably does speak to, as you mentioned, him feeling like he's number two, but then also the idea of we might be gearing up to see the end of Dameon Pierce's Houston Texans.
I think the writing is on the wall. Personally, I mean, I'm sure the Texans will tell them the same thing.
Especially with the idea that, the thing that feels like it has kept Dameon Pierce around to this point is over the kind of loud cries from a lot of people on the outside saying, it doesn't look like he still got it or what have you, has been a seeming affinity and belief from the Texans organization. So from the Texans to actually be the ones to maybe see what OTA looked like and be like, all right, well, let's go this other way.
I agree.
That was interesting. He was kind of somebody asked about the defense. He did call the linebacker. He said great linebackers over there, which I was like, I find that to be intriguing from his perspective. But he did say that, when it came to like the system or what have you, that he's really impressed with Nick Caley, excited, all those things. But he said it'll be the same thing that I did in Cleveland.
It's all basically the same, I think is what he said.
It was in essence.
Yeah.
Do you think that goes as far as like kind of the pin and pull type stuff that was being done?
Maybe. I'm not saying no. I'm not saying no to that because he literally said it's basically the same. But I think a lot of it for me is, much like Joe Mixon, he's a guy that says, give me the ball.
I can do all of it.
Give me the ball.
It don't even matter.
Just give me the ball and I'll make stuff happen.
He said, if it involves holding the football and running, I am qualified.
I got this.
Yeah.
Oh, that hole? Fine. That hole? Fine.
Just no hole? Got it. I'll run through them. It's cool.
Yeah.
From the 713, do you view it at all as a red flag as far as mixing goes?
I don't think
so.
No.
I mean, he is the one that you're dealing with a level of injury
I get it.
on.
But he also said back to back. That was the one that was like, all right, he's either been told or he feels or somehow some combination of the two. It's Joe Mixon and it's Nick Chubb.
Yeah, he said he's not about work, and he seems like he's a be about it type dude.
Yeah,
is the kind of feeling that Nick Chubb seemed to bring to the table, and it seems like he's ready to be about it. Indeed, that was Nick Chubb, newest running back for the Houston Texans.
By the way, real quick, Stingley longest answer was 17 seconds.
Ooh.
Daniil's longest answer was 22.
Oh,
not a big.
Or actually 18. My bad.
Well, that changes it significantly.
18. Stingley, the whole presser, I think it was like 2 minutes.
So there you go, Nick Chubb.
Long at all.
Nick Chubb, a real talker, apparently. Talker, Nick Chubb here with your Houston Texans.
He Nick Casario with the answers compared to the other two, man.
All right, very good. All right, that's Nick Chubb right here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, about the time where we do our lunchtime confessions brought to you by the Men's Clinic. We will do those next.
What do we want to see?
610. The Texans play here.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, this first confession is a very important one.
Is it?
It deals directly with you and Figgy.
Okay.
I've gone ahead and decided to fix you guys.
Wait, what you saying is wrong?
No, I'm not saying anything is necessarily.
I don't know. When you say you got to fix something, I think that's an implication that something's broken.
Well, improve you guys.
Okay, all right.
I decided it's time to improve you guys.
So figure we not perfect, apparently.
So I'm holding in my hand, and I gave you each a cup.
That's a mason jar.
Yeah, it's a mason
Is
jar.
that some corn liquor?
It sat
Got
outside.
some moonshine.
This, along with several crystals, sat outside on my front porch all night long because it was a strawberry moon.
Oh, who?
This is moon water.
You know they don't put strawberries in the water. You know that, right?
No.
Okay. I mean, you called it a strawberry moon. I just want to make sure that that's not how that strawberry flavor gets in the water. I just want you to know.
No,
that.
it's not. It doesn't have the big.
I mean, I know it doesn't because that's not how strawberry.
Exactly. So the strawberry moon, last night and tonight, by the way, if you're interested, it looks gorgeous if nothing else. Is the closest the moon has been to us in 19 years, nearly 20 years.
Okay.
And my wife, who I've mentioned in the past, is something of a hippie. Not something. She's a hippie.
Okay. I think I figured that out by the crystals.
On all the full moons, puts out crystals and water in these mason jars. So this water that I gave you has been sitting out. It's moon water. Don't drink it yet.
Oh, buddy, that was not my first thought. Let me tell you that for sure. My first thought was not.
Take it to the head.
Yeah.
It sat out on our front porch all night long.
Closed.
And moon water is supposed to offer, I clipped and pasted it, energy revitalization, enhanced skin glow, potentially help with menstrual cycles. You're exempt from that.
Exempt.
And some believe it can promote emotional healing and stress reduction. Every time there's a full moon, my wife puts out mason jars with water and her crystals.
And again, the question I have, was there a lid on this?
Yes, you saw it. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, look, I see it now. I don't mean inherently that the jar was not sitting outside with the lid off.
So I'm asking guys to take a big swig of the moon water, and over the next couple of hours or day, I want you to tell me how much it's improved your emotional healing and stress reduction.
Watch, I'm gonna be out tomorrow with a stomach ache.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thoughts?
I'm supposed to have thoughts on water? Wait, hold on.
I can taste that moon. Right. That's some moonshine. Call it moonshine.
In a sense.
I mean, if I really think about it, maybe it's some strawberry in there. I'm just trying to trick myself. Shout out to Rob Torres on the YouTube page with the perfect answer. WPS. That is the sheer definition of WPS.
No, it's hippie stuff. Dude.
So the moon doesn't do it by itself. It's got to go into water, which then you drink.
No, the moon can give you.
So if I was just outside, or if I was under the moonlight,
you'd feel a little emotional healing and stress reduction.
Mm-hmm.
So do you ever feel stressed? Well, everybody feels stressed. Have you felt stressed lately by any reason? I want you to see if the moon water I just gave you helped reduce.
I feel like a better man right now.
There you go. It works. I sense
my
that
skin kind of glowing.
I do feel like a better man, but that's because I'm keeping myself from saying the things that my brain is thinking right now. That's why I feel like a better man. It's called self control is what's happening.
Look
right
at
now.
the skin glow right now, man.
Your skin is revitalized
instantly.
No, here's the thing. I've been dealing with this for decades.
You said the reason why you sound so convinced is because you have to. Otherwise, there's problems on the homestead.
Do you believe in moon water? A lot of people do.
No,
yeah, I don't.
I'm gonna be honest, I do not. And this is the thing. Far be it from me to harsh your good time. If you do believe in it, more power to you. Whatever makes you the best person. Get out here trying to tell me. One thing I love is you were telling us about your moon water situation, and both myself and Figgy, in very quick succession, both of us sent images that had us looking at you like you was crazy because we both felt that same way in that moment. Moon water. All right.
You're gonna be at home, and you're gonna be like, man, I'm kind of feeling revitalized.
I'm gonna tell you. Here's the thing, though. Even if I do feel revitalized, you're not. It's going to be very hard for you to convince me that it was the water that you left in the mason jar outside that did it.
Yeah,
like it's going to be hard.
It was some pretty good water, though.
It was good water.
It is pretty crisp. It's pretty crisp, which does not make me think about the moon. It makes me think, hey man, what reservoir? What
Yeah.
Who services your water? Because it feels like they got good water.
Yeah,
it's the moon.
It was some damn good water.
Y'all are getting it.
It is not the moon. It is the tap. That is. It is the tap. Do y'all filter your house?
Yes.
Okay, see, y'all got to see. That's the problem. Is Lopez got money? It's the filter that's doing it. It's the good filter.
It was Fiji
wait a
water.
minute. This was not the filtered water. We have like a pitcher with the filter, but I got it out of the tap. So there. Yeah.
What kind of BS is Lopez talking about? I'm trying to figure that out myself in this moment. I'm gonna be.
Y'all gonna see chickens 10 feet tall.
Oh yeah, you did say she was hippie. She ain't putting nothing else in here.
She put some mushrooms in there.
She ain't putting nothing else in here, huh?
Some LSD.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I gotta admit, Shams Charania tweeted yesterday that the Knicks requested permission coach Finch as well as Houston Rockets head coach Ime Udoka for their head coaching job. They were denied on both fronts, but the Knicks might request permission for other current head coaches too. And I'm going to be completely honest. I kind of respect it. I kind of respect the hustle for the Knicks are like, well, if we want a coach that we know can coach, why not look at the coaches that are doing it right now? Hey, man.
Ask everybody.
Because the worst thing they're going to tell us is no. We're going to be in the same place. Like, you got to the party late anyways, right? The teams that are trying to fill coaching positions, they're largely already done that. Like, the guys that are out here are the guys that are out here for the most part. And, you know, we can get around to Taylor Jenkins later. We can get around to Michael Malone later if we still feel that way.
Yeah.
What's Ime up to? Hey, big head.
No.
Hey, big head, Chris Finch. What you up to?
Yeah.
They pretty much going around saying, "Hey, I know you married, but come be with me."
No, this is it. You married? I know you married, but happily.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You ain't happy. Come be with a real team right here.
In the words of a modern day philosopher, cheat on your man, girl. That's how you get a his ed, right? You know what I mean? Like this is, you know what I mean? Like we can up your life. You ain't never wanted to live in New York, big dog. You sure Minneapolis is where you want to be?
Yeah.
You sure?
I know you happy. I know you was just in the playoffs, but you don't want to be with him.
I mean, look, you coach Rudy Gobert right now. You sure? And Edwards, I don't know. Is he progressing the way that you really want to?
Look, I respect the don't ask, don't get because I've always believed that. But at the same time, how do you start a coaching search and ask these without knowing in advance? Without
deeply unserious.
Yes, at least.
At least they ask instead of cheating, like straight up cheating.
Yeah.
They're just going up there behind the backs and doing this. But yeah, I do find that. I have a level of respect. Should I? Probably not. Because again, the way that Figgy put it, I'm out here rooting for home record. But it is kind of funny to me that they're like, hey, what you up to?
Real quick, before your confession, one of our great listeners, Ross, says, I have a hippie friend who told me all about this nonsense, and I'll be damned if I didn't try it within weeks and found my next wife. So there you go, moon water.
These are my confessions.
I got to confess, man. I'm thinking about bailing out of this show, man. So
Why?
Yeah, not this show.
Yeah, I was like, hey, hold on, brother.
This TV show that I'm watching.
Oh, okay.
So I've been watching this show called Godfather of Harlem. And for those who don't know, this is pretty much about a story about Bumpy Johnson, who was a famous drug dealer back in the day and all this other stuff. So it's not a documentary, it's an actual TV show.
Okay.
So, in those type of TV shows, they fix a lot of things, and a lot of stuff in there isn't true. But, man, some of this stuff in this show is kind of ridiculous a little bit because I'm like, man, I'm used to the documentaries on this type of I done seen some documentaries on Bumpy Johnson and Frank Lucas and stuff like that. But I'm not sure if it's my fault for setting this up thinking this about to be so accurate because, man, they got some foolish stuff going on, man. Like, I'm like, is this stuff real? It had me looking up in real time. Like, did this really happen and Bumpy Johnson really beefing like this and all these different mob families going on? And I'm like, wait, is this real? So I'm watching this show in real time, and it's just ridiculous. They had, I want to say they had Malcolm X in there, just looked like he never even left Harlem. Looked like he just running the streets with a
Detroit Reds still, huh?
Yeah. I was just like, man, like, this ain't accurate. And like I said, I feel like I should have just stuck with the documentary and call it a day, because these TV shows, they had to fix stuff like this so it could be a TV show, because otherwise it might be a little boring.
Yeah, I mean, they play it for entertainment value, like they take their poetic license or what have you and just, do what they want with it. That's why I have always personally been an advocate for, I don't like biopics, and I don't like, I prefer to watch a documentary. I prefer to get that perspective. Even like, some people enjoy the biopics that it's a more entertaining way into learning this, but it's exactly what you're talking about. There are things that can be changed or what have you for various different reasons in order to suit story and I think that can lead to some people kind of misunderstanding what's happening with the source material.
I think I have a big issue with it because I kind of know the story. I seen the documentaries before.
Yeah.
So I'm like, this don't even make sense. And then I think the key is why I don't want to. I pretty much gonna bail out of it. Man, they had Fat Joe, the rapper Fat Joe, make an appearance in this show. Look like
as himself.
Damn near. Like the brother didn't even look like he was in the 60s.
Yeah. Oh,
it looked like he was just. It looked like he just came from a Knicks game. Man. Yeah. Like, dog, what is he doing? Like, why did they put him in this? It just ruined the show.
It sounds like they just didn't produce it well.
Well, they might have.
It's a really good show. You got Forrest Whitaker in there. It's a really good show.
What it feels
really
like,
good people.
Yeah, what it feels like more than anything is just you're gonna have a hard time suspending disbelief as you need to with any work of fiction, because you know too much about the way that it actually happened.
Yeah. Because the way they set the story up with Frank Lucas, they set it up like he was just this guy that was trying to scam him, and he was going against them and trying to kill him and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
But the real story is, or allegedly, Frank Lucas started as his driver. So I'm just like, that's not how it's started.
Right, they're changing it.
Yeah, so I'm just like, wait, is this real?
Yeah.
So I'm like, man, maybe it's time to bail out of the show. Plus, I don't want to see no Fat Joe in the show doing nothing.
That is the person. You see him go on screen, we got to cut this off. Everything's got to change.
It's tainted.
By the way, there is nothing wrong with bailing on shows that you were.
Yeah, I have a hard time bailing on shows, but I think I might have to bail on this.
I don't think people typically are good with that. The thing that I think people have a real hard time with is bailing on books, because they like.
You committed.
Yeah, you're like, I got to read this. I'm like, no, you don't.
Hours.
You're good.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Those are our Lunchtime Confessions, where I think I just advocated in a roundabout way for extramarital affairs. I think I did that on accident. I hope that's not the takeaway that anybody had. But again, appreciate you rocking with us on this Wednesday. Coming up next, where do the Astros rate in the imaginations of current survey of baseball players? How are the Astros viewed? Let's talk about that next.
The Sports Radio 610 Crawl.
richer, where low prices live.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 from the 979 on the text line. Reggie and your first ex-wife. No stress. I can't believe that you had us drinking water you left outside, bro.
Yeah, and you loved it.
Who said all that?
You said it.
I said it was crisp. I don't know that I loved it. You don't know what kind of water I like. All right, how about this? Where do the Astros rate in the imaginations of current baseball players? That is the question that I'm asking right now because The Athletic put together a anonymous survey, as they like to do. I'm very fond of whenever they do this in any facet, any iteration, because it's always interesting to get the players and executives, like the people on the ground, their perspective on various things in the league. And they're very multifaceted with this particular poll or what have you. But I wanted to start just with, very much the biggest stars portion of this, like the guys that are, respected amongst each other. I feel like that ended up becoming a thing with the Athletics version of this in the NBA, where, who is the most overrated player yielded the most prominent answer of Tyrese Halliburton. And he has rode that all the way to an NBA Finals at this point, trying to prove them wrong. And with that regard, people were asked, which player do you most like to watch play? And I guess I will ask, I don't know, did you end up looking at this?
I didn't, because I want to. This is one of those where we talked before the show, and I'm like, I want to get that gut reaction.
Visceral reaction. All right. So who do you think is the baseball player that other baseball players enjoy the most right now?
I'm going to say
landslide.
I was going to say Shohei
by
too.
a landslide. 29 players of the
130
poll.
I almost said Ellie.
Ellie De La Cruz, he shows up here. He has the fourth most votes with 9. So it's Shohei. Bobby Witt Jr.
Yeah.
Again, this pointing to the ways in which Bobby Witt has garnered a lot of respect, and rightfully so, and how that all-star position at shortstop is going to be a little dicey for Payne, even as he delivers fantastic numbers. Bobby Witt second with 14 votes. Ronald Acuna Jr. still getting love at 10, even though his Braves this year, not that great. No Astros show up in this space, except when you get down to, and again, I mentioned 130 respondents here. Jose Altuve got a single vote here. And I'm like, do you have any, does this at all tell you anything? Because for me, I was like, there's someone in the league that's like, no, I really enjoy watching Jose Altuve. Is it possible at all that one of the responses was like a player on the Astros who might have been polled who said Jose, or do you think that this is more somewhere around the league? Someone's like, no, I really appreciate the way that kid plays.
It points to that, but my first visceral reaction, as I wanted to have here, is should be more than that. I think baseball players would, in a normal circumstance, love watching a guy like Jose Altuve. Smaller guy, can do a little bit of everything at the plate. What a great
clutch moments.
Yeah, I was going to say, what a great clutch player he is. That seems like. First of all, yes, it could be a teammate, but to answer your question. But secondly, I kind of expected more.
I was kind of thinking that, but I also was one all because the players in the league did not take kindly to 2017, and he
that's
remains
where I'm going with it.
One of the dudes, that I imagine is still going to be associated with that, and obviously it's not going to leave for him. But the idea that there was someone out there that was like, no, I'm putting this up here. No, Jose Altuve still very much enjoyable for me to watch play. I thought that was interesting. All right, maybe more so. What hitter would you least want to pitch against in Game 7 of the World Series?
Not Aaron Judge.
That is fair. That is a fair way of looking at it. Considering
you said pitch to?
Yeah, that you would least want to pitch to. I think Altuve would be up there. I'm trying to think if he would be my answer, my number one answer. I'm going to say Jordan.
Jordan's up here. He's not number one in the league. Number one in all of majors, Juan Soto.
Oh, yeah.
10 votes there. Yeah. Again, Shohei Ohtani pops up again with 9 votes. But then Aaron Judge gets 6 here, which I find interesting. I guess players still have a level of respect for who he is in the regular season, even though he had such an abysmal postseason last year.
You've seen his latest numbers. They're unreal.
Yes.
Like unreal. Aaron Judge right now. But
this is of 60 respondents, obviously pitchers, right? So Juan Soto getting a sixth of the vote here. Shohei Ohtani damn near that. Of the 64 respondents, there are 4 guys that got 4 votes, and Yordan Alvarez is still one of those guys.
Okay.
So Yordan still commands that level of respect to some degree, even as he's had a rough season, because people still anticipate when that moment gets bright, he is going to ultimately the reason why you're still in this place where you're like, all you can do is hope that he returns healthy, because he still is that guy, especially if you're able, as you're winning the AL West right now, or leading rather, you get to the postseason and you still anticipate that he shows up.
Yeah, I mean, and not only anticipated, he has time and again in the postseason, Mariners and Phillies and everything else.
Yeah, and so this is someone specifically that gave him a vote that said, quote, "That guy owns me. He's my nemesis."
Okay.
So there's someone who viscerally, like, Yordan Alvarez is giving them, like, goosebumps.
Who's the pitcher that he's just destroyed?
Ooh, I gotta do my
Is this somebody in the division?
I mean, I don't know. It does not tell us who specifically.
My guess
it is.
would be yes.
Yeah, I'm guessing.
Yeah, but
I'll have to find that split.
Yeah.
Like, actually, that's a great point. Like, somebody is like, nah, that dude in particular, he gets after me, so I would very much not want to see him again. Jose Altuve gets 1 vote there.
Yeah,
with his particular
he's clutch,
clutch,
man.
Yeah, for sure. But then the organization as a whole is where I find it interesting, because again, individual players, I think players can look at them in a particular way. The organization for the Astros, I was very intrigued to see where they rate, especially because as a team for the organization, like, they might need some of this. I mean, of course, it depends on whether Jim Crane is actually willing to spend to a high degree. But when you start talking about the possibility of, like, free agency and stuff, like, that might be the way that you acquire some talent, depending on how this roster is built going forward. Which manager, aside from your own, would you most want to play for? Who do you think gets the highest votes? I don't think that you would immediately throw out Joe Espada at the top of the.
Oh, no.
Do you think Joe Espada rates?
I don't think he gets a vote. But don't tell me yet. The manager I would most want to play for. Who is it? Who would you say? I feel like there's an obvious answer that I can't place, that I'm not putting up there.
It's not gonna make anybody that are Astros fans happy. It is a rival.
Dave Roberts?
Not Dave Roberts.
Bochy?
Bruce Bochy. 20 votes out of 121 respondents.
I was trying to think of an old school coach like Francona, and
Francona also pops up as the Reds manager. That's 1, 2. Stephen Vogt is 3.
Really?
Craig Counsell got some votes up here as well. Dave Roberts came in with 7. Alex Cora, interestingly enough, got 6 votes here. Obviously,
I thought Roberts would be higher. Even though he's had his postseason shortcomings, he's also had some very good seasons consistently and seems to be very well liked.
I think those postseason shortcomings show, especially because
it's
not just postseason shortcomings. There's particular instances that you can point to where you go, not just did you come up short, it feels like that dude did not make the right decision.
Is Aaron Boone on there?
Aaron Boone is on here with 5 votes. And AJ Hinch pops up there as well, along with Ron Washington. I was surprised Kevin Cash got a few votes, especially because he seems like one of those dudes that you look at and you go, maybe not. But you're right, Joe Espada, no votes on here. I mean, even Dusty Baker has 2 votes. Espada has no votes.
I was gonna bring him up, but I'm like, oh, he ain't coaching.
Yeah, well, they want to.
Do you make anything of that? Like, your former manager in Dusty Baker still gets more votes
Yes, you
than
make
Joe
something
Espada.
of that.
2 of them.
Yeah.
Yes, 2 of your former managers.
You got to make something of that. Bochy makes sense, though. Yeah, Bochy makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and then on the other side, to be fair, though, this is one of those, I don't think of you at all, because when it comes to managers you would not want to play for, Espada also doesn't pop up here. So it's not like people view him inherently poorly.
Yeah.
There's just not really like a vote of confidence.
Maybe it's still early.
Who's number 1?
Who's number 1 on guys that you wouldn't want to vote for or play for? It is a tie between Bud Black and Ollie Marmol.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, to be fair, I don't think anybody would want to play for the Rockies right now, all the way around that. So there you go. But this is where I think you come down to the final part of that. And somebody said, not sure if we're both Latinos, but or not sure if it's because they're both Latinos, but Cora would be their favorite manager. Interestingly enough. But here we go. Which organizations have good reputations amongst players versus bad reputations? There are some organizations that did have votes for bad reputations amongst players.
The usual suspects, I would suspect. Dodgers. Yankees.
Correct. You're on with both of those, the highest good reputation
Yeah,
votes.
Dodgers, Yankees, Red Sox, Phillies.
Red Sox is a little bit further down. Phillies a little bit further down from there as well. 125 people responded. Dodgers have 82% of the or 82 of the votes. Yankees 40. Red Sox had 15. Your Astros had 11 votes. Higher than the Phillies, higher than the Rays, higher than the Giants, but not who had 14 votes. But that's actually still a place where I was intrigued because they got 2 votes on the bad response. But that's not that many compared to, the likes of the Athletics and the White Sox and the Rockies, which, of course, it shouldn't be because you're not that type of team. Yeah. But I found it interesting that, there's some people that are like, no, it's still good feels towards the Houston Astros. Not to the same degree as, the Yankees, but that's understandable. But, I mean, in a similar space as the Rangers and Rays, how does that hit you? Because, again, I know that I wouldn't want to be amongst the Rangers and Rays. I know that they handle their business a certain way, and I don't think that they're bad organizations. But the Astros are a really good organization with that particular, at least, blemish that's viewed around the league that I thought would have hurt them a lot more than it seems like it did.
I think a lot of that has to do with the Astros will pay you if you deserve it. They don't give the long contracts, but Jim Crane has gone out and paid guys. Now, guys have left because of money, but that's the terms of the contract. That's not, getting, they brought in Verlander, they brought in Greinke, they brought in, you can go back as far as you want. They will make the moves to bring in, particular players.
Yeah, so they'll try and compete, but on the other side, they're probably not going to
nothing more than 6 years.
Yeah, they're not going to give you the big deal.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's kind of a so-so of perspective from players about the Astros, at least when it comes to as an organization, right? They don't love, but they don't hate Joe Espada as an organization. They're like, it's pretty good. It's amongst the Rays and the Rangers of the world, which I wouldn't say necessarily are organizations that the players love. So it's just kind of so-so. Is that especially with the amount of success that this team has had?
I think it's about accurate. And I would say, mostly good because they have a bad reputation that goes back to 2017, just in general among players as we started this segment,
Yeah. So I found that to be intriguing that they're not quite hated in a way that you could maybe make the case, but also it feels like with the level of success that they've had, although it is fair to then wonder how much do players think of the injury management type things, how much do players think of, as we mentioned, the way that talented players have had to walk out of the building to get what they have deemed worthwhile and what the market has deemed worthwhile for them. But ultimately, they're in this kind of nebulous middle place where it's they're fine as an organization.
But they're also very, very efficient and consistent.
They are efficient and consistent.
That is a draw.
Yeah. So I don't know ultimately if that means they'll be able to work in free agency if they so chose. But also that's a question of how much do they typically choose to work in free agency outside of first baseman, which. Anyways, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we haven't talked about this as much, but the Texans have worked out a couple of cornerbacks. Does this indicate what they're looking at to probably try and replace the cornerback depth? Or if not, where would you like to see them replace their cornerback depth? Let's talk about that next.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing. And
Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Remember, Ronald Darby, in the middle of OTAs, really was like, all right, guys, I think it's time to call it home. Time to take it to the crib. Decided to retire after 10 years of playing football, which is all fine and good. Obviously, he's earned it for himself. However, left the Texans in kind of an interesting place. It felt like he was a good piece of what felt like a level of solidifying roster's cornerback depth for this Houston Texans team. And with that being the case, that was something that we were like, we probably need to make.
That's a good pick.
Make some hay, right?
Yeah.
You do need to figure some things out there. And we haven't really talked about it as much in the last few days. So I kind of want to circle back around to that. How do the Texans address that cornerback depth at this point?
Well,
because
go ahead.
We have a couple of people that they brought in since that time. But before we get there, I do want to take you back to the day after. This was June 3rd when you were in OTAs. The day after, or the weekend after, was what it was. We found out that Ronald Darby was, retiring, and this was D'Amico Ryans talking about Ronald Darby and what they'd be looking for in ways of trying to replace Ronald Darby for that depth cornerback role.
For Darby, with the decision that he made to retire, I know what that decision is like. It's not an easy decision, but I just want to wish Darby the best, to step away from the game that you love whenever that decision comes, whether it's voluntary or it's your body saying you can't do it. It's difficult because you've done it for such a long time, and I don't take that decision lightly. And when it comes to us and how do we fill the position, yes, we'll look to add another corner, whether it's a veteran or a younger player, whoever it may be, we'll look to add a guy.
Yeah, and they're doing exactly that. The one good thing about this, it sure is nice to be talking about that cornerback depth rather than, a starting cornerback.
Oh, certainly.
I mean, we've been there in the not so distant past. But they brought in a couple of guys, and it's clearly like it's a focus right now. I don't think anybody is necessarily worried about the Texans, secondary, especially with the addition of Gardner Johnson, and they drafted a cornerback as well, which we'll get to shortly.
Do you remember which Jalen it is?
Is it Smith?
Yeah. No, I just thought that's worth asking. There's a lot of Jalen's, man. There's a lot of them.
A lot of Jalen's, a lot of Jadens. So, yeah, they're in a good spot, but that's a crucial spot, the depth cornerback.
I mean, if you didn't feel that way before, you saw it kind of pop up at times last year where, you had to kick Kamari Lassiter in, and then you had the likes D'Angelo Ross, who, again, is on this roster again. That is a guy who, held up decently well in that space, but you want to have, I think I at least aspire to something better, and more depth in that way, because also you're playing the car crash board, as I like to talk, and injuries do happen. But going back to what I think I was very much in a place where I liked what Ronald Darby would bring, not just as a guy who could probably do the job, but also as a guy who had a level of experience to help that room. And when he was asked about it, he kind of was like, experience, no experience, whatever. We'll look for a guy to fit that. Well, there's been two names that they've worked out that would seem like obviously is speaking towards that. Cornerbacks, Damon Arnett, who has played in the league a little bit, but I mean, he was most recently a Houston Roughneck in the UFL. And then today they were working out Duke Shelley, who also is a guy who, I mean, I guess has played, or has been on some rosters in the league, but I mean, he's had one game played in the 6 years that he has been. He's played more than that. He played one game last year, is what I wanted to say, with the New York Giants. But he's had some games under his belt. But I don't think there's anything that you particularly write home about per se.
Yeah.
And so it feels like this, at least, or I guess I'll ask this as a question here, Lopez. Does it feel like this speaks to the answer to what D'Amico was asked? The idea of where are they going to try and address that kind of depth cornerback proposition? Is it just going to be a guy like this, maybe even one that you could say is the back of that cornerback depth chart there, just kind of another body in that space? Or do you think that this is just kind of one way of looking at it, and that they'll also still probably be having conversations almost similar to what you were talking about with like Nick Chubb on the side, where maybe you have somebody who has a little bit more experience, maybe somebody who's a little bit more, I guess, coveted, for lack of a better term, to also throw in the mix?
Look, I look, right now they're trying everything. What is worth noting and has to be noted is Nick Caserio's not afraid to throw, and
That is true.
And that's more so than your average general manager. There might be something out there where he's already having those discussions. They're already working out players. You just talked about Arnett and Shelley, so they are actively searching for some cornerback depth. It's not, oh my gosh, they need to do this, but I feel like they feel like they need to get that depth. Maybe it's a lack of confidence in the depth chart right now. Maybe it's just to have the proverbial competition, as D'Amico likes to talk about. But they're going to bring in at least another cornerback.
Well, speaking of confidence in the depth chart, like again, if they do go the way of just kind of one of these guys who is just solid, slides into the room, but maybe isn't that third cornerback that it's felt like maybe Ronald Darby could possibly be or probably would be with the experience that he had. What does that then say about possibly the Jalen Smith addition, of course, the cornerback that you draft? And to that end, I do want to take you to Kalen Bullock, the safety for your Texans, who was talking yesterday after practice, and he was giving his takeaways. This is cut 13 here, Fig, talking about Jalen Smith.
Very versatile guy. Move him around a lot. Very smart guy, of course. Kind of put a lot on his plate right now, and he's been taking great. He been doing it great. Taking advantage of all his opportunities every time they come to him. And it's just a guy that wants to learn and work.
He didn't turn into the third wheel of the duo, did he?
He didn't. That's my boy though.
Yeah, look, and the operative word here is rookie. And so they're covering themselves. I'm sure they like him. They wouldn't have drafted him if they didn't. Part I'm sure is appealing to be able to play in different areas on the field, but still not just a rookie, but a later picked rookie.
Yeah, although third rounder there, so like not like he was taken.
Yeah, but not like one of these top picks that you can pencil in
for sure. But you're not penciling him in to be a starter in that instance.
Pick, yeah.
And obviously you don't want to put all your eggs in a rookie basket in that space. But I did mention you have D'Angelo Ross there, what have you. Tremont Smith is another guy that they brought in, but I still kind of feel like they might need to look in some other places. And I do think it's interesting that you brought up the idea of draft picks, because that's another option, is the idea of like once you get into camp, maybe seeing where you could pick off in other places as well to add guys, although I imagine you'd probably want to do it sooner rather than later. However, a depth piece feels like something that you could add and be comfortable with in camp, later in camp, after camp, or what have you. But with all that being the case, is there anybody that's out there right now that would operate kind of like a Nick Chubb? Because I know that Jair Alexander was the guy that popped up, and we all kind of did goo-goo eyes, but it just feels like that's not what you're looking for here. That's a guy who probably wants to start, even if he's probably only going to have 7 games that he plays, and they're going to be sporadic and what have you. And he also like parted with Green Bay because he wanted money.
Yeah,
which is money that I do not think is available to you. However, there's like the likes of like a James Bradbury who's out there,
are the ones,
or a Kendall Fuller who is out there.
Yeah, those are the ones that you have to target, and they have to know what their role is going to be. You hear? I mean, it's obvious, that it's not going to be on the front line, but getting enough reps, getting to be happy and playing a key role. But they're not going to be frontline players, barring injury.
Right, and so I think with all of those being the case, understanding like the role that you have, right, which is a backup cornerback, a guy who I imagine I want to have a level of experience, a level of knowledge that he can give to the room as well. Can I interest you in Stefon Gilmore? 13-year vet who last played in Minnesota. He's bounced around a lot. It'll be his age 35 season, don't get me wrong, but he still looks like he could play to some degree, but obviously relatively limited, which I don't think that'd be the worst thing for you at this point, considering, again, I don't think you want him even having to play a significant amount, but he was decent. He was a little up and down last year, having certain games where, he held guys to passer ratings in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 70s, right? But also having some games where the passer rating was like 150 or what have you. So there is that up and down. However, looking at Spotrac, if you were to believe this, like the market value expected that they have on him is $5 million. I don't know what that'd be, but also one of your favorite things to mention, that dude played with the Patriots.
Yeah.
Right? Like he has that particular history that I imagine seems to, endear guys to this organization. And he is very much in that portion of his career where he is, ready and very much, he's already demonstrated an ability to be that guy that gives game to the guys in the room while also still having a certain amount of juice still in the legs. That's one that I'm very, very interested in.
I think
adding into the
5-year-old cornerback. That's kind of
bridge too far for you.
That's a big number up there for a cornerback.
That's a big number for Elmo.
That's a big number for a cornerback. But the magic word, you said it. He played for the Patriots. He could be a secondary version of Trent Brown. And D'Amico seemed to be appreciating the stuff that Trent Brown was doing. Maybe you get something. I'm not saying he's going to be a starter, but maybe you get something out of him. And even if you don't, there's value there.
Somebody from the 832, they said that they even seen the welcome rather to Stephen Nelson returning, which I don't know, the way that he be talking out in public, I don't know how well that works per se. Like, do you think D'Amico Ryans could get to the point that he is where they was rather with like
D'Amico and Nick?
Right, I guess that is fair. That's true. Nick also got a level of it, but like they've talked about with I guess to some degree with Nick Chubb, but more so with the wide receiver that they acquired last year from Baltimore, whose name immediately leaves me as soon.
Deontay Johnson.
Deontay Johnson, that's right. Where it's like, hey, whatever you did before is a clean slate. Does that work in the same way with Steven Nelson? Is it a clean slate?
Maybe not when what you did before was here.
Right.
It wasn't what you did before. It was actually in this building.
And then you could probably get a better player than that, to be honest. Somebody a little younger, a little better, because he was on the Chiefs last year.
Yeah.
But he ain't getting no time.
Right. So would somebody like Eli Apple interest you as well? Because like
he's one that I thought is still like in his third year. Yeah, and he's not.
He's going to his age 30 season.
He's been around for a minute.
I know. He still seems like a young player to me. Eli Apple sounds interesting to me.
Yeah. That's one of Eli Apple.
A lot of trash, man.
That's all right.
He has talked a lot of trash, and he's he has not had the same heights, I will say, as
but
someone like.
That's tailor made for that role. Maybe find something. Use him in a pinch if you have to. Got some experience. And wasn't he a first-round pick? He was.
Yeah, but I feel like we're far enough away from that where I'm going to use that as a.
No, I'm not using it. I'm saying, but the talent level clearly is there.
It was there.
It was there. Yeah.
I mean, and really, when you look at the free agent list, I mean, I know Stefon Gilmore stretching the bounds, right, from the 281. No part of a 35-year-old corner. Yeah. Ryan's defense isn't the Patriot defense. I understand that. Just kind of speaking of the way that it feels like there's some level of association at times with those organizations. I mean, there's not a lot of like young guys that are still out. Somebody said, "Where's Lonnie Johnson?"
Yeah.
There's not a lot of guys that you just go like they're super young, especially even at a price that I think would be worthwhile for you. So is it possible that you're in a place, especially if you don't necessarily love some of the guys that are out there, especially at the prices that, because Russell Douglas, Mike Hilton are guys that are out there. I just don't know that you want to spend the money that it feels like you would need in order to bring them in. And then, once I get is a C.J. Henderson, you've already been down that road again, or what have you. So, does it feel like you're very much in a place where you're just going to go with the guys that you have, trust that D'Angelo Ross can step in if you need to, and see what Tremont Smith and the rookie Jalen Reed are able to, or Jalen Smith rather, Reed is the plays a little bit more inside. If those guys are able to give you what you want when it comes to depth and just kind of roll in a similar way that you did last year.
I'm going to say no, and I'm going to say they're actively working out cornerbacks.
But again, they're not the cornerbacks of the same caliber.
No, they're not.
They're not in the same way that we're looking at a cornerback 3 necessarily. It's like, hey, let's get a cornerback, 4 or 5 that you slide in there that can kind of push things up.
No, but they're not.
6,
but what they are telling us is they're looking for a cornerback. It's not necessarily the names involved, and the level of play. It's like they're looking for another cornerback. They feel like they need one. D'Amico said they needed another one.
No, for sure. And I'm not saying that you would not add one, but when I say that, it's like more for that cornerback 3 role. For that depth role that it feels like you would be impactful in the game.
Pick up the phone, Nick.
Rotation, if there's injury, it feels like that's at least right now the way that they're handling it. That they're not necessarily looking for that, at least from the public side of it, with working guys out. Even though I very much would like that. Like I still do not love the idea of last year you having to throw out Jeff Okudah and that not working, and then having to try and rush, fumble to find that guy. And ultimately, to be fair, it did not make the largest difference, but I would love if this defense is absolutely, entirely
buttoned up.
Whereas foolproof and an offense really does not have much that they can attack. I know people will talk about trying to get to the linebackers, but getting to that space, and maybe it's just as simple as you wait till cut down time and you see where you can be opportunistic.
That's
in
another
that
option,
way, and see if that helps. But it feels like that. It feels more and more like that's probably the way that you go, because I'm looking at it, I'm like, the guys that I would like to add, unless it's like a Stefon Gilmore, which again, rightfully people have their level of skepticism there. It feels like that might be the way that they have to play this, and it might be again
another instance of possibly maybe a Jalen Smith to hold down some portion of that, or Tremont Smith obviously to have some level of role as he's coming in as a free agent. There you go. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Still intrigued to see what this looks like, what this team continues to look like, and we got a little bit of time, right? We're in that space, waiting till training camp after minicamp has come through. But coming up next, it's typically the time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for Figgy's Mixtape. Fig, what you got for us?
Yeah, so I got a review for you guys on the documentary I watched yesterday in honor of a legend I talked about yesterday. And plus, I think Chris Rock needs to talk to this stupid criminal.
Oh, okay. All right. Always love talking about some stupid criminals. Let's do that and more next.
In the Loop. Come on!
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Pass the aux cord and crank Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man, Figgy Fig, holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. So, wait a minute, I gotta play this, man, because we was talking about Sly and the Family Stone yesterday. Rest in peace to Sly Stone. And I gotta play the music, man. When I talk about this, man. I might make this on. Maybe I'll start doing the mixtape under this, man.
This is great.
Yeah. So yesterday I watched the Sly Stone documentary, which is called Sly Lives, and that was on Hulu. And it's
that's
fun.
one that's produced by Questlove, right?
Yes, I think so. It just dropped in February.
Yeah, that's the one. I mean, Andre 3000 was in there.
A lot of people,
D'Angelo, yeah, some folks in there.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in there. And somebody that was in there that was actually part of the group is a guy, you can actually hear him on the bass. He playing the bass on this.
Yeah.
Larry Graham. And I was watching, I'm like, damn, that looked like Drake Daddy. And I looked up, I do what I do. I went to my trusted source, which is Wikipedia.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
The most trusted source in all sources, right? That right, Lopez?
You're darn right.
Yeah. So I looked up Larry Graham, and what do you know? His brother is Dennis Graham,
Correct.
which is Drake's dad.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'm like, damn, okay. I ain't gonna say I got more respect for Drake, but
wow,
I do. No,
I'm not saying that.
No, I do feel like he do have that musical gene or that entertainment gene in him because his pops was also a musician and his uncle. And it kind of got me thinking. I'm like, I wonder if he ever met old Larry Graham.
Oh.
I wonder if he met his uncle before.
I feel like probably. Yeah.
But he just established a relationship with his dad currently, kind of, though. Because his dad was a Rolling Stone a little bit. Not part of the group, but he was out in these streets. So I wonder if he, met his uncles and
somewhere
people
down
on
the
this
line,
side.
you would think, right?
I mean, maybe.
Yeah.
You never know.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, but the documentary was pretty good, man. I didn't realize how big Sly and the Family Stone was. I know that's crazy to say, but I didn't realize how much of a crossover act he was.
Yeah.
Because to me, I think of him as just funk. And my dad, that was one of my dad's favorite groups. But I didn't realize he had them white people on lock, man.
Had everybody.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, man, to the point, they didn't even know what genre he was playing. They didn't know if it was rock and roll, it was funk.
Right.
They didn't know what it was.
Right.
But it's a good documentary. I'll say check it out, man.
What's it called?
It's called Sly Lives.
Sly Lives.
That'll be I think it's if you are streaming, I think it's currently on Hulu.
Okay. Yeah, it's on Hulu.
So yeah, I've been meaning to actually run that, and I just haven't had an opportunity. There's a fan with asking Sly Stone, just like Figgy did.
Yeah. So check it out when you get the chance. It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. We gotta talk about these stupid ass criminals, man.
They tend to be stupid.
Yeah.
Are we talking about the ones that went in the Astrodome, or?
Nah. This one.
Whatever happened to our New Orleans peeps, man? Or it's all.
I did see a slight update. I heard they arrested the guy, Derrick Groves. No, they didn't arrest him. They arrested his girlfriend.
Massey was the other one?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I don't think anybody been caught yet, but they did arrest the girlfriend, Derrick Groves.
Okay.
How long are we working at this point?
This has been a minute.
It's been a long time, man. It's been way too long for my comfort, man.
Yeah.
So they did arrest her, which I feel like they just trying to shake her up a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, where they at?
Yeah.
So we're 5 days away from it being a whole month.
Wow.
We're 5 days short of a month from the actual jailbreak, and we still got
That's actually impressive.
Two of these
Very
cats are still out here floating.
Yeah.
I mean, not that I'm a jailbreak expert by any means, but I wouldn't have assumed that everybody, or there's a couple still out there a month later.
Yeah. Nah, it's crazy. I keep y'all updated if I hear anything. But this stupid criminal is a different stupid criminal. So apparently a 21-year-old guy in Florida got arrested for misusing 911. Do you want to know what he did?
Yes, I do.
Oh no!
So he called 911 after he claimed that a strip club ripped him off because there were no sets in the champagne room.
If you have never been in a booty club, you know that's a rule.
Yeah, and the reason I want to point his age out because he's 21 years old, and Chris Rock actually had a PSA, aka a song, about sets in the champagne room, and clearly he wasn't around during that time. But I think he just got to understand what Chris Rock was saying right here.
Ladies and gentlemen of the GED class of 1999, I have one piece of advice for you. No matter what a stripper tells you, there's no sex in the champagne room. None. Oh, there's champagne in the champagne room.
Right.
But you don't want champagne. You want sex. And there's no sex in the champagne room. No matter what you think of what I
Have you heard this song before?
Remember this one thing.
This was the song back in 99, I want to say.
No sex in the champagne room.
This is Chris Rock's song.
Oh my God.
Wait for the hook. There we go.
There you go. Just to make sure that the lesson lands home for you.
Yes, exactly. The message is received.
Yeah. So he thought, okay, so first and foremost, obviously, like he did not understand the lesson that he should have learned a long time ago. But why did he think calling 911 was the way to handle that?
Because he was wasted, probably.
Yeah, so he called 911. A staff member, he gave a staff member $300, and they took him to the back private room, which was the champagne room package.
Yeah,
and they didn't do anything with him.
Oh, so he thought he was hurt. He thought that he got scammed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's probably he's young.
No, I know, but my thing about it is, I feel like there's different types of people. When you feel like you got scammed, I don't know that that's the way that. I mean. I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say.
I do want to shoot him some bail, no pun intended, because he is from Saudi Arabia. So they don't really, I don't think they have strip clubs and stuff like that there, unless it's some underworld type stuff.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe it's some underworld type stuff where he did pay money to have sex in the champagne room. And in America, that's not how it works.
Or maybe he came to America thinking, hey, we about to make this crack. Just,
right.
There's places you could have gone for that. Do better research. Hey, go to Nevada, right? You can go to one of them brothels and get what you want. However, the place you said this was in Florida?
Yeah, this is in Florida.
Of all the places, bro.
Yeah.
Because
go to where Kraft had his massage.
All right.
That was in Florida?
That was in
Florida,
wasn't it?
Yeah.
Now, you did say Florida and you didn't say Miami, because I feel like typically when people want to talk about Miami, they'll say Miami and not Florida.
You could probably get some sets in the champagne room in Miami.
I don't know one way or the other. But one thing I definitely know is I don't know how much you actually want to have that in just generic Florida as opposed to Miami or the southern Florida in general. Like, were you in Opelousas? Yeah. Were you in Tuscaloosa?
Yeah.
Were you in Orlando?
And
were you in Tampa?
And I feel like being in a strip club, $300, that might be a little too light if you want to take it a step further.
Yeah, I would have to guess so.
I think you probably got to get a little high. You got to pay a little more money, and then maybe you take a trip home or something. I don't know.
You say he's from Saudi Arabia? Is he like here? Is he stationed here? Is he going to school out here? Or did he fly out for this?
I'm not sure.
I'm wondering if it's like he's loaded and got a lot of money.
And if he's loaded, $300 is what you thought was going to get
they
done?
probably said, hey, $300 for the champagne room, so he paid him.
And then you were so upset that you called the police? Like,
Yeah,
it's not adding up.
exactly.
My thing about it is if you got it like that and the 300 goes and you're like, damn, all right, I messed up.
Yeah.
Let's take another 300 and go make a shake somewhere else. Like, that feels like the mindset and mentality of somebody who's trying to make something happen.
He probably just young, just didn't know what was going on, and he expected this, and they didn't do it. But, so salute to him, man. Hopefully he understand there's no sex in the champagne
There you
room.
go.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's coming up on 10 years since I've been living here.
Is it really?
Yeah, so in 2026, it would be 10 years around this time when I first moved to Houston. And it felt like it just happened. It felt like I haven't been here that long. But I kind of want to go through the things that happened 10 years ago this week.
Okay.
And I want to see if y'all feel a little old or be like, damn, that was that long? Dang, that was
I haven't even looked at them that much. And
You already feel old?
I can tell you right now, we're all going to feel old.
So
I told you I was watching basketball from 10 years ago. And it's an entirely different game.
So you said you was watching basketball 10 years ago? So you must have been watching LeBron James and the Cavs in the finals against Golden State Warriors the first time. So this was the first championship game between these two. And then they later on they go 4 more times. I think people kind of got a little sick of it.
That was the start of the dynasty.
That was the start of the dynasty. And also, American Pharoah won the Triple Crown.
That's right.
Yeah.
10 years ago.
I do remember that.
Yeah, and that was the first time since 1978.
Yeah.
That Horace won the Triple Crown.
Affirmed?
Who?
Affirmed was in 1978?
Buddy.
I don't know why you're looking at me.
There's
like
not
I'm
a lot of
supposed
things
to
from
know
1978 that I absolutely know. The horse that won the Triple Crown in 1970, I'll do the Googles for you if you don't mind. I'll do that for you. That's what I can promise you.
Yeah, 10 years ago this week, Brad and Angelina Jolie were still together.
Oh, wow. Well, of course, that could have been 20 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 8 years ago. Yeah.
Well, it was 10 years ago, but they did file for divorce a year later. And it wasn't finalized. I didn't know this part until 2024.
Yeah.
I'm like, damn, that was a long ass fight right there.
It was affirmed. So your memory serves you well again. My memory does not, as apparently I said Tuscaloosa when I thought I was saying Tallahassee.
Oh, yeah.
Tuscaloosa's in Alabama.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we got it.
Yeah, so
did you? Or did you just not want to embarrass me?
10 years ago this week, Kim Kardashian rented out the Staples Center for Kanye's 38th birthday.
Now, I remember
a lot of things happening there.
And you want to know who he was playing basketball with?
Yes.
He's playing basketball with Justin Bieber,
of course,
rapper Tyga, and Russell Westbrook, and some more people.
Russell Westbrook.
Were they paid to be here?
Like
Russell Westbrook.
My thing, I was looking at this list. I'm like, damn, everybody he's playing basketball with little wash right now, man.
In various different ways, yes.
Yeah, I remember this. Now, this one does seem like it just happened a few years ago. Not 10 years ago.
Yeah, I did not remember it.
Yeah.
But, man, they done already dissolved that marriage, and Kanye's an entirely different person. Well, not entirely, but is a largely different person, at least in our public imaginations. Yeah, that's what a time.
Yeah, also 10 years ago, this is my favorite right here because I did not know this, but apparently the world found out that the kids from the Brady Bunch were all hooking up behind the scenes.
Oh, yeah. We always suspected it.
So the lady who played Cindy said it was a lot of makeout sessions. So Cindy and Bobby was making out. Yeah. Jan and Peter was making
They're
out.
not actually related, Lopez.
I know they're not.
And the thing that you also got to remember is they at work all the time. Like, what is?
My head is telling me, well, they were not actually brother and sister, but yeah.
Hey, man, what is the most easy signal as to whether people would get together? Proximity.
Yes.
Proximity is factor number one. And they at work all the time, and they the only kids at work? Are the only ones that are the same age?
I would love to see how often this happens. I'm sure it happens a lot.
Buddy, you can ruin a lot of your favorite children's show. Have you finding out what they was doing? Like Ned's declassified school survival guide? Yes,
Did
you see in the story? I want to say when I remember reading this, or it being making the rounds, Greg, the oldest son, actually was hooking up with the mom,
Marcia
Florence Henderson.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. On here it said Marcia and Greg.
Well, Marsha. Yeah. Marsha and Greg.
Marsha.
Yeah, but there was a story, and I know our texters will back me up on this if it's true. Greg and the mom in the show. Florence Henderson.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm really curious to see how many times this happened throughout shows and stuff because it was a rumor. I don't even know if this was true, but it's a show called My Wife and Kids with Damon Wayans. And it was rumors that he was hooking up with the girl on the show who played his daughter, Claire.
I'm very uncomfortable with all of this.
Yeah.
That made very uncomfortable.
So just imagine the Danny Tanner hooking up with.
Nope.
Oh, boy.
Especially because Bob Saget, also you take the Danny Tanner, he also was not that guy at all.
Yeah.
Like his comedy was very blue.
Yeah. So, just imagine him hooking up with DJ.
All right.
My favorite part of this whole conversation.
I don't like any of this.
My favorite part of this whole conversation is Figgy going full on Jaqueline.
Marcia?
Marcia.
Yeah. I got to be honest.
Ken peeled that one.
You know what that is? That's that moonwater getting you.
The moonwater.
Moonwater's getting to you. You can't read right no more.
What it is that's a BPS.
Yeah.
Because I did not watch the Brady Bunch at all.
Everybody watched the Brady Bunch, but that was full on Key and Peele, substitute teacher.
Yeah. Hey, I got to be honest. My parents did not watch Brady Bunch, so I didn't watch Brady Bunch.
Yeah, I didn't watch Brady Bunch either. But I mean,
everybody's familiar.
Was I going to be in the demographic?
I'm familiar with the premise of it, but not like the characters and stuff like that. Man.
All right, they were hooking up.
That is the ultimate takeaway. There's a lot of hookup conversation here in this particular edition of Figgy's Mixtape. But regardless, you get it at 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said George Jefferson hooked up with Weezy. All right. Is this what we're doing now? Just television characters that were together? All right. And shout out to our guy Andy pointing out that Beach Boys founder Brian Wilson did indeed pass at the age of 82.
That's a tough one there.
Man.
Yeah.
So we're getting Beach Boys tomorrow? Is that what's going to happen?
Yeah, we might. We might.
That's another reason to tune in to Figgy's Mixtape at the Figgy Fig on social media if you see something worthwhile that you want to throw in the mixtape. See if he puts it in and shouts you out. But coming up next, we get typically the time where we cross-talk with the fellas of the drive. We'll do that. But also, J.J. Watt actually spoke. Do you agree with him on this particular assertion about Derek Stingley? We'll talk about that more next.
The Sports Radio.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Wednesday. Someone said, how does it compare to nano bubbles? Does it prevent concussions too? I'm guessing that's about the moon water.
Moon water, man.
No.
You look a little more, centered.
What does that mean? See, that's how she gets you. She makes you think it works by using nonsense. You look centered. You thought I was leaning left earlier?
I said more centered.
Leaning right.
I said more centered.
How do you wait, no. Okay. So you're using the modifier more. How do you become more centered than centered? How does that work?
Centered as in your piece within.
You hear this, right, Figgy?
Yeah.
You hear this nonsense?
Yeah.
I just want to make
you
sure
sound
I'm
like a con man.
That is exactly yes.
Yes, you sound like a con
man.
It
ain't me.
Quite literally, snake oil
just work
salesman.
there.
He said, "I just work here."
I just work here.
He said, "Look, I'm just trying to keep my home happy. I'm just trying to keep my home happy."
You never expressed your opinion on the crystals that were held out. She puts the crystals out on a full moon every time as well.
I don't think you want me to express my opinions on the crystals. Again, more power to her. If they work for her on a,
they work for you. The moon water does,
buddy. I don't think so.
You're gonna go home and say, "Dang, it's working."
I don't think so. Again.
I go home every day like.
Yeah, that's a really different reason why that is.
Somebody said crystal light.
Someone said, who is Brian Wilson? We were mentioning that he passed. That is the founder of the Beach Boys.
Mm-hmm.
That was what it was. So shout out to all the Beach Boys lovers out there on this and this time. Yeah, man, it feels like people passing threes. The rule of threes, right? So wild to see that. No real segue here, and I definitely don't want to talk about people passing because I would hate for that to be the case. But J.J. Watt was out at practice today, and he actually talked to the media as well. I think that we'll probably circle around to some more of these things that he talked about because he was, obviously, as JJ often is whenever he talks, insightful, fun, all of those things. But one of the things he talked about was your all-pro Sting.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that he made an assertion in here that I found to be interesting, and I kind of want to see, do you agree with him? Because I feel like it's one specific player that JJ's played with. It'd be interesting to see how he feels about it, but I'm interested. This is J.J. Watt talking about Sting.
Yeah, I would say that's fair. We've had some great ones here. Obviously, I played with J. Joe, Kareem, some of these great players. But Sting is a phenomenal player, and he's so businesslike in what he does. He just goes down there, locks people up, and goes back to work the next play. He's not the loudest, he's not the most rambunctious, but he just does his job extremely well. And obviously got taken care of because of it. I think one of the best things this organization has done is taking care of their players appropriately. You look at Nico's deal now, it's one of the best deals in football. But at the time it was signed, Nico was happy, the team was happy, everybody's happy, and there's none of that animosity of when are we going to get this deal done, why isn't this deal getting done? Now Nico, because he's proud, the team put their faith in him, and he can in turn repay it. Same with Sting. Look at Daniil getting taken care of. I'm sure Will and CJ coming up. If you take care of your guys the right way early on, they'll repay you in spades.
All right, so I got to apologize. I'm actually going to blame the Moonwater for this. Did not set that one up properly. He was asked if he views Derek Stingley as the best defensive back in Texans history.
Yeah.
And he jumped up very quickly and was like, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And he mentioned, he backed it up with some, names, like really, really good players, Pro Bowl player, both Pro Bowl players, I believe, and backed it up. First of all, he's always so good on things like this. But the other point that he made about the money and these guys just getting to work, that's their MO, and that's what has to make you feel good as a Texans fan, because they're going to do the same thing, and they're going to make Will Anderson happy, and they're going to make C.J. Stroud happy.
So,
you would suspect.
I do want to talk even more about that, but, you are 3 years into the Derek Stingley experience. You're good with just best Texans defensive back of all time at this point.
I think I am. I love J. Joe. So I'm hesitating. I think maybe one more year, now that I think about it a little deeper. I think maybe one more year of this Pro Bowl type, all-pro type football, and it would be a lock. But I think he's in the conversation right now with J. Joe.
Yeah,
and Aaron Glenn.
I'd put him. He's definitely in the conversation. I was just intrigued that he immediately went to, absolutely in that place, does his job, all-pro, and he's not wrong about all of those things when it comes to Derek Stingley. I was just like, oh wow, he was ready to just immediately go there into Sting's capabilities, but then also what this defense has done all the way around. But I do love that he immediately made sure to point out and really salute Nick Caserio for the ways that the MO that they've developed. Like, it does seem like it matters a decent amount to the way that this team goes about things and, like, the draw. Like, you've got a couple of magnets now that draw players to this organization that you could probably point to, like, part of the reason why you end up with Nick Chubb right now. And, of course, it's not the same level as maybe bringing in, a crazy big free agent. However, those are the things that matter, right? And one of that is the MO that they've developed when it comes to paying players adequately, early, and maybe even above what some people would say fair, above what like you would say maybe the market dictates or what have you, but making sure the guys are compensated accurately. But then also, we were talking about when Nick Chubb mentioning it, him talking earlier today, it's clear that D'Amico Ryans is also a draw. But those two things, one that JJ mentioned, one that Nick Chubb mentioned, makes it very clear that this is a team that I think will continue to be able to draw attention of players that want to play here.
Just time after time, D'Amico is mentioned as whether even if it was a trade, once they're here, they're just happy. They're just happy that D'Amico's the head coach. He is clearly a magnet. And let's not forget here now, Nick Caserio getting these deals done, as JJ talked about, and getting them done early enough that they become values very quickly. That's ownership. That's ownership.
A willingness to sign those checks.
Signing up for it too, or trusting Nick enough, because we all know. I mean, Cincinnati, other places, general manager is. If the ownership doesn't trust you and doesn't buy in, it ain't going to happen.
No, I think that's
so. You got to give some credit to, hey, Cal and Hannah. They're in on this philosophy as well.
Sure, because, I mean, again, one of the things we talked about in the NFL, when you guarantee money, you got to put it in escrow ahead of time. But I think I do want to give ownership credit, but I also don't want to take any ownership, any credit, rather, from Nick Caserio.
Well, they trust him.
And that is fair. Yes, they do trust him. But I think when you put that in, that guarantee, they're also not guaranteeing, like, 7 years or what have you. Like, it's enough, not that necessarily there's very many people who are doing anything like that anyways, but it's usually these relatively short-term deals that, again, are part of the things that also appeal to the players, is an opportunity to return to the table sooner rather than later to then, again, get another bite at the apple, so to say. But, yeah, man, this is one of the reasons why JJ is a very good analyst, is, taking one thing, giving a good answer to the question when it comes to Derek Stingley, but immediately highlighting another great thing that's happening with Stingley, which is the way that the Texans are going about their contract. So there's definitely more. JJ talked for a little bit. I'm sure that you'll probably hear some of that or maybe you won't. I don't know, with the fellas of the drive. But I know that you'll hear it again on these airwaves.
I did hear this from Daniil Hunter. He said he put on 5 pounds of muscle.
Where? In his toes?
Forehead?
Yeah, I was like, where is there more muscle? But he said he put on more muscle. He said he added more strength as well.
5 pounds. Where was there a place to put 5 more pounds? Like, is it maybe his scalp?
I don't know, man. I don't know where he added muscle, but there's more of it in there supposedly. So but more.
And you're getting called out on the text board as well.
I'm getting called out. Getting called to the way that you have tried to purport this moon water situation.
Let me just read it. The fact that you respond to somebody telling you to find your center by making it sound rude or calling him a con man is what's wrong with society.
Okay. I would like to address that because I understand what you're saying. I know that there's people that have alternative views, and alternative views even feels kind of
what is this about?
All right, so those of you that don't know, John Lopez apparently has called his lovely wife a little bit of a hippie.
She's a hippie.
Sorts. So what happened last night with a strawberry moon that was out there?
Strawberry moon, the closest the moon has been to Earth in 19 years.
There you go. Very good. As we welcome in the fellas of the drive, courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing. So he put a mason jar. She put a mason jar full of water.
I just work here.
That's fair. Mason jar full of water outside in the strawberry moon that's supposed to have some level of healing properties. Find your center.
It's a stress reliever.
Okay.
She puts a couple of bottles, mason jars of water out every time there's a full moon, along with her crystals.
Yes. Oh, yeah, I forgot the crystals. That's an important part.
And the water is supposed to be good for your skin, and it helps you with stress management.
So Lopez done asked myself.
She pours me a glass every time
to drink a little bit of moon water, and he's like, it's gonna help you find your center. And I'm just gonna be honest. I'm not buying it.
I brought some moon water today. I gave some to Figgy and.
Yeah, I mean, I did. I took the moon water. The water was clean and clear, crisp, and everything. But I'm like, I don't know that this is making a bigger deal. I don't know that.
Did it have a little strawberry flavor to it?
It did. I was hoping me and you are the same.
She should have went in there and said, "Look, just a tad,
just a little bit,
a tad."
See, I'd have been in a little bit more.
See
if
what
that was the
happened.
case.
But not just the She puts it out, get that energy, that own energy.
So my thing about it is, I'm not, again, the idea of finding your center, I'm actually good with that. I just don't think that happens through the moon, into the water, through my digestive system.
And you're what's wrong with society.
Okay. Well, you know what? If that's the case, I'll be that.
That's what she tell you.
I feel like finding my center requires a level of work.
No, hell no. I make fun of her.
Such.
Like I said, I just work here.
Why would you make fun of her?
It's fun.
Where's she from?
She's like that. Yep.
Where's
that
she from?
Out.
San Antonio. She's just a hippie.
She got one of them old hill country hippies, ain't she?
She's a hill country hippie.
I tell you what,
she loves the hill country.
Would y'all like any moon water? Is that anything that you'd be interested in?
I'm fascinated. I don't believe in it, but I'm fascinated with your wife being a hippie.
They're going to go home today, and they're going to be like,
I found my center.
Yeah.
Reg's going to find
my
Reg's
stress
find
is
his center and try to take credit for it.
That stress is
That's right.
gone.
No, that's exactly what's going to happen. 100%. I'm taking credit for whatever center is happening.
I got pictures I'll send you.
We out here doing work.
All lined up on our front porch.
We out here doing work to find centers.
Oh, it's multiple.
You know what I mean?
Glasses.
Oh, yeah.
Like, reading books, doing therapy. You telling me the moon water centering?
This was her Super Bowl.
Yeah, because it's not a
the very
strawberry
first
moon
one
every time.
It's her Super Bowl. First one in 19 years.
Yeah.
What's her next hippie move? I need to know about this before it happens.
Yeah, there needs to be more hippie
we need to have
things.
a conversation.
Yeah, we do.
I think you should probably have her on your podcast and talk about it.
No, that's all right.
As Baby Billy said.
Oh, not on your airwave? Okay, very good.
I want to live.
As Baby Billy said, in the 60s, we threw caution to the wind.
Look at that moon bearing down on those
Get the mason jar! Get him! John! Get him! Oh, my God!
I'm not involved in this.
Get the mason jars!
The next time I come to the house, I'm gonna get a hug. Y'all gonna be like
on the hop, John.
On the hop.
She's ready at any moment for this.
Oh man.
Yeah.
All right, Clint, you got anything for us, my guy?
I don't, man. I didn't get practice and
That's
workout,
true.
man.
I keep asking like it's not practice.
I didn't get much, man. I didn't get much in today. I was already over there by the time y'all started, man.
That's fair. No, it's good. But you enjoyed practice today?
Yeah, no, it's good, man. We got some good combos we'll have to have. JJ was there as I heard y'all played, and got to talk to Cal.
All right.
Yeah, I got to talk and spend a little time with Cal. They have not erected our tent out there at practice yet.
So they haven't taken your challenge yet.
He didn't bring it up, so maybe he didn't know. I know Hannah is fully aware. I don't know if Cal gives a real.
You're trying to push him.
Yeah.
Tyler, we're trying to push him.
What were they erecting out there?
Oh, no, I was not. No, I was not.
You know, you're going to just roll erect out there. You know,
that's right.
On the ones and twos. The only person can see him is me, and he goes.
We got a Woody and a Chubb in the building.
We got a Woody and a Chubb in that backfield. As he told us yesterday, as he poured his heart out to us yesterday, I'm just a sexual person.
I heard that.
That's who I am, man. Take it or leave it. Love me or hate me. I'm going to be true to myself.
It's like a dog when you say walk.
Except for I get blood flow whenever you say
all right. Too far. And that's how we end this. Like, you ruined the water, all these other things, and all of a sudden now blood flow is in there. We're out of
moon water.
Yeah, see, you talk about needing centering. That's it right there.
Tyler's making his own move.
I mean, Reg, not to point out your own words.
I'm always good raw dog in the drive. All right, well, I'll take another sip of this moon water before I get out of here. Right? We're done here for the show.
Yeah, what were you thinking on that? Like, was that for fun or like? How did that come out?
I don't know, man. Like because Raw Dogging had come up on the show, thanks to Figgy Fig.
So you thought you'd make a moment.
That's right. I was just trying to show support for the drive. You know what I mean? I'm very, very fond of what you fellas do. I just maybe not the best choice of words.
We really are not that nasty as a show. It just
I don't think I'll beat those allegations.
Nasty.
I don't think you're beating the allegations, dog.
We're not nasty.
Sorry, it's not gonna happen.
It's not nastiness. It's just in touch with your sexualness, man.
There you go.
Your sexuality.
Sexuality.
The longer we work together, the worse it's getting.
Mm-hmm. Oh, maybe that's it.
I mean, it's becoming more and more frequent.
You know what? Moon water for everybody. Moon water for everybody. We'll clean this whole thing up.
I mean, we are a show that is just nasty by nature, I guess.
There it is. Nasty by nature. I like that as a tagline. Coming up, the nastiest show by nature.
Oh, man.
You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. Nasty by nature. And nasty as you like. It is The Drive that is live.
Well, hey, boys.
That's going to knock us. That's got to knock us out of the top 20, isn't it? I just don't think you could be that nasty. There goes the Marconi. Kevin.
I would make the argument that the nastier you
really?
are,
So we're
that you see it like further into that top 20.
All right.
Yeah. Sex sells, bro. Come on.
I don't know that that's on the mind of the many people that are making that decision of who gets in that top 20. I don't know that they're walking around talking about sex sales.
You know, I don't know. I don't know, Clint.
Water.
Last year was our nastiest year by far.
And I'm hoping we achieve better than that this year.
Rob Torres, our listening group's nasty too. Top 20 out of 69. So there goes Rob Torres.
You motorboating son of a bitch.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yes. Come on out and be nasty with us. Not just today, but come on out and be nasty with us this Friday as we make stop 11. This is stop 11 on our.
And
this
the final.
is the final one. This is the final stop here. Stop 11. We will continue our 610 crawfish circuit. You can come hang out with us on Friday. And we're at the Cajun Creighton. Got any tire issues? Come on out there as well.
I forgot about that. He's not kidding.
I'm not. It is,
just some crawfish and
tires, man. I tell you,
fresh tread.
Fresh ones. Fresh ones. But no, we're at the Cajun Crab.
Firestones, Goodyears.
Cajun Creighton coming up on Friday. Come hang out with us. No, it'd be a good time. As I missed the last one. I missed my first one last week, but our friends Outdoors Bud Light also help us put it on. And this is the final opportunity you have to enter our grand prize, which is the $500 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors and beer for a year, Bud Light, Budweiser. So come on out and hang out. Get some bugs for the last time with us. Maybe not the last time for you, but the last time for us. Come out and get some bugs. So that's coming up on Friday. Give you a few days to get yourself prepared and ready for that, Clint. We were at this is the last day of mandatory minicamp, and then they get a little time off, Clint, and then training camp starts, and then we're really right on it. Real quick before we get to, I'm certain you've got some observations, right? You got some thoughts, some things that you saw. I did too. There's one big thing that stuck out to me we'll get to. But not practicing today. Jalen Knoll, he has been out for a couple of games or a couple of days of minicamp this week. Did not practice again today. Christian Harris, I didn't see him again. I haven't seen him in OTAs or in mandatory minicamp. Henry Toa, the same. So both of those linebackers weren't there practicing. Joe Mixon, as we understand, he is out of a boot now, so he has a lower leg injury. He did not practice. Damian Pierce, again, did not see him as well. Braxton Berrios, he's been working out on side fields. He didn't practice again. Jimmy Ward with the foot. Tank Dell, obviously. Brevin Jordan, I saw Brevin Jordan on the side there getting some work. Danico Autry, those guys did not practice today. So many of the same guys who didn't practice the first day. So those are the guys that were out this week. Hopefully those guys will be back and be ready for training camp. But what stuck out to you? What were your observations for day 2 of mandatory minicamp?
Well, I think one thing that a lot of people have probably been waiting to see for themselves is Christian Kirk and C.J. Stroud working together. And this isn't just your wide receiver getting some run and, boy, look, that guy's got some twitch and he's fast and he can catch this ball or that ball. The Christian Kirk dynamic is interesting because I believe that Christian Kirk's going to have as much to do with fixing the pass protection as CJ's going to have, as the offensive line is going to have, as anybody out there. And so what I've noticed, and it didn't just start, but CJ is making it a point to go to Christian Kirk. I believe the first rep in, I can't remember if it was 7-on-7 or team yesterday, but he just missed Kirk on a corner route, kind of getting over the top of the defense a little bit there. Today he missed him on. Did he miss him or did he hit him on that go route down the sideline? It was a little wheel route or go route down the sideline. I think he missed him on that one too. I think it was a little bit long.
Yeah, a little long.
I know I wasn't there, but I saw a video tweeted out. That's what you just described, and it was a drop by Kirk.
Yeah.
He put it there. Yeah,
but several times over the middle, just the quick right now throws kind of stuff. Seeing those two work, one is tremendous because I just firmly believe it's going to have a lot to do with a lot of the pressure getting hit a lot of the times. And then the chemistry between those two, I think, appears to be just really natural, which doesn't surprise me. I think C.J. Stroud is an elite processor of the game, and I think when you look at Christian Kirk's played the game from that inside position, and you got to believe that he sees the game through a quarterback lens. So to nobody's surprise, Christian Kirk and C.J. Stroud seem to be the chemistry that is there seems to be natural, and it seems to be coming, and it's starting to stick out. The more I see the team 5 times now. I think Christian Kirk practiced 4. I think that's right. Or 4 times in Christian. No, it was 5. No. I've seen him 5.
Did you? I know he missed one of those days.
He missed one of them. Yes. Yeah. But boy, it's good to see that work right there, because I think that is just. I'm not as big on Christian Kirk being this huge playmaker and this hook, line, and sinker number 2 wide receiver behind Nico, and boy, that's going to get it done. I'm not there with Christian Kirk, but I am at a spot where if you want to have a conversation about protecting the quarterback and the quarterback having answers, Christian Kirk is going to be as important as anybody in that formula.
Yeah, and I don't know that the other separate thing is, obviously, I think the offense is changing from what it has been before, and I don't know that they've had somebody in that position that could be as effective as he could. Right? They've had to move some. Diggs just didn't have Diggs for a long stretch. Right? He didn't have him for a long period. But Christian Kirk could, if he could stay healthy, could be a reliable piece right there, especially with how the way the offense is changing. That position is more dependent on. It seems like that's going to be, and he could be a perfect fit to be like that. I don't like some people. I'm not saying St. Brown from Detroit, but like somebody in the middle of the field. Yeah. That's always a safety valve. That's always there.
Yeah, you mentioned it right there. The safety valve. Like there's got to be. In this game, especially with a younger quarterback, and I do think CJ's an elite processor of the game, but still there has to be, like, CJ has to have 2 things. He has to have the ability to direct traffic up front. Whether he gets it right or wrong is irrelevant. No, it's not irrelevant, but it's not the point. If he moves the offensive line and protects his backside, and he knows, hey, I've cut this field in half. All I got to do is make sure I'm not getting pressured from my front side, and if I am, where's Christian Kirk, right? So those 2 things, the ability to redirect traffic and communicate your protection, means that you're going to obviously know where you're not protected. And then where you're not protected, having a guy like Christian Kirk who sees the game through the same lens, having a guy like that knows how to make himself available, whether it's just looking at the quarterback or it's using that twitch and change of direction that he has to create the right now separation that you need. Either way it goes, the combination of those 2 things right there has a chance to really, really be powerful in the conversation about fixing what the Texans' problems were last year. And so, look, I think the biggest thing for me is it appears that, one, Christian Kirk is out there working. Is that there's real chemistry building there. It seems to be natural, and that's going to be a big play for, not a big play as in touchdowns and a bunch of yards, but the Christian Kirk move to bring him in here and pairing him and C.J. Stroud together, that's going to be a critical play this season, how the season unfolds.
Yeah, Christian Kirk, somebody that they made a point to go get and to spend some money on, and could be a big asset here. Nick Chubb, he's been practicing really since day one. He came out yesterday. Haven't really seen him in a lot of team stuff. Dare Ogunbowale has been getting the bulk of the carries with him being new, obviously. Joe Mixon and Dameon Pierce, I don't know where he is. But we did see a little bit more of Nick Chubb today. And you'll hear from Nick Chubb a little bit later on today in the show as he spoke to the media for the first time. But we did see a little bit more of Nick Chubb today.
Yeah, just Nick Chubb was getting some run, inside run, team run, if you will. In the offensive line, there's a scout team look. They were obviously just going through some blocking assignments, and they were getting their run game work behind it, obviously, and Nick Chubb running behind that line doesn't tell us a damn thing other than seeing Nick Chubb in that Texans uniform toting the rock downhill, and that unique style of that lower center of gravity, just wrecking ball type approach he has, knowing that Joe Mixon is also going to be in the mix at some point. It was good to see Chubb out there getting that work. I mean, signed a contract 2 days ago, was in attendance yesterday, in uniform, watching, and today he's already worked his way into getting some of the inside runs, some of the team run stuff. It was good to see him.
Yeah, it was. The number, I would say yesterday for me, Higgins, the rookie, was the number one thing to kind of jump off to me. Today, the top thing for me, Clint, that jumped out was something that wasn't surprising, something that we talked about, but it is very, very visual, is the difference right now between the Texans offense and the Texans defense. And it's not that the Texans offense just looks like garbage or anything. It is just, you can clearly see one side of the ball. We're seeing a lot of ones versus ones, twos versus two, or whatever. But you're seeing one side of the ball that's obviously learning, a different system, different terminology. And really, to be honest, there's some new pieces in there across the offensive line. Nobody on the offensive line has played in the positions they're playing next to who they're playing, right? Like, I mean, Blake Fisher's not played next to Titus Howard. Titus Howard's not played next to Andrews, right? So on down the line. So there's a lot of newness with the new offense, new verbiage, and new players. CJ, obviously, new receivers that he's having to get in line with. And then you got the other side, the defense, where there ain't no learning part with some of those guys. They're not learning. They know where to be. They're not thinking. They're just playing. And it's going to take some time. I think it's going to obviously help the offense to get better. But it was like, you watch the defense, you're like, I think they could probably go play the Rams on Sunday.
Yeah.
Right? Like they are ready. You could just see a clear difference on where, one side of the ball learning, still developing, trying to figure out the system, and the other side is prime and ready to go.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. The defense is well ahead of the offense for obvious reasons. Look, the obvious reasons is one's installing a new offense, one is in year 3 ultimately of the same defense, and defense is usually ahead of the offense at this point in time. Defense is look, you take the leash off and let the dogs hunt kind of deal, and so it's a different mentality. I want to preface what I'm fixing to say with that is I get the difference, but I'm gonna tell you, man, when you look at Will Anderson, and I'm every time I talk about Will Anderson in this context, I'm going to talk about Kamari Lassiter as well because he's a tone setter. Ain't no doubt about it. He jumps off the field every single day we watch practice. But having those two guys setting the bar and setting the standard at two different levels of this defense is an absolute game changer. It's the equivalent of having a Trent Brown on the offensive line of like, no, we finna get this run game, this inside run or team run. No, we finna get after their ass. This ain't no just, well, it's 2025 and we block a certain way or it's no, we finna get after there. I've said it a million times. It's blatantly obvious out there at practice which team is which side of the ball is ahead of the other. It's blatantly obvious which team has super alpha
which side of the ball
tone set. I'm sorry, what did I say? Team?
Yeah.
Which side of the ball? The super alpha tone setting players on that side of the ball. Like there's no doubt you're going to hear Will, you're going to hear Lassiter. There's no
hear the whole damn sideline.
They take on that mentality, I think. But where I'm going with the point is you got to find those guys on offense, man. Sure, you got to install the offense. Sure, you got to catch up, and sure, it's a different approach and all that. But defensively, they're showing you, hey, man, you find somebody on the offensive side of the football, a couple guys that can bring this to the table. Whoo, look out now. I mean, it's impressive to watch.
No, it is, and I think that's a good point too. Is like they got a bunch of dudes that they can't wait to get the hell up out there. Like they can't wait to get out there to compete, to do whatever, and they love it.
Could you imagine?
And it seems like Joe Mixon feels like he right now of what we know is maybe one of the only guys over there. We saw CJ. He was the one that was running over there talking trash with the defensive side of the ball.
Look, I'm not saying they should or shouldn't do this. I'm just painting this picture. Could you imagine D'Amico Ryans doing to Will Anderson or Kamari Lassiter or anybody, but those, let's say those two because those are the two that are what team, your first team reps here, first team reps here. You can go with the twos next. Don't worry about it. Hey, Will, you can go with the twos in this next practice. Ain't happening, partner. You got to drag them off the field. Ain't never happening. You know what I mean? And the teach their own. Understand the offensive line is not but that's the mentality that we got to find on offense. We're like, no, there ain't no. But who?
Yeah.
Rotation? No, I'm out.
All right, last night we were talking about what is Lance. Lance, it wasn't awful, but wasn't the way he had been the previous two starts. We'll talk about that. And Dana Brown had something interesting to say about the roster. We'll get into that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, I found myself over at Academy Sports and Outdoors again after work yesterday. Slid on by there again. I know I may have a little bit of a problem, but if you've lived around these parts for any amount of time, you know.
In town, 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
The Drive is live.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Benintendi, and he'll put it away for the final out. The White Sox have beaten the Astros 3 out of 4 this year and win the first game of this 3-game series by the score of 4-2. Shane Smith and 3 relievers shut down the Astros on just 2 runs with 9 hits. Astros out hitting the White Sox 9-4 tonight, but losing the game 4-2.
That pissed you off, Tyler? That pissed you off last night?
Losing a crap-ass team like that Chicago squad? Yeah. Yeah, that grinds my gears.
It does. They took 2 out of 3 from the Royals this weekend. Really does. That is. Like, you play the White Sox and the Rockies, and you lose a game. I know you should. You know, it's just all teams and stuff. You play those 2 teams, it really pisses you off.
It's not ideal.
When you lose to teams like that. You lose to teams like that. But 4-2, and hopefully they can get back at it. Lance, we were wondering about Lance, Clint. We were having conversations about Lance. And again, like, one thing that Lance is establishing, Clint, Tyler, is outside of the one hey, what was that? He at least kind of he gives you a chance, right?
Spada said he kept a minute.
And that's to me a good sign. And I'm not trying to pull any kind of moral victories. It's at least because it is pathetic, like just losing to the White Sox like that. But I'm looking at the score too as well, 4-2. So that
Astros ain't loyal.
We know Tyler at least lost 1 bet.
Yeah, that'd be correct, Ron. Thank you for the update.
I just distinctly remember last night saying, I don't know about that with these 2 pitchers. But anyhow, but Lance going.
Tyler, this is where Ron not being a bettor works against him.
Oh, scary as Ron.
I am. I am scary as hell.
I mean, I'm referring more to
the next day.
Well, you just got to kind of the next day, man. Like the rubbing it in thing, man.
Well, I don't want to. I just rubbed it in. I just looked at it and it just hit me in the.
Well, but as a bettor, bringing it up this early in the show would be considered rubbing it. It's
really
when the segment comes around.
It felt like it ripped
That's
my
what I would
nuts off.
recommend. I'm just telling you.
Well, what about if
I mean, after you get your head beat in on, and especially after a week like Tyler's had, like last thing he wants to do is hear about it at 2:30.
Well, again, I'll mention some of the other parts of it too. Jeremy Pena did come through and continue to play well.
Jeremy got that double early.
Panties dropping all over Houston.
So did Christian. I mean, not Christian Walker. So did Caratini.
Yeah, that was one you on.
I needed that one. Boy, them damn odds T got for me. Whew, that was going to be painful if he didn't get that hit.
But Lance, he goes 5 innings. He gives a 4 earned, and that is still something that keeps you in the game, right? Like you can win 4 runs. That's not 7 in the first, and then the first inning with 1 out. You're out. The one time he did that. But if you look at it, like outside of that 7-run game, like he hasn't given up more than 4 runs in any of his starts, and that's something doable. But maybe he comes down a little bit from the way he was pitching the 6 innings, and he's got 19 strikeouts over 2 starts. He did have another 6 last night.
Yeah, look, I didn't catch early on, but looking at the box scores, I mean, the 3 walks in the first two innings. That hurts. The first 3 innings, I'm sorry. That ended up hurting him because I think all 3 walks scored or something.
The walks, that was
that hurts because that's just Lance's fault. Is getting not having the control early on and getting in trouble with walks and getting the pitch count up and I think 4th because he was already knocking on 60, I believe. So. The pitch count got up early again. The walks hurt him early again. Now, they didn't hurt him to the tune of 7 runs in recording 1 out, obviously, but it's the same thing with Lance, and he knows what the problem is. He's trying to fix it, and it bit him a little bit last night. against a lesser than team. Now the Luis Roberts, I don't know if y'all saw last night. I had no idea. I mean, obviously saw the hit, the home run he hit. As the commentators are talking about how he has been an Astro killer, he is just against the Astros for whatever reason. He is just lights out. Well, he's been having a rough year. Got moved down in the lineup. I think he was hitting the 7 hole, and I'll be damned if he didn't light it up last night with a double and a home run.
He is interesting down the stretch.
Yeah.
I wonder.
To see if he gets moved?
What team he may get moved.
Well, he's struggling. He's sub 200, and again, they moved him down the lineup. But for whatever reason, he don't have a problem swinging the bat at Dyken Park.
He seems like somebody that obviously has all the tools. That big joker plays center field.
Yeah,
has all the tools and potentially looks different if he goes somewhere else. By the way, Lance McCullers, you were talking about it. He did speak as 7 starts for Lance, I believe. He's through. That was his 7th start yesterday, and he kind of addressed how he's feeling, where he feels he is after those 7 starts.
No, I mean, I feel overall, really good. I mean, obviously the numbers are lopsided because of the start with Cincy. Outside of that start, I've been pretty solid. Obviously, want to keep, a couple runs off the board tonight, 1 or 2 extra of those runs off the board tonight. But, Cincy start's going to lopside everything pretty much the whole year. But my stuff feels good. There are a lot of good backdoor sinkers tonight, especially late. So look to build off that as we move forward.
That damn Cincinnati start, I think keeps him up at night right there, boy.
Oh, yeah, it sounds like it does. But the last 3 starts, I mean, he went 6 innings, and 5 innings. And again, this last game, the pitch count got a little high, and Luis Roberts jumped on his ass a little bit. So not a major ordeal, but I don't look at yesterday with Lance and think, oh, we're going to start backsliding a little bit. I mean, I think that the last 4 outings have been, relatively speaking, have been good. I mean, not the 12 strikeouts was phenomenal, right? I mean, the back half of the Seattle game where he only went 4 1/3, but he struck out 8, right? That the back half of that outing was really, really good, and so this outing clearly wasn't as good as the previous. I'd say 2.5, but. No big deal given where he's at. We're 7 starts into being out 1,000 days. He'll be all right.
Yeah. And he was out for 3 years.
No matter how you say it, it's a long time. Ain't it?
No matter how you say it.
900+ days.
It was. All right, coming up as we continue right here live on The Drive, trade conversations about one superstar now being linked to the Houston Rockets. We'll tell you who that is and the latest on that coming up next.
All right, y'all.
Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Read it off sliced bread.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. As we said, as I said on the other side there, Clint, Shams Charania, ESPN, reports that the Phoenix Suns and Kevin Durant's business partner, Rich Kleinman, are sorting through trade options with interested teams mainly featuring Houston, San Antonio, Minnesota, Miami, and New York. So it looks like it's down to those teams, and everybody kind of in the industry sees that Kevin Durant's going to get moved. He's going to get moved from Phoenix, and I think Houston can probably do anything and put together probably the best package if they want to from any of these teams. San Antonio has a lot to give. We know Minnesota's not giving up no damn Anthony Edwards. So, all of that. In New York, they've lost because of the moves they made in the offseason. But it looks like, Clint, and I know we've talked about for us that move is the one to try to get Kevin Durant that would make the most sense with the team right now, because you wouldn't have to change as much if you go with another superstar. But it looks like the Rockets are right there as contenders. And it would, to me, seem, Clint, that there is interest from the Rockets for their name to be involved in this, right? Yeah. Like, you don't make this if they're not interested too.
Well, you don't have the picks. You don't have hold their future in your hand. Need a superstar player. Kevin Durant be on their team and available, and you're not in the mix. Yeah. But I mean, the stars are aligning for the Rockets to be in the mix. Now, you got to believe that are they in the mix because the Phoenix Suns want all those picks back, which I would imagine is absolutely the case, or are they in the mix because Kevin Durant wants to play and sees the Rockets, Ime Udoka.
Well, he's definitely on their list.
Yeah. I mean, but does he see, because the problem now, in my opinion, just from the outside looking in, 30,000-foot view is, man, now all of a sudden you've got the Timberwolves and the Knicks, two teams that were right there on the cusp of playing, for a championship. They're in the game now. And if you're Kevin Durant, you're long in the tooth. You look at both of those teams and you go, yeah, they're a superstar away from being in the finals right now.
They're me away.
They're me away in 5 years, but next year, like immediately. And so I wonder if Kevin Durant views the Rockets as the same type of opportunity given his age and the other teams that are in the mix. Does he view the Rockets as a legitimate destination, given those other teams are now in the mix? Not now. I mean, I know the Knicks were reportedly in the mix at the trade deadline, so this isn't anything new for them. But we'll see. I mean, I'm just not surprised, but I'm glad that the Rockets are in the mix and at least in the conversation.
Bobby Marks, ESPN, he has it listed right here who can put the best package together to get him, and he's got the Spurs and Rockets 1 and 2.
Right, and the Spurs, that Spurs package obviously has to be led by the number 2 overall pick.
They got the number 2 overall pick.
God bless Texas.
They got Stephen Castle was the Rookie of the Year this past year. They've got some young assets too. I think the Rockets have young, more established assets that could go either way, right? How you feel about it, Jalen Green or someone else like that. The thing that intrigues me is, let's say this gets done. And Tyler, you've been here, especially our listeners, you have a feel for them. You've been a listener, as you said yesterday, since you were a little itty-bitty boy. Coming to America.
Exactly how I said it.
Since a little itty-bitty boy. And obviously, Clint, you've been here 6 years covering, and you know the people. You roll with people. You're from Houston. What do you think the reaction will be if the Rockets got Kevin Durant? And obviously, we understand it's probably going to be some picks, and there's probably going to be somebody in the core, at least one person in the core that is traded. But what do you think the response is here in Houston from Rockets fans if Kevin Durant indeed becomes a member of the Rockets?
Oh, I think it's big. I think it's big time positive. I think it's let's go win a championship.
Because I can't understand how it wouldn't be.
Yeah,
but I feel like we're about to see people flood and say, I don't want it.
Well, look, I think people are entitled to their own opinions. Before it happens, I think if you're looking at this and Giannis is potentially out there, Kevin Durant and yada, 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 all these different pieces, then people, I think it's natural, it's human nature to say, well, I'd prefer this guy or that guy. I don't necessarily like that guy. But when your team all of a sudden acquires a guy like Kevin Durant, and you put him into the mix, I don't think you're going to have to give up a ton. If you put him into the mix with this current Rockets team and Ime Udoka, I don't care if you love or hate Kevin Durant. You got to believe that your team has a pretty good chance to take that next step, which that next step is a deep run in the playoffs. So yeah, no, I think overall, I think Rockets fans and sports fans here in Houston would be absolutely stoked with Kevin Durant.
I'm flabbergasted. I know this is just a couple of people. But the text line coming through, YouTube and Twitch coming through. No KD. Brandon. Adding KD to the Rockets is like trying to add Aaron Rodgers to the Texans.
Bitches.
I'll stop watching. He's past his prime.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
I don't understand how Kevin Durant, this is Rob, who has never been the guy, except for those 2 years he won Finals MVP, and that 1 year he was the league MVP. But outside of those years, is suddenly going to come here at the age of almost 40, or 36, and suddenly be the guy. Yeah, I don't. Aaron Rodgers, no champ slice. It's not hitting the nail on the head.
When I came out of the dark,
or the hammer on the nail, whatever.
Nail on the head.
I think you're right.
Did I say it right the first time? Or the hammer on the nail, or whatever.
Not hammer on the nail. No, but
nail on the head.
Yeah, I put a hammer on the nail. But I think I do. Anyway,
when you hit the nail on the head, you're actually doing it with a hammer. Yeah. I hope.
Yeah, and then you also hammer.
It would hurt otherwise
with the nail, but. I don't understand. Aaron Rodgers. Obviously, first off, CJ Stroud is here. So obviously, Aaron Rodgers doesn't have you're not replacing him with CJ Stroud. I mean,
God bless, brother.
Like you watch that series against the Warriors that went 7, and you think to yourself, and that Kevin Durant wouldn't have helped us. I don't.
And they say no.
I don't understand that. I think I'm gonna get really upset.
Yeah.
If that happens, because I think the Rockets are going to make a move, and Kevin Durant I think has a chance to be one of those moves.
Mm-hmm.
And if we get to a place where, people, it should be let's go.
Absolutely.
It should be here we go.
Absolutely.
It should be, here we go, the growth from whatever young guys are left. I just don't know how this dude can still offensively go get his own shot anytime he wants. He changes the entire floor for everybody else. Şengün, hey, you want some space? KD's out here. Get ready. You got space.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
Man. Talking about he isn't the guy he used to be. No, he averaged 27 points a game last year.
Yes. On a terrible team where most superstars would have called it up.
He's exact to me. Now, long term wise, if you're talking about Giannis, you want to get Giannis. We're talking long term,
sure,
because he's 30. I hear that, but no. Kevin Durant is not washed in terms of what this team needs. Does Kevin Durant play defense as good as he did 10 years ago when he was with OKC or with the Warriors? No. Is he awful? No. But can Kevin Durant still go get buckets? Absolutely. Can Kevin Durant go get buckets late? Yes. Steve Kerr would have been in a world of trouble trying to figure out what to do and what they're going to do with him. This guy's 7 foot. I just don't understand.
Well, look, I lean.
Let's just keep riding with the guys we have. Really?
Yeah, no, I'm out. I'm definitely out on that. All I know is I just listen to the guys that are paid handsomely to cover the NBA and the overall, I think, response to KD right now is what you just said. He's not obviously not who he once was, who he is at this age, but offensively, he's fallen off very little. He still has the ability to go do all the things you just said, and offensively, he's one of the better ones in the game. And to me, that's exactly what the Rockets need.
Yes. People talking about how does he fit Udoka's culture? Like, I just don't, like, Kevin Durant is not a culture killer. Kevin Durant, now he may, like Steve Nash, if Steve Nash gets himself fired and he probably has no business being a head coach, that's one thing. But Kevin Durant loves to play ball and go home. He does. He loves to play ball. He had no problems with Steve Kerr. And he ain't going to have no problems with Udoka. Like, he loves ball. Like, you start there with Udoka, I think you're good.
Yeah, I agree.
That dude loves ball. Like, all-time great. Who's won multiple championships. Get out of it with that. Coming up, C.J. Stroud said something yesterday that I think now obviously gives us a real clue to what the Nick Caley offense will look like. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, fellas, it's that time of year now. Look, it's summertime, and you want to look in.
2222. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive as we continue rolling here. By the way, remember, it's our final week, man. I'm a little sad here, man. You know, Shannon and Steve and the crew coming out, hanging out with us every week, and the rest of everybody else who's joined out with us. But we have one more week. Payne and Creighton, come on out, hang out with us. 11th and final stop of our 610 Crawfish Circuit. You can come hang out with us this Friday, June 13th. It's right off Beamer Road, Cajun Craven. Again, come hang out with us. You'll get prizes each and every hour. You'll get them bugs. And support it from our good friends at Bud Light. Hell, they've probably got other drinks as well there that you can.
I would imagine so.
You can go ahead and take a chance with. Again, good shout out to our friends at Academy Sports and Outdoors, where you can win prizes from them and Bud Light for helping support us. And this will be the final chance, the final opportunity you'll have to enter our grand prize, and that is a $500 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors and beer for a year with Budweiser Bud Light. So you don't want to miss that. Our final time. I feel like they got to bring balloons and stuff again, right?
Yeah, Shannon and Steve, they did let me know last week that they've made more than you and I and Tyler, too, because Tyler hadn't been to every Friday. We've all missed one. They've not missed any.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm at 0.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just mean Fridays where we're at.
That's fine. Good. We love the loyalty. We do. Yeah. Maybe bring some streamers, confetti.
The Drive family.
There was some big balloons last time. There were some big balloons. There were some shots. All kind of stuff going on, man.
Shots.
Show out.
Lotto tickets, all kind of stuff.
Lotto tickets.
Strippers.
Mm-hmm. I don't think there were any strippers. You're supposed to say, no, I wasn't there. I don't
guessing
think there were any
I wasn't there.
Clint looked up in the air like he couldn't remember.
Well, there was two gals there. There was two gals there that had a chance. I don't know. I didn't ask, but they probably could have made a little paper in the shake.
Mm-hmm. Damn shame.
There was two girls there that had a notion. Looked like they may have been there before.
They looked like they had.
Shout out King.
Yeah. Well, it's always good to have the ability, have that in your back pocket if you need to use it. All right, calm down.
You don't want to not have that tool in your bag.
Yeah.
If you do, you should never go broke.
Nope, should not, especially in this day.
I know I won't.
Yep. Have your own fans. You got what I mean there. All right. I think CJ yesterday kind of gave us a clue, Clint, because we didn't talked about it. Like, hey man, what are we looking at? Are we looking at the Matthew Stafford maybe offense with the Rams and what Sean McVay has done over the years, or is it going to go to his roots, Nick Caley, and go back to the New England style? Listen to what C.J. Stroud had to say, and this started off just the thought of him now having more control with the offense, something that we've talked about here on this show. But I think in this answer, he gives a clue on potentially what kind of offense they're looking to run.
Yeah, that'd be between me and Kels, and that was something that I did want, and I've gotten that now. So, but
how do we?
I knew you were gonna want to hold up.
I apologize. I thought about it. I tried to. I tried to be mature. I tried to be top 20 show across the country, but I couldn't. How do 713-572-4610 YouTube and Twitch? How do we feel about Kales as the nickname? Nick Caley. I mean, you talked about me going conch. Like, I mean, that's really going hard to get to Kales. The conch. Right. The first thing that comes to my mind is, yes, champ, it's R. Kelly. That's when I hear Kales.
Ooh, that's not what you want.
That is Robert. That is Robert Kelly is the first person I know is Kales. Kales.
It ain't hitting for me. I don't
like
it. Doesn't,
he said it easy.
It ain't it.
I don't like it at all.
Do you think this is a nickname that has followed him, and CJ is just going on to a nickname that he's already been called? Did they call him that in L.A.?
Nah.
Did that start in New England?
That's
Right.
CJ trying to make a connection right there with his new OC.
I don't know. That sounds like,
nickname.
to me, that sounds like something that it probably started with Nick Caserio with his background with Kaylee. When he introduced him in the team meeting, he probably said Kales. And then I think Cole Popovich has got some background with him, and Cole has a little bit of street cred with the guys because he's been in Houston, and he probably calls him Kales, and so it kind of spread. Started with those two and kind of spread a little bit.
Yeah, text line comes. I don't know about that one, boss.
That's got a real Northeast Nick Caserio vibe to it.
Yeah. All right. Well, all right, Kales. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. That was one that stuck out. Anyway, let's hear him as he talked about Kales.
Yeah, that'll be between me and Kels, and that was something that I did want, and I'm gotten that now. So, but that takes ownership. We've been able to watch a lot of Brady. And there was clips back in like 2003 or 4 when him and Josh McDaniels, first started, and so like it took him time to master. I bet be as great as I can at it. So, but it's something that I wanted, and I'm getting.
He talked about. They've watched tape, Clint, on, and this isn't just Brady. This is early Brady, right? 02, 03. This is at the beginning, even before he became, the best, the GOAT for now. Even though before that, this is 02, 03 Brady, and I don't know, Clint. That's a signal to me that maybe that's maybe where they're leaning towards instead of. And I'm sure maybe they've watched some Stafford stuff and what the Rams did last year. But that to me, that he brings that up, that we've been watching that stuff. And as you know, Clint, Brady had major control at the line of scrimmage and everything, in terms of what they did with Josh McDaniels, bringing that name up too. It feels like, Clint, we've wondered where this would go. Would it be a mashup? I don't know. That sounds like a clue that they may be leaning towards what they did in New England. Instead of maybe what he's been doing more with Sean McVay.
This makes me a fan of Nick Caley. It makes me believe in Nick Caley at least as much as I can, not knowing the guy, not ever seeing a product on the field. I've said it from jump, Ron. I said it after year one. It's the most what we saw year one, and CJ's crazy good year was the most Brady-like quarterback play I'd seen, hell, from anybody really, much less a rookie. And I've since then I think that's the best version. That's how we get the best version of C.J. Stroud, which ultimately which means to me that that's how this team and this organization takes the next step and becomes a serious Super Bowl contender. Is if C.J. Stroud is trying to play the position in a stylistically more like Brady than trying to drive the football down the field all the time. And so I this is music to my ears. It's football horny. This is the best version of C.J. Stroud that you can get. We've seen it with our own eyes. It's been great at this level, and it was very Brady-like. And like I said, this approach just makes me believe in what Nick Caley's trying to do here. It brings me over to Nick, to liken what Nick Caley's approach is in a big way, because I just flat out 100% agree with it.
Well, I mean, I think we've talked about it. We've seen 2 years of CJ, and it seems like he's much more of a fit for that. Like, he's much more his game. You can see it, especially you can see it maybe potentially flourish more than maybe what they're doing with Matt Stafford or McVay and even Jared Goff before that. It seems like the control, the taking what the defense gives you, always using his accuracy, which is his strong point. It seems like he would much be offense style as opposed to maybe some of the down the field stuff. Not to say he doesn't do it at all, but the down the field aggressiveness from Stafford and what they're doing in LA right now.
It's hard to protect yourself. It's hard to make great decisions consistently, and it's hard to win when it's all gas, no brakes. Now, like you said, there has been Stafford and McVay. They've done. Been some guys that have defied the odds, but in the big picture is it is not a championship winning brand of football to go about this thing super aggressive. So often we look at Pat Mahomes and the freestyle way in which he plays and say, see, you can do it that way. And we look at Josh Allen, 250 pounds that can run between the tackle and drives the football down the field all the time, even though he has changed his way a couple of times in his career it's hard to win with it, even if you're great. You look at Lamar Jackson and some of the stuff they do. Those are all unicorns, man. Those are all unicorns, and it's just and CJ may end up being one of those guys that has just the elite ability to drive the ball down the field better than everybody else and win at that level. I don't know, but when I look at CJ Stroud, I'm with you. I see a guy that is a more talented and a more gifted passer of the football than Tom Brady, and I would say it's not even close. But there's the reality of it is, if you're going to be an elite processor of defenses and you're going to win from the pocket, when you got to be very selective in when you take risk with the football, and that approach bodes well when you've got a really dominant defense on the other side of the football, right? So I think there's too many stars aligning here for this thing not to be, as I've said before, they're crazy if they're not pumping in his head. Like the last year, be more aggressive, five-headed monster, throw the ball down the field. Like that was borderline criminal. If they're not pushing the exact opposite in his mind, into CJ Stroud's mind right now, then I don't think they're winning. I think they're losing.
Yeah, no, this to me fits the best for CJ and the offense, and that's why when you were talking about Christian Kirk earlier, now when you hear, hey, we're watching Brady from 02-03. Well, if you keep watching on Brady, that means you're watching the likes of what he did with the Wes Welkers, what he did with the Danny Amendolas, what he did. Troy Brown was big in the slot early on in those years, and Christian Kirk, as you talked about him earlier, remembering him talking about, hey, we watched a lot of old Brady. That's why I'm saying it seems like they're going towards that offense where a Christian Kirk, that combination could be a big, big piece to what C.J. Stroud does. And I think he flourishes in that.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen it.
Yes.
We've seen it.
That's the best that he has been when he's in that. And it didn't mean they didn't make big plays. Hell, he threw for 270-something yards a game, which was number one of the league. What was given to him, and you've said this about Brady for years, he'll keep taking what's given to him until you try to take that away from him, and then he will.
And he's got a counterpunch. And look, the thing is that the most, obviously Brady won the Super Bowls, and so that's obviously the first thing you talk about. But if you're just talking about quarterback play, like Brady's ability to keep his uniform clean and to stay off the ground was unbelievable. I mean, just to keep to keep defenses off balance and to never let those pressures get home. Now, when the game was on the line, he'd hold it and do some different things. I get that, but throughout the first three quarters of a game, typically it was surgical. Just get the ball out of my hand. Don't take hits. Take all the pressure off my offensive line. Get the ball in the playmaker's hands and see how the game unfolds. And if it unfolds in a manner where we've got to drive down the field, okay, that's fine. If the game unfolds in a manner, maybe it's even early in the third quarter where, hey, they're tightening down the screws defensively, so now we can get over the top on some stuff, then we'll take those throws. But to go out there and try to, just willy-nilly this thing, drive it down the field because CJ can, and because you got Nico and because you got some weapons, that clearly was not the answer. If you look at, Ron, this, that's why I keep saying it is not going to be difficult for the Texans to be a significantly better team on the offensive side of the football. You give CJ Stroud the ability to communicate and to direct traffic. You give CJ Stroud a quarterback coach, an offensive coordinator, and guys around him that are pushing the messaging into his head of watch Brady, watch Brady, watch Brady, not drive the football, five-headed monster. No, watch Brady, keep it simple, take the profit, be selective when you take risk, right? Those kind of things are gonna allow this offense to absolutely flourish. Now we'll see. If the X factor or the wild card is still, can Nick Caley legitimately design plays and call plays and game plan to the strengths of
Josh McDaniels?
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, because the part that we hear offensive coordinators and people talking offensive football say so often is actually the most difficult part of it. Like, it's real easy to get up there and go, oh, well, I'm my offense. What is my offense? Oh, it's whatever my guys do best. Okay. Let's see how you juggle Joe Mixon, Nick Chubb, Nico Collins. Oh, by the way, CJ's a pocket guy. And then what are you going to do with Dalton Schultz? What are you going to do with a young tight end behind him? What are you going to do with Christian Kirk? Is he an inside receiver, slot receiver, and like you said, the Welker, Edelman kind of role, Amendola kind of role, or is he a guy that you're going to put him outside and try to treat him like Nico Collins? How does he juggle all that? We'll see. But the other stuff, fixing last year's problems, it's to steal it from D'Amico, very fixable. Very fixable.
They're all fixable.
They're all fixable. Damn it.
Damn, man. Tyler, why'd you do that,
I should have known that.
I didn't want to.
He had the mic drop. Did you see him?
I reaffirmed it. I cemented it.
It looked like the wheels were turning up there, and he was looking to land that plane and get a dismissal as
Tyler ran across the runway.
As the head coach D'Amico Ryan said.
They're all fixable.
Tyler comes parachuting in, coming on down with, well, not so fast. It's actually this. All right, as we continue through, it is Wednesday, so a little stock up, stock down, and we went to the first 2 days of mandatory minicamp. Let's do that as a stock up, stock down edition from Texans Minicamp. That's coming up next. But before we get there, guys, you out there potentially struggling with ED, you've heard me talk about the men's clinic.
And the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Every season brings highs
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
and lows.
No way, because I know one of you two ass would have done the same thing that I just did.
Are you kidding me?
This trio always has eyes on the market in H-Town. It's time to buy or sell. It's stock up.
The arrow's pointed up.
Stock down.
They're selling, Mortimer.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You're damn right. Every hump day, right around this time, 3:20 p.m. on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley, we do a little stock action, a little stock up, stock down. Today's edition, and we bark.
Your dog's always a little different sounding.
Clint, can I get a bark? There we go. Now we up in these stocks.
I didn't know that's what she was going to bring.
I like that. That's the strongest one, maybe.
That was.
That dog got that dog in me.
Today's edition right here on the Drive is a little Texans mandatory minicamp. If you've been under a rock, you've missed it. Today was day 2. We're 2 days into this mandatory minicamp for the Houston Texans. Our guys, Ron and Clint, they were both out there, eyes on the practice field. And we got eyes on this market. So starting with you, Ron, the show stock up for you for these Houston Texans as minicamp is underway.
I'm going to go stock up with, and I think D'Amico probably starts with this, but anybody who's involved, and I would think D'Amico, Kales, Nick Caley, and Popovich, whoever's involved with the offensive line decisions, I go stock up there, Clint, just because there's a couple of moves that I respect. I don't know if they're going to work out, Clint and Tyler, but I respect. They're not forcing Juice Scruggs into the top unit or anywhere just because they moved up in the draft to get him number 2. They're not forcing him at center. They're not forcing Patterson, someone they drafted themselves. Andrews is somebody who I didn't look at before camps started as a guy that was going to be a starter. Hell, not even second string. He has clearly been the number 1 center that they have a plan for. And like I said, I don't know if Juice Scruggs is that much better than everybody else, but I can respect the thought that they are not trying just because he was a high draft pick and just because Cam Robinson is a guy that they spent the most money on in the offseason and from an offensive line perspective, he don't look like he's got a shoe-in spot, right? He may be the starter, but Ariante Ursary is getting as much run. They're alternating. It looks like there's a competition there. And, generally you look at some teams, Clint, hey, man, we spend $12, $14 million on a guy on 1 year. He's going to play. And I'm not saying he won't, but it looks like they are not basing decisions upon how much a guy is making or will redrafted a guy. It thoroughly looks like we're going to get this thing fixed, and we're going to get it fixed with the top guys. Again, I don't know if it's going to work, but I do respect that process.
The biggest problem in Houston, I'll argue one of the biggest problems in all the NFL is pass protecting for C.J. Stroud. And I was worried. A lot of the conversations were, we're just going to pick our best five. We're going to get our best five up there. I was worried because they didn't take bigger swings in free agency. And look, I don't know how big of a jump they made from a talent perspective. And I'm not even talking about the Laramie Tunsil, Cam Robinson move right there. Take that out of the mix. I don't know how much talent-wise they improved when you look at left guard to right tackle, those 4 of their offensive line spots. But I love the way that they're addressing the issues. You got left guards playing left guards. You got right guards playing right guards. You got centers playing center. You got tackles playing rebound around a little bit. And as you mentioned, Juice Scruggs playing all 3 interior spots. Everybody else is in position and playing one particular position, learning the offense, communicating the offense, executing what they're supposed to at their respective position. And I was worried we were going to see that turnstile approach at every position, and we haven't. I absolutely love it. You're right. The stock up for all those O-line decision makers, no question.
You are tuned in to Stock Up, Stock Down right here live on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley every Wednesday right around 3:20 p.m. That was Ron's Stock Up. Today's edition is Texans Minicamp as it is 2 days in for this 2025 off-season program. Clint, over to you. Little stock up for the Texans in this minicamp for you, Dirty Red.
Well, the stock up for me is there were several I could have picked from because there's been a lot of good that I've seen, not like surprise good, like I didn't expect good. But I think the biggest one for me is Kamari Lassiter at this point. It has nothing to do with his play. It has everything to do with I am dead ass serious. I believe that we need to be talking about Kamari Lassiter in the same vein that we talk about Will Anderson when it comes to leaders, alphas, tone setters, setting the standard. We've heard D'Amico Ryans talk about you want to know what it means or what it's like or how to play Texan football. You watch Will Anderson, and now all of a sudden this year he's also Will Anderson and Kamari Lassiter. And I think it's real. When you watch practice, Kamari Lassiter jumps off the screen. When you watch practice, there's no doubt about it that defense is the energy. Everything is just through the roof.
The arrows pointed up,
and I think Kamari Lassiter embodies that at that third level of the defense, just like Will Anderson does at that first level. We talked yesterday about how C.J. Stroud being at practice, the vibe was totally different for the whole team, definitely for the offense. I think Kamari Lassiter does that for the defense. And when you're in the backside of it, everybody can see you making plays and not all caught up in the wash at D-line. I think it's a little bit more in your face. So I got to go with Kamari Lassiter. The stock is up after watching him a few times.
You definitely can hear his ass on the field.
No question. You can hear him talking and slapping his own helmet.
Yeah.
You are listening to H-Town's #1 afternoon drive sports talk program with us 3 gentlemen. We're on the show, Hughley, Clint Stoerner, myself, Tyler Milner, live on the Drive every day with you 2 to 6. And every hump day at this time, we do these stocks. We got the stock ups out of the way. Back to you, Ron Hughley. Give me that stock down for this 2025 minicamp.
Listen, man, I don't know what's happening, but none of this can be a good sign for Christian Harris. I don't know what's happening. I know that D'Amico last week when I was out said that he'll be ready for training camp. We have no idea, is there an injury or whatever, but the way his season ended last year as what it would appear he was getting healthy special team snaps, but nothing else. And then we come in, they've got 2 weeks of OTAs, now a mandatory minicamp, and we haven't seen him or haven't heard any report of injuries, but haven't heard reports. And now we're seeing guys like Nick Neiman, who is out there getting run in a spot that you would think he should be in. E.J. Speed, who's been a starting linebacker most of his career in this league. And I don't know, it just feels like he has fallen further and further out of favor. Could be dead wrong, but I just don't get the sense, Clint, Tyler, that this is a good thing that he just hasn't been to on the field for any of these camps, OTAs or anything.
Yeah, there's not a lot there to discuss. Him not being there and the way last year went, it absolutely cannot be a stock up. It's got to be heading in a downward direction. Hell, maybe spiral.
Yeah, it might be.
Let's hope not. All right, Dirty Red, put a cap on this thing for us. A little peek at this Texans market as minicamp is underway. What is your stock down for the Houston Texans as we move forward into day 3 of minicamp?
Quick and easy, man. Dameon Pierce. Nick Chubb's in town, different level. I think Dameon Pierce's days in Houston have come to an end. And by the way, he's not been seen either, so I don't know if it's injury or what's going on. But you talk about downward trend, downward spiral. I think you got Christian Harris on the defensive side of the football, and I think Dameon Pierce on the offensive side of the football.
Or is Dameon Pierce and Chaz McCormick, don't they feel very similar?
Yeah, different shades, but yeah. Tones, yeah. Tint.
Yeah. Okay, you wanted. Yes,
that's fast.
One part is a part of the Oreo. The other one is the other part of the Oreo. I got you. But also just their trend. having a big year before where they've shown a lot of promise, and now all of a sudden,
I'm tracking with you now.
Now all of a sudden, man, he can't beat Jake Dubon out to the field, and you can't beat Dare Agumbawala out on the field. Where who'd have thought that with those two guys?
Get out!
Oh, Conant, boy, they both need some change of scenery, and I'm with you. I think one of them will, if not both of them. I think DP probably will. All right, coming up, J.J. Watt was around today, looking good. He addressed, of course, that question. You still got the itch? Any thoughts you might return? Well, he'll let you hear what the best Texan had to say. J.J. Watt coming up next.
Fellas, ladies, allergy, sinus issues. How about that snoring? Fellas, you keeping your old lady up? Ladies,
ass out of the conversation.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
My man here feeling it in there, ain't he? This is sad.
Hey, man, we all got to listen to some old Wayne this week.
This is sad, man. Why you play this, man? Have you heard that? We've discussed this.
Unfortunately.
I had a full conversation.
I assume you're talking the Carter 6.
Oh, my God.
Newest album from Weezy.
It's over, right?
It's trending that direction.
Lil Wayne basically just went force with it.
Oh, you ain't lying. That's good.
And he was one that started so early. At 42, you thought Wayne would still be able to do it. Probably his extracurricular activities has probably held him back. I think
that's very fair to say.
What made him go crazy on the features? What made him go crazy with the auto-tunes? He woke up and it's like he woke up listening to T-Pain and thought, this is the year of T-Pain.
Maybe I can rhyme Wisconsin with mansion.
As Rick Pitino said, this Lil Wayne's not walking through that door anymore.
Hell no,
Fireman's not walking through that door anymore. Man, I Miss My Dogs is not walking through that door anymore. The Block is Hot is not walking through that door anymore.
And it sucks, man.
A
It
Millie
hurts.
is not walking through that door anymore. That Lil Wayne.
God, man. Bro, it's...
You know when it's
it
bad?
Hurts.
It's rough, man. My man got a...
There's one track of 19 I think is good start to finish.
My man tried to do a cover over Weezer.
Hip, hip.
The group Weezer?
Island in the Sun.
And Green Day.
I tell you, I was really disappointed with Lil Wayne when I listened to him on it was some kind of interview, and he was going on and on about this artist and how he discovered this artist. It was a female artist. And I was like, well, if Wayne's that big on it, let me go check it out. It was the worst stuff I've ever heard. I was like, what in the how did Lil Wayne hear this and think, yeah, this is it. I'm going to get behind this.
Wait till you hear this. If you do hear it, man, it's
I'll definitely go listen to it.
We were in Aruba and attempted to pregame and just, the new album came out. We did this 2 or 3 days in a row. And just, we got to go in a different direction, man. We got to come on out.
And I hadn't been that excited for a new album in a while, man. Like, as it was progressing into those 19 freaking tracks, and each one just kept sucking, I felt myself getting sad. Because I was ready for him, man. I was like, he's gonna give us something like the Carter thing.
And he was beside himself that Jay-Z and company didn't look his way to perform at the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That was listening to him and having his voice fixed, and we're talking about arranging and everything and editing. That was rough. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. That was.
I think it's the end of Dwayne, man.
That was like watching Peyton Manning at the end. Remember,
not as big a forehead though.
Remember when Peyton Manning couldn't throw out routes anymore? When Peyton Manning all of a sudden turned into Chad Pennington?
Yeah, but even Peyton Manning, he threw ducks and won a Super Bowl. At least he can still get it done.
Yeah, Wayne needs to find some features then. He needs to find his version of Von Miller somewhere around here to drag him to the top, to the top.
Von Miller.
Yeah, he needs to find.
He needs an elite pass rush, I tell you what.
Needs something to drag him there. It was rough.
Oh man.
Oh yeah, that was
bad.
That was tough.
I'll have to give it a listen.
No, you had to do it for yourself. It was to a point, Clint, that you try to force yourself to like some of it because of who it is.
Sure. Yeah, I've been.
Well, okay, well that was not that
He's
bad.
earned that.
No,
that one was kind of catchy.
Yeah.
19. You got all the way to 19. That's the first track you like?
Text line coming through. No, he didn't like it.
The only one I like is track like 3 or 4.
Oh, I just said track 19.
With Big X the plug.
Yeah. Someone texted in GNX by Kendrick was better. Hell, anything. Big Willie style with Will Smith was better.
Hey, that was legendary, man.
Okay. I bet you did like that when you were young.
Oh, I had it in my Walkman for sure.
Damn Miami Suns getting it to
to Miami.
I mean,
I looked up there. I am not kidding you. I thought that was the corner. I thought that was
not Jalen Ramsey.
I thought that was Jalen Ramsey when I looked up there at the braids. I just looked up there. Is that Tua?
Is it me or does he look?
No,
looks about 10 shades
it
darker.
looks like me. Is that Tua?
That is Tua. His name. I checked it. I thought he had sleeves on, but he's not. He does have tattoos. That make
Tua looks like he went from checking the box of Pacific Islander to African American.
At Miami Heat.
Good summation.
That
He did.
Miami Sun got him.
He did the reverse Sammy Sosa. Wow.
Reverse Sammy.
Okay. Wow. Ron. Text line, Ron. You know Ron bumped the hell out of Big Willie style. No, I can assure you I did not.
Get jiggy with it.
I didn't. Yeah. No.
Miami.
That wasn't my worship. That may have been yours, Ray. But that wasn't mine. Not at all. All right. J.J. Watt spoke to the media today. It was good to see him. You look good. Look good. I don't know if he looked like a guy that would wear 99 or at least the same position he played. But
no, he's in them 50s, coming off the end at the very best.
He looked like he could be at a 50 at the second level.
I think he could borrow Tyler's banana hammock and get on stage. Is probably what.
If he wants to, he
looks
could.
like he's been doing a little bodybuilding.
But of course, JJ can't be there without asking, hey, is it over? Because JJ? JJ probably what, 36? Probably 36, 37. Still not that old when it comes to football. But here was his response because so many of you are still believers.
Yeah, I would say I don't know if it'll ever be settled, honestly. I mean, I'll always think I can do it, which is a problem. Andre and I have talked about that a few times. Like, no matter how long you go, you're like, I got a couple in me. But I definitely, the last 2 years, you could honestly, like, you could say, like, there's always that 1% in the back of your head. I definitely no longer have that anymore. I'm just comfortable. I'm at peace. We're having our second baby soon, and life is very good. I'm very fortunate.
He didn't say no.
He did.
He was out there leaving it in, ain't he?
He said, hey.
He said the last couple of years I've had the 1%.
Hey.
And now that's gone.
Was that Justin Bieber? Because I heard never say never. All right?
That man is done.
Never say you loved it.
That man
hated it.
Never that man is
never.
Done.
He is done. No, like if you saw him, I like he looks like he is a leading man in a motion picture, and not like The Rock, who looks like he was a leading man, but like George Clooney or Brad Pitt. Like he looks that size.
Why George Clooney?
There is nothing.
Come on, JJ.
About him that says D tackle, or as Clint just said, D end. Like he is, and he looks. What'd you say? Lean as hell. He looks.
That head too big, but the rest of them, I don't know. He's getting them pads.
Looks like he could be like a sales manager or some at an Abercrombie, more than a D tackle.
Are those still open?
Oh yeah,
I haven't been to a mall in a while.
Saw one at the Woodlands Mall over the weekend.
Did you? I haven't been to an indoor mall in a while. Yeah, he's got trainer look.
Tyler, what were you doing at the Woodlands Mall? What were you
I
doing?
just didn't have a lot going on Saturday, so drove up to the Woodlands. I like it up there. Did some eating, some lingering, some shopping. Parts of it.
Yeah.
It's a nice setup they got up there, up by that waterway.
You just went up there and spend some of that money, huh? Up there with the big money folks, hanging out with them deep pocket friends you got?
I'm running out of room to places to keep it, man. I got to spend it.
I hear you.
I mean, the pockets are deep, but they only hold so much. Got to spend the carryover,
Just can't keep them, huh?
Can't take it with me.
By the way, Tyler, again, he rolls out to me here. He goes, all right, looks like JJ's going with a different hairstyle now.
He's got that real West Coast Cali white boy haircut rocking now for
like
JJ.
This.
Yeah, it looks good. That looks good.
I like this one. JJ, that's a good one.
I think he resides in Arizona.
Yeah. That's a good one. That's a good look.
It looks like it, Clint.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he was, but he's got a real. I go to brunch on Thursday vibe going.
Like a little bit of it right there coming through. Yeah.
I love a good Friday brunch.
It is.
Thursday too.
Brunch is
I mean, you ain't
a
lying.
sneaky great meal.
He looks like TJ size-wise.
Mm-hmm.
He looks like his
Like
brother.
their brothers.
Yeah. I mean, but the size-wise, not below, but just overall, body type-wise. He looks more closer. Hell, DJ's probably bigger than him now at this point. What you think he is, about 240?
No, he's bigger than hell. I'm 240. 7.
Oh, y'all look pretty close.
No, he's got to be 260.
You think he's 260?
I mean, he's got that dude's got 3 or 4 inches on me, and his shoulders are. I mean, his that's one thing. His shoulders are broad, still broad.
Come on, JJ.
Still got the frame to put it on.
Yeah, you got to be heavy to just fill that frame up.
Next line, wondering if J.J. Watt could potentially beat out Dalton Schultz at tight end.
Ooh, you definitely get down there and get more physical.
Definitely get down there and get more physical. All right, Clint, what you got coming up at the 4?
Mandatory minicamp day 2 observations. We had boots on the ground. I was there. Ron was there. Let you know what we saw next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Certa Pro Painters, y'all. Look, man, if you are at your home or at your office, if you need a little freshening up, right, a fresh coat of paint goes a long way. And I'm telling you, I've dealt with a lot of paint contractors in my time, and Certa Pro Painters is simply the best in the game, man. The reality of it is it starts with the consultation, man. Absolute money, things that you don't even think of, questions that they asked. Helped me get the crew up 30 minutes early. They knew exactly what to do. They executed the plan flawlessly. And most importantly, my wife, my mother-in-law, all my wife's friends, they show up. They absolutely love our dining room. They love the staircase. They love everything that Certa Pro Painters touched. People recognize immediately, man. Certa Pro Painters is the way to go. Each Certa Pro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Schedule your free estimate at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, y'all. Certa Pro Painters, that's painting happy.
What do we want to see out of the Texans mandatory minicamp? PC has a very specific request.
All I care about is there are no injuries. I don't care if they sit around, literally sing Kumbaya, and stick their thumbs in their noses. DGAF, don't get hurt. That's it.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. I-10 the Katy Freeway eastbound at Taylor. It's an accident that has a right lane blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land is the place to go to get your next luxury vehicle. Of course, Lincoln is part of Ford Motor Company. They assemble more U.S. vehicles and employ more U.S. hourly auto workers than any other automaker. Get on out to Southwest Freeway, the Kirkwood intersection. It's West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land, westpointsales.com.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports.
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, hard as hell to say, easy to dial, y'all. It's one of them old hump days. Good to have a little party on one of them old hump days, especially when it's a mandatory minicamp party. And we had day number 2, mandatory minicamp, the last day number 2, the final day of mandatory minicamp, which I believe is the last action before training camp. The players will go get away from it a little bit, and I'm sure the guys like C.J. Stroud and company won't, but do until training camp cranks up, and then they're in for the long haul. So we did. Ron and I were both over at NRG Stadium today. They did go indoors because the weather outside got pretty ugly pretty quick. Really immediately when we got there. So instead of stretching indoors and then getting outside on the grass, they stayed inside in the bubble, which it's beautiful to have that option. And they got a lot of good work in. Now the Astros, they look to rebound tonight. And we'll see what Tyler has in terms of bets later on in the show. In the last segment, we'll have Tyler's best bets rocking and rolling right there. I hit a nice one with Tyler last night. So I think I may try again tonight, if you know what I mean. The Rockets, on the Rockets front, NBA front, we've got the noise, if you will, around Kevin Durant picking up. There's looks to be 5 teams involved in that scuttlebutt, if you will. The Rockets being one of them. So we'll see if the Rockets can bring in a true game changer and get us all good and worked up before next season. But for now, Ron, we got to talk a little bit about them mandatory minicamp, man. The observations, right? I think first and foremost for me, Ron, yesterday was a Higgins day. Right out of the gate, it was a Higgins day, and we just kind of mentioned, Christian Kirk, C.J. Stroud just missed Christian Kirk on a little fade, and Christian Kirk had a couple of catches kind of deal. He was out there getting that work in. Today, it was obvious to me, and it wasn't one play, but it was one of those watching C.J. Stroud, and I'm always watching C.J. Stroud, even though it's indoors and it's in a controlled environment. I'm always watching through the lens of, is he protecting himself? Is he getting the ball out quick? Is it calculated risk, or is it just we're going to go out here, hold the football, have a rough-looking practice with defenders all around you, or are we getting this thing out on time? And when the shots do come up, are we taking the shots on time and in rhythm kind of deal instead of holding the ball? And C.J. Stroud's doing that. And most importantly, a lot of it today, at least, stemmed around Christian Kirk. It seems like C.J. Stroud and Christian Kirk are dialed in from a chemistry standpoint. It seems like it's natural, which shouldn't surprise anybody. C.J. Stroud is a high-level processor of the game, no doubt about that. And Christian Kirk clearly sees the game through a quarterback lens and has played a lot of football. So I would expect them to mesh and have great chemistry immediately, Ron. But it looks to me like, watching them play, it looks to me like, one, there's a conscious effort to get Christian Kirk the ball. There's a conscious effort to build that chemistry. And it looks like, again, small sample size, but it looks like that's coming along nicely between those two guys. And I think that's super important because Christian Kirk, of all the wide receivers, and if I'm being honest, all the wide receivers and tight ends, any of the pass catchers, Christian Kirk, I think, is the one that obviously has a chance to be a really productive receiver for the Texans, but he also, and first and foremost, has the ability, and there's going to be the opportunity for him to be one of the fixes C.J. Stroud and the pass protection problems that he had last year.
Yeah, you've been saying that from the jump.
Yeah.
And most people, when they hear, hold on, the slot receiver?
Absolutely.
The slot receiver is the guy that's going to fix it. Because most people don't think about, man, Stefon Diggs or whoever was in the slot last year. People think about the guys up front, but you have been on that, and obviously with your experience from the quarterback position, you know exactly why that's so important.
Well, Ron, to me, it's a simple connect here, right? I mean, there's several, as I said before, one of these days I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna put some thought into the 7 or 8 different things that are very football 101 things that'll help this team win games. But 2 of those are very clear, right? One of them is C.J. Stroud having the freedom and the ability to communicate and protect himself, and Christian Kirk having the ability to make himself available, both mentally and physically, make himself available to C.J. Stroud when pressure does come. Really, anytime, but definitely when pressure it becomes a problem, right? So those 2 things are 2 things that the Texans didn't have last year when protecting the quarterback was such a major issue. And they're things that it appears there was a conscious effort made this offseason. Nick Caley, I need my quarterback, C.J. Stroud, to have more command at the offense. The big problem last year was he couldn't fix the protection. He couldn't protect himself. He didn't know where protection was coming from. Nick Caley's hired. It seems like C.J. Stroud's in control. Christian Kirk, without a doubt, his skill set is a perfect fit for the slot receiver. His mindset and how much football he's played in his career seems like it's gonna be really, really valuable in the sense of just make yourself available to the quarterback, man. Right? I mean, there's nothing worse in football than when it's clear the safeties are walked up in the A gap, and you go back and one comes free and hits the quarterback in the chin, right? Okay, fine. It's on the protection. They got to figure that out. You at the very least got to block the most dangerous defenders, and the guy coming in the A gap that runs a 4-4, 4-5 is the most dangerous, right? Got to find a way to pick that guy up, right? But you go back and watch the film, and you're like, the tight end's running 10 yards down the field with his back to the quarterback. You're getting pressured, man. It's clearly pressure. At least peek over your shoulder at the quarterback and give him an outlet, give him an option. I don't think that's going to be a problem moving forward with the Texans, and I think that Christian Kirk is going to be that answer. To me, that those are 2 things that are going to help them solve the biggest problem, which is pass protection, and it's C.J. Stroud and Christian Kirk, and I think they're dialed in. We're watching them get more and more dialed in, and it seems like the chemistry is natural. Christian Kirk is going to be he seems to be a guy that is coming along nicely, and today it was pretty noticeable on the practice field.
Yeah. No, and listen, they clearly made it a point to bring a guy in like that. Yep. And that was a priority. That was maybe the first offensive move we saw them make. They brought that guy in and made it a point. And I think if we look at potentially mirror or look like, that position was hugely important back in the Patriot days.
No doubt about it, man. You can argue it was the most important over the long span of being great. You can argue it was the one consistent piece that was always there. He had one good tight end, had 2 good tight ends, had Randy Moss for a year, had some different pieces. But really the handy little safety valve type slot receiver was always a key part of what they did in that offense. So that right there, the chemistry with C.J. Stroud and Christian Kirk, I think is becoming more and more obvious as we watch practice. Number 2 today, Ron, Nick Chubb, number 21. He was in uniform yesterday. I didn't witness him get any run. Today, clearly he was in his playbook last night. Clearly he came back. And today, once they started team and everything and more live action, he didn't get any run. But when they were going against the scout team and doing a team run drill, inside run drill, Nick Chubb took several handoffs, and I'm gonna tell you, 21 looks good in that Texans uniform. There's no doubt. He is an upgrade over what's been here, with the exception of Joe Mixon. And it was really, as a fan, watching and legitimately seeing Nick Chubb out there, knowing that at some point Joe Mixon's going to join him. That's going to be a hell of a running back room, man. Nick Chubb did speak after practice today, and here is what Nick Chubb had to say about his health, because that's going to be the biggest question with Nick Chubb, I think, is Is he going to be limited in training camp? He's going to be limited in the preseason. He's going to be limited throughout. Are we ever going to get a real strong look at Nick Chubb and whether he's fully back or not? Here's Nick Chubb talking about his health.
I would say that's all behind me, and injuries happen, and with what I did, it takes about 2 years to really get back, and so I'm over the hump. I'm back home. I was back home all off-season training, where I trained, every year since I was in high school, and I was able to get a full year in of doing the things that I do best, and so now I'm feeling good as I have been in a long time.
You convinced?
I'm more convinced by what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and some of the workouts. Now, obviously, as you know, it is different once you get in game speed, you get hit and that nature. But he looks fine. But you got to look. He had a catastrophic knee injury, and then he had the foot as well. And as you know, right, you start getting older, it's a little bit harder and harder to get back to where you were. But visually, and everything we saw leading up, videos and stuff we saw leading up, he looks like he is healthy.
Yeah. Well, the good thing, at least where I kind of try to draw some, a little bit of hope here is that when you can't look back with Nick Chubb. Like Nick Chubb, I think we can all agree Nick Chubb has been like a freak of nature when it comes to some of the different recoveries, some of the different strengths, some of the squats, and him and Saquon Barkley and what they do, and Jalen Hurts and some of these guys that are squatting the house, they've always been that way. And when you look at the freaks of nature in this league, the Adrian Peterson of the league, some pretty significant injuries and have monster years. And so that gives me a little bit of hope that Chubb still has that level of ability. But as I said yesterday, even if he is just no doubt about it, he's a tick behind Joe Mixon, he's the number 2 running back, it's still an extremely valuable role with this team and a significant upgrade from what we've looked at in the RB2 spot over the last couple of years. So it's good to see Nick Chubb out there. It's good to hear from Nick Chubb. I'm excited about him being a Houston Texan. Now, Ron, I know this. My final point here about OTA or mandatory minicamp. You actually made this comment, and I was like, you are absolutely spot on. I think it's wild how obvious it is. Not surprised, but it's wild just how obvious it is that this defense is just on a whole different level right now than the offense. Now, we understand the offense is not a lot of change. New O-line coach, new offense coordinator. They're installing a system. You got 2 rookie wide receivers. You got a young tight end going along with Dalton Schultz. You got, as I just mentioned, you got young running backs and Nick Chubb, who's been here for 2 days in the backfield. You got Christian Kirk, who's a new wide receiver. You got a remade offensive line. So I understand why the offense is behind the defense. This is more of a wow comment about the defense than it is about a worried comment about the offense, right? The defense is just on a whole different level right now. They could go out there today and play a game if they needed to. Seems like it anyway.
It's crazy because we talked about it, right? Hey, you're going to look at one side of the ball that hey, they're not installing stuff. they know what they're doing, right? Most of the guys they're bringing. Now, there's a few guys like C.J. Gardner-Johnson is new to the party.
Yep, running with
DJ
twos.
Speed is new to the party, but most of these guys, they ain't thinking.
Yeah.
It's the back of their mind. As you said, it's 3 years that these guys are in the system, and the other side is just learning everything. Yeah. And they got new parts, all over the place. But when you actually see it on the field and see the difference, right?
Yeah.
But I think ultimately, you tell me if I'm wrong or not, if you've been in this, it should at some point really help the Texans offense, right? Going up against these cats, it should help their offense and help them ultimately get things.
Right. Look, I think going against that every day is going to make the games easier. You hope at some point in time the leaders on the offensive side of the football match the intensity of the Will Andersons and the Kamari Lassiters and the Daniil Hunters and the Azeez Al-Shairs on the defensive side of the football. Even Kalen Bullock running around there playing with his hair on fire. I mean, you hope that setting that standard on the defensive side of the football, as I've said many a time, at some point DeMeco Ryans is going to have to hold the offense to that standard. Right now may not be the time. Right now, you got to hold them to the standard of learning and being accountable and communicating and just doing what the hell you're supposed to do. At some point in time, DeMeco Ryans is going to be through teaching these guys how to play football and what the standard in Houston is, and he's going to absolutely expect them to be there. And so, I think there is nothing positivity coming when you look at the offense being behind, the offense trying to catch up, and what they're looking up at is this defense. There's nothing about, man, if you're CJ Stroud, you got to be looking at that chomping at the bit like, man, I want to get on that level. I want to have that kind of fun at practice. I want to come out here and be that confident in what it is that we're doing that we can literally right now, if anybody goes out there and they show up to practice and have a bad day, there's 3 or 4 different guys that are going to have a come to Jesus meeting with them. Like, hey, man, get your mind right. We're trying to win a Super Bowl on the defensive side of the football. I don't necessarily see that on the offensive side of the football, but it's obviously front and center. So hopefully it'll be a positive influence, and the offense will find that at some point. We mentioned, one of the greatest, if not the greatest Houston Texan ever, J.J. Watt was at practice today. Here's what J.J. Watt had to say about what he saw in the bubble at NRG Stadium from the Texans defense today.
It was incredible. I was talking to some people on the sideline, like, those are the moments you miss the most. Practicing with your guys, make a play, and everybody goes nuts. The whole sideline, the whole defense, there's just nothing better. And those are the best teams. In the middle of June, the last day of minicamp, going crazy over a play just because you love the game, you love your brothers, you love to make plays. And that's going to translate in the fall. This is a really good group.
It's going to translate. It's just how good. I got a feeling that we, along with the national media, we're going to end up talking this defense up to where I don't know if they can meet the expectations. Probably going to be unfair, but that defense is it's hard to be in the same building and watch this team and listen to this defense and not get really excited about what they're capable of doing. Really, because too, you can look at the pieces that D'Amico says, well, you really can't tell much in the bubble, in mandatory minicamps, because we don't have pads on. You can't tell much about the O-line and the D-line. Well, what we do know about this D-line is Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter are absolute monsters. And what we do know about the D-line is that Sheldon Rankins and Mario Edwards Jr. will bring it game in, game out. I mean, so we know that defensively they got some guys inside on the D-line that will match the intensity with everybody else. So one day the offense will be there. One day we'll get there with this offense, hopefully sooner rather than later. But right now we'll let the defense lead the way, and they're definitely doing that.
Yeah, man. If they, barring any kind of major injury, and really, Clint, they have depth in a lot of spots to where, they could sustain some of, the injuries they had last year where, maybe Lassiter misses a couple of games or Aziz misses, 5 or 6 games, whatever. Barring that, man, it feels like it's a disappointment if they're not a top 7, 6, 5 defense. Yeah. I'm going to talk myself into probably a top 2 or 3. No, that's what if they're healthy, right? To me, that's what it looks like. They just seem to have the combination of experience in the defense, guys at every level, and a pass rush and a secondary that can combine together to do some things. Well, what I have coming up next, let me tell you here about the 423 segment.
How the turntables.
All right, how the turntables. All right. Dana Brown, you don't want to miss what the general manager.
It's a cultural reference.
Had to say. I ain't got it.
From a TV show.
I missed it. That 70s show, I didn't watch it. Dana Brown, what he had to say, and I wonder how many Astros fans agree with that statement. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all, I got to tell you about them cold Coors Light. I don't know if you're going to agree with what Ron's fixing to tell you about, but I know there's a lot of folks out there that agree with what the hell I'm fixing to tell you. Look,
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's got to be my favorite Dana Brown line. Yeah. I kept it real. Then as the professional portion of it, that is.
I kept it real as a true.
I do want to get into what Dana Brown had to say. Just a reminder coming up at 4:40. Brandon Scott, he was out there today at mandatory minicamp. Also was out there with the players, met with the media today. So he's been around there. We'll get our Texans report with Brandon Scott coming up here in about 10 or 15 minutes. But Dana Brown, as the Astros look to even up the series tonight against the Chicago White Sox, as they drop game one of it. But by the way, the lineup, if you're looking for that, Pena, Paredes, Altuve, Diaz is catching tonight, Walker, Caratini's the DH again, Myers, Smith, and Melton. So really the same lineup as last night, just switching who's catching and who's the DH between Caratini and Yainer Diaz. So that is the lineup tonight as the Astros look to even up the series. But Dana Brown was on the Astros flagship earlier today, fellas, and I would love to hear people's thoughts on this. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well. He said he believes the roster right now is built for the World Series. Clearly meaning when healthy. He said he believes this Houston Astros team is, and their roster is built for the World Series. Y'all agree with that statement? 7-1, when healthy, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. And when we say when healthy, we got to obviously count the ones that you can actually believe is going to come back, right? You know, obviously Ronel Blanco and Wisniewski, that they don't count. They're not coming back, right?
Right.
I don't think you can look at a guy like Christian Javier and think any of that. But we know Spencer Arrighetti is going to make his way back. We believe that Yordan Alvarez is going to make his way back. Some of these injuries, Zach DeCenzo, these nuts, will make his way back. Do you get the sense? You agree with Dana when he says that?
Yeah, I do. I think they've proven the question marks, the wild cards, if you will, that I had this season have more than exceeded expectations. I think, and one luxury wild card has exceeded expectations. That's Lance McCullers. But you look at, I'm telling you, man, you look at Cam Smith, you look at Jake Myers, you look at Jeremy Pena. These are all guys that we said, look at the beginning of all of this, if they play well, or the only way the Astros are going to have a chance to keep this World Series window open is if these guys play well, if these guys step up. They've all done that with the exception of Yainer Diaz, who's been better of late, right? Feels he's going to come out. I believe that Yordan Alvarez is going to get back in this lineup and be a difference maker. And I believe that Spencer Arrighetti is going to be back and make that top four in this rotation legit. And with that said, I think that team is built to keep that World Series window open. Yeah.
Yeah. When you first hear it, you don't know, because sometimes you look up and down that lineup and you wonder, and you look up in that pitching staff and you're like, this guy Gusto's got to get some action. Even if when Arrighetti comes back, somebody down there you probably wouldn't be fired up to pitch has to get some action. And really, I think they are probably going to make some moves, even though I think Dana believes that is the case. They're going to make some moves. I don't think he's far off, though, because I think the elements, and nobody knows about that more than Houston Astros fans, because ain't nobody been in the postseason more than the Astros have been. 8 straight years to the postseason, and before last year, 7 straight to the ALCS, multiple titles. There you go. When you think about postseason play, you want pitching. And so we know right now the top two guys they have are going to give them a shot regardless.
Absolutely.
I mean, and many teams aren't going to have two guys to match up with that. I mean, we talked about it before. We watched Detroit get to damn near the ALCS with one starter. They had bullpen games, all the other ones. And then the back end, when you talk about Hader, you talk about those are two power arms in the back half that are big time arms that can get guys out, swing and miss, and shut the door after 8 innings. And then if Jordan's back to go along with the emergence of Jeremy Pena, we know Altuve. Maybe a course of 162, he doesn't play like he did as an all-star or MVP candidate. But in big moments in a series, you feel really good about him. And I think they've got it. So, like right now, they have the elements that play in October. So I don't think he's that far off. Someone said kind of depends on who we think Christian Walker is. Text line coming in, the roster is good enough, but players on offense need to start playing like they can.
I mean, you're in the top. What is it? Top 3 in the AL.
Yeah, record-wise, yeah.
And you're there with some pretty significant injuries and some pretty significant improvements by young guys, or improvements by guys that have been out for 900 days. Yeah, so I don't know any other way to look at it other than, you're already one of the better teams in the AL, and you're getting reinforcements, big-time reinforcements, potentially are on their way. And I don't know how else. I don't know what else you need for it to be this team to be viewed as a team that could make a serious run.
The Astros pitching, and the way it is, what they have shown all season long, Astros is going to be able to win 3 runs. Potentially be able to win playoff games scoring 3 runs. And with Jordan in there and what's been going on in front of him, I think that obviously that's the big key.
Yeah.
Right, Jordan Alvarez is the big key. That could play. Now, with that being said, Clint, I think we all expect that Dana Brown adds to this team and adds to this roster. I think we all expect it in some form or fashion that he's – because I also heard him today talking about the bat's got to pick it up. And I think if he needs to, he'll add a bat. If he needs to, he'll add somebody in the bullpen because Jim Crane will. Jim Crane will be down about it. Last year, it was the great.
Go ahead and say it, man.
Kikuchi.
Yeah.
Do we still have that young lady? Yeah, we haven't pulled that out in a long time. That Kikuchi. She was.
I love Kikuchi.
Oh, that what she said? I love Kikuchi. It was a special. That was a special time.
I love Kikuchi.
There it is, man. That's good, man. That's good. That's good. I appreciate that, Tyler. I
did that for you, brother.
I know it, man. I needed that. But no, I don't think he's far off. They'll add some stuff, but you got pitching, you got clutch hitters, and they got a few of those, and a bullpen in the back half as well. You got a shot. Coming up, a little Texans report. Our guy Brandon Scott will join us on all the big news happening with mandatory minicamp with the Houston Texans. That's coming up next. But before we get there, Clayton Homes, they've got this amazing sign and save sales event, and it is going on right now.
Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With more than 50,000 active clients today, the market has spoken. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
Tonight is Kikuchi night.
I love Kikuchi!
Football in H-Town is on the rise.
Man, I tell you what. H-Town, I'm back.
Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the gridiron.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
It's time for your weekly Texans report.
We ain't laying down for nobody.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. It is 4:40, so that means our guy Brandon Scott joins us each and every Wednesday with the Texans report. And I know you were out there, stood next to you a little bit at day 2 of mandatory minicamp. And I think for us, we've talked about this a couple of times on the show, and that is one of the things that really jumps out, obviously not a surprise at all, is just the difference of where the defense is and where the offense is right now, and the difference of a group that knows what they're doing as opposed to a group that's really kind of learning things and learning how to play together. And that to me has really stuck out the last couple of days.
It's definitely stuck out, but it also is to be expected.
Absolutely.
When you look at not just the fact that it's a new offense, but I would just, submit this part. The defense is just flat out better. Like a lot of my optimism about the team overall is predicated on the idea that you don't go up against your own defense every week, or at all for that matter. That's to say, if the Texans offense had to deal with the Texans defense on a week in and week out basis, I would feel like this team is in a lot of trouble. Like Jalen Higgins, or if I like Christian Kirk or whatever it is. Now, to that point, I do like a lot of what I'm seeing from the offense, and like the thing over the last couple of days that I've really fallen in love with for the Texans is this wide receiver position group that I feel like we had questions in going into camp and have a few less questions about, or at least for me, speaking for myself, I feel better about the options that C.J. Stroud has to throw to outside of Nico Collins, whether it be the rookie Higgins, whether it be, Christian Kirk, who's a reliable veteran in the slot at this point, and even Jalen Noel, who we only saw for a little bit during voluntary OTAs and has not run much since then because he's been off to the side. But the idea is he's young and going to be ready. Yep. Like I feel like C.J. Stroud has weapons that I didn't know as much about or feel as good about going into the practices, even with the defense being ahead of the offense.
The interesting thing about the receiver points you make is because a lot of times, you hear people talk about, we don't have pads on, it's just sweats, and it's going to be a different game. Like Christian Kirk, it's very convincing that we talked about a little earlier. The chemistry that seems to be natural. We've seen him do it in the game before, so I don't think there's a question mark there. Obviously, we've seen Nico, but then you look at Higgins, like what we saw from Higgins on day 1 of mandatory minicamp. Like it wasn't like he did things and it doesn't translate into when you put pads on. Like the go route down the sideline. I mean, that you can't. There's no minimizing that. There's no going, well, when they put pads on, it's going to be different. No, I mean he got on top, used his body well, and then long arm to go route with a one-hand catch. And we saw 2 one-hand catches from him yesterday and 1 from Nico, or 2 days ago. No, it was yesterday. Wasn't it?
Yesterday.
But like those aren't things that you look and you go, yeah, but if they'd had full pads on, it'd be a different game. The things that I guess my point is the things that we've seen from them that you mentioned, B. Scott, they transition in a big way to the real field in live action.
Well, I thought D'Amico Ryans did a good job of speaking of this yesterday when he talked about, somebody asked him about either the offensive line or defensive line, and him making the point that it's not a whole lot to glean from those positions.
Sure.
The stuff that we can gather is the stuff that you were just talking about. And the first reaction that I had, because I wasn't out there Tuesday, I was out there today with you guys. But on Tuesday, I saw that clip that the Texans put out just like everybody else, like consumed it in real time like everybody else. And my first reaction when I saw that was, that's Jaden Higgins making a play from C.J. Stroud, throw from C.J. Stroud against Kamari Lassiter. The only question mark in those 3 is Jaden Higgins because we've never seen him play. And there he is making a play with somebody that we've seen make plays in the NFL and against somebody that we've seen make plays in the NFL. So 2 known playmakers that he's playing both with and against, and he looks the part. He looks like he belongs. So that part immediately stood out to me.
Well, you not being there, there was another, where he caught a ball over the middle field, not the one run where he ran and he separated from everybody, but where he, from our vantage point, it was very obvious how big of a target he is over the middle of the field. And I mean, it's going to be hard for CJ to miss that big joke when you got him on one side and Nick on the other. And so, like, again, those kind of things, no matter if you have full pad open, you got a 6'4" guy with a 10-foot wingspan or a 10-foot catch window running across there. Hell, he's going to be hard to miss. Yeah. And that kind of stuff is definitely it's real and it's going to work.
Size matters. If he can run and catch, then size matters, and he appears that he can do both.
Yep, size always matters.
I was speaking to Tyler on that. Speaking to his sensibilities, of course.
That was me. Brandon Scott as we are at our Texans Report every single Wednesday. We understand that some of the big news of the week leading into mandatory minicamp was Nick Chubb and that signing and bringing him in. And he's already started on the practice field. Oddly enough, other running backs have not been out there. One in particular, but we won't bring him up. But Nick Chubb is there. There's a lot of range from different people on how they are experiencing the Nick Chubb signing in the Texans fan base, of how impactful it can be. When you think of the Nick Chubb signing right now, how big an impact? Is this a game changer to you for the Houston offense? What do you think of when you see they've added him in?
So I do think it's a range in terms of impact and potential impact in terms of the highs and lows. Like I think it could be really good. I mean, he's Nick Chubb, so that I think we all know who Nick Chubb is. So there's that. Then of course he's been injured over the last couple of years, so he could be cooked for all we know. But in terms of like the risk reward analysis for the Texans, like there is no downside to this. It doesn't work out, we can basically pretend like it never happened. Like I have not thought about Cam Akers seriously until they signed Nick Chubb, or until they were going to sign Nick Chubb, and I thought, okay, this is kind of like the Cam Akers thing, which didn't quite work out, but didn't hurt them, and it was out of sight, out of mind. It's like it never happened.
You got it in the Cam Akers range?
That's the low of it. That's the low end of it. The high end of it is obviously Nick Chubb is better than Cam Akers, right? And I don't, like, nobody needs me to tell them that. So the high end of it is you get a better running back, obviously better than anybody else that they got in this room not named Joe Mixon. So he immediately goes toward the top of your running back rotation or depth chart. And the potential is your 1-2 punch of Joe Mixon and even possibly a diminished version of Nick Chubb, let's say 75% of what he used to be. I mean, we're still talking about somebody that averaged 5 yards a carry over a 4 or 5 year span or something like that, man. I mean, we're talking about a real football player here. So there's only a high end, and the low end of it is, oh, we just forget like it ever happened. And that to me is there's no risk in that.
Yeah. B. Scott, I think to add to your point, look at it from the team's perspective and what you didn't have last year. I think the fact that you, again, the low end, you're at the very least going to have a back that you trust enough to put him on the damn field.
Right.
In critical situations, and which that is going to allow you to use, I think, Joe Mixon in different ways. So forget about if Nick Chubb's going to be great or is he going to be just a 2 running back you can trust. Like, having that person and that option available as an offense is going to be a huge plus. I mean, think about it. They were nervous as hell anytime that Joe Mixon went on the field.
Exactly. No, think about it like this. Before they signed Nick Chubb, who did you feel good about being their number 2 running back if Joe Mixon for some reason was unavailable? Because that to me is the other end of this. We talk about Nick Chubb and his obvious health concerns. They're obvious. Of course, he had broken foot last year, ACL, MCL situation the year before that. Yeah. But Joe Mixon, a guy with a lot of miles on him, a guy that missed a couple of games last year.
Right now it would have been Woody Marks.
A guy who right now is, or the last time we heard, was in a walking boot or is working out indoors or inside the facility where we can't even see him. Right, so like Joe Mixon is a guy himself, same age as, for the most part, same age as Nick Chubb, got miles on him, could miss time. What if he misses time? Do you feel good about starting X name running back not named Nick Chubb? Now you've got Nick Chubb, right? So, and that is, granted, a big if Nick Chubb is right, or some version of himself that we've seen before. Now, if he's not, then of course it's a wash, and you're back to square one trying to figure out which combination of Woody Marks and and the rookies that they drafted. I was going to say Jawar Jordan and all, like these guys like that. British Brooks, who is still on the team and out of sight, out of mind, got hurt last year. You're trying to figure out who can emerge from that group, which is where you started.
Would you say you forgot British was on the team?
Man, I looked up and saw him today and was like, that's British Brooks.
He said, I forgot he was on the team.
I'll be damned.
Had a nice little push late in the preseason last year.
Yeah, and he was, and the people that obsess over these types, the people that listen to our shows and things like that, loved them some British Brooks around this time last year, right? Yeah. He was the Luke Lishon, that rookie that's understated and that you think could make an impact. He was that before he got hurt. Where does he factor into the mix? So those are the questions that you're asking, absent of a Nick Chubb. But for now, you got him.
I'm gonna tell you, man. I'll be honest. We don't do a confession segment, but there's something about J.J. Taylor that turns me on a little bit.
I think he got a little go. Didn't he have a little run in the preseason last year? Or there was a time
some run during the season.
There was a time where people had high hopes.
Well,
but I feel like he's a change of pace kind of guy.
Yeah, no question. Yeah, we're talking about a guy that I mean, he's going to have to become some level of a returner. He's going to have to help him in other places. But yeah, we're talking about a guy that, you know, down the stretch when the going gets tough and you're starting to create your playoff offense or playoff options. Like, to me, a good offensive coordinator, a good creative offensive coordinator is going to look at J.J. Taylor and he's going to beg the head coach to put him on the roster and let him do some things with him from a package perspective. We're talking 5-6 plays maybe, but that's the guy to me that, man, when I watch him, he's got a level of twitch and speed that is just different.
Yeah, I think they got some understated backs, but again, like when it comes back to the Nick Chubb point, which would you rather rely on or bet on? Nick Chubb, like the if Nick Chubb is healthy, or the if these other guys are any good.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, so if this works out,
Dameon Pierce.
What I'm saying though, but what sounds more likely?
You trying to piss me off?
Well, I'm just saying that would have been the other.
But doesn't that feel like a way more tenuous type of thing?
Not even
the name.
Well, no, yeah, because I told
he's
you.
He's a kick returner.
I told him yesterday, B. Scott. I told him yesterday. Let's stop with the Dameon Pierce stuff. Like Nick Chubb is, to your point, to your question. The answer is 1,000% Nick Chubb and whatever he is after this injury.
Well, because if
it weren't Nick Chubb, it would have to be somebody else. Dameon Pierce is done here.
Look,
they traded Cam Akers to keep Dameon Pierce.
They traded Cam Akers and then didn't let Dameon Pierce play, which made me wonder what the hell are they doing trading Cam Akers.
As much as I like Dameon, it feels like if that was going to happen, it would have happened. It would have happened by now. It ain't happened. It would have happened by now.
No, they don't trust him.
Would you?
I mean,
I don't know. I ain't seen him. It's the damnedest thing we've ever seen.
That's why I say people talk about, because there are people on there talking about give him a shot outside of the Bobby Slowick offense.
I like that idea, but I like the idea of Nick Chubb more.
I know, but it doesn't
I would have
make
liked
sense.
the idea of a guy that can take a kickoff return 70-some-odd yards. I would like for him to have at least been trusted enough to be on the field in third down situations against the Chiefs instead of Dari.
Devin Singleton seemed to have some success under Bobby.
I love that you didn't even bother to get his name right.
I just said Devin Singleton or Singletary, whatever his name is. He had success.
He is too good for you to not know his name.
No, he's not. Obviously,
talked about that with
he's not. Obviously, Mixon had success. Hell, we saw Cam Akers have success. He the only one that did. Even as bad as Bobby was a rugged, he the only one that could not gain yards, except for those 2 games.
The other side of that is when they weren't in that system, he was good, and now they have gotten rid of said system. Yeah. So who was really bad? The system or him?
Clearly, they couldn't just wait. And they just said, no, man, we're going to go ahead and draft Woody Marks and move up in the 4th round and get him and then get Nick Chubb.
And to the point, the guy that beat him out of his position is somebody who you've not even dedicated their name to your memory.
No, and they haven't even, and we still haven't seen his ass since the season started.
Yeah.
OTAs, mandatory.
It's not great.
5 o'clock fire coming up. Shout out to you, Brandon Scott. We'll talk to you next week. 5 o'clock fire coming up. Kevin Durant and the Houston Rockets have been connected to him yet again. We'll give you the latest on that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Houston, we got us a baseball team. To hear Dana Brown, the general manager of the Astros, tell it, man, we got us a world.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, Psycho T, a.k.a. This is Clint reporting from the number one NBA basketball reporter in the country, ESPN's Shams Charania. He says the Phoenix Suns and Kevin Durant's business partner, Rich Kleiman, are sorting through trade options with interested teams, mainly featuring Houston, San Antonio, Minnesota, Miami, and New York. And we've kind of talked a little bit about this over the offseason since their season had ended, since the Rockets season ended against the Warriors, about it feels like they're going to make a move. This is one, right, I think we would both be good with, right? Depending on who you're giving up. I don't think this comes with having to give up Şengün. I think, obviously, his age and the picks you have are probably the bigger things that they are looking for. And maybe you give up Green or something like that. But to me, this one, if the Rockets, I'll be honest with you, Clint, there's really not a move, especially for the names we've been hearing, from Giannis to Kevin Durant, the top two ones we've heard a lot. I've heard some Donovan Mitchell, Devin Booker a little further down the line. It would take a lot more to get. Clint, there's really not anybody that I would have an issue with in Udoka went after to add to their team in that style of player. I think any of the guys that I think would come over and be the team's best scorer, I think at least. Right. I love any of those moves.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with any of them. I love the ones that are shorter term. I love the ones that require fewer players and less value to get, and I prefer the ones that can shoot. I think those are the ones that are better fits for the Rockets. Committing long term, I think committing long term and changing your identity, if you will, and not necessarily addressing your biggest void right now, I think is a big change. Not a bad change, but a big change. I would like the more seamless stuff if it were me, but I'm with you. I can't. Sitting steady and doing the run it back thing is the only thing that would frustrate me with the Rockets, because I think the one thing that's very clear is you just don't have the scoring ability right now to keep up in the playoffs. And you didn't have the scoring ability to keep up in the playoffs with an aging Golden State team that was outclassed as they move forward, and much less with these teams that are still playing right now. So, yeah, I'm with you, man. I don't see – if a move is made – I don't see how it's going to be overly disappointing. Sure, we'll have opinions, but I don't know how it's going to be disappointing in any sense.
I'm sure there are going to be some people who are going to. Oh yeah. Who are going to, and I'm seeing some people go through here. Someone texted in, has the audacity to text, and I need to sign Quentin Grimes. Quentin Grimes is like, what is another side character?
UH fan?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. If that's not the main one, you want to sign him as a shooter somewhere. Okay, but this team
can't be the answer, right?
No, right. Like, honest to God, you all watched every one of those playoff games, and I want you to try not to lie to yourself. How many players on that team in a playoff series, when you see a team play that you play all the time, and they know you and you know them, how many guys on that team did you feel, all right, man, hell, man, they know us, we know them, it all breaks down, who can go get their own shot? Who can go make a play? How many guys on the team showed that? Şengün? Maybe? And not consistently? They didn't have that.
Yep.
They need
it desperately.
And they need that desperately. Whether it is Durant, which is this is the name, or Giannis, or like it. To me, if if they're going to move to the next level, it is clear they have got to get a player like that. Right now, they have all the assets and the ability to go get said player. Right now, because of what they've done, they're attractive to said players. Go get it done. And I didn't like any Rocket fan to get themselves mad because you want to hold on to Jabari Smith, or you don't want to quit. You don't want to quit the dream of single-digit playoff guy. That's crazy to me. That dude can. This dude can go. Is he in his complete, prime? No, but this is a guy right now with this team that can come in and score, give you 25 and 7 in an easy Kevin Durant, easy. So I'm sure somebody will get mad. Yeah, Tyrese Maxey, sure. If Philly wants to give up, all of those guys, sure. Like this, Kevin Durant would make this team a West contender, a win the West contender right now.
Let's go, Rockets.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Astros coming off that disappointing loss last night. Ryan Gusto takes the mound, and they need him to have a big start. I'll be honest with you, Ryan Gusto might want to start pulling it together a little bit more. He may find himself in a different role, but they take on the White Sox tonight after losing 4-1 yesterday. They'll try to get back with it tonight, or 4-2, excuse me. They'll try to get back at it tonight as the lineup is out. Pena is leading off, and he is. By the way, I just saw a stat. Jeremy Pena has the second highest WAR in the American League, behind Aaron Judge. The second highest WAR. By the way, your Ogre friend hit a ball, I think, 468 feet yesterday. Yeah, he did. He went off. But Jeremy Pena leading off. Paredes, Altuve, Diaz is catching tonight. Walker at first base. Caratini is the DH. Myers, Smith, and Melton is in the corner outfield tonight. Him and Cam Smith in the corner outfield tonight. So that is the lineup here. And listen, they got to get this win tonight. It will be very disappointing if they lose a series to the Chicago White Sox.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like they're just the caliber team that it's hard to stomach them going in and losing 2 of 3 to a subpar team, and this is one of those. So, yeah, I mean, it'd be nice for them, even with Gusto on the bump and no Jordan in the game and the lineup shuffling around. And, yeah, it's still the expectations are to go win a series versus the White Sox, especially at home. So let's see if we can't get it.
Yeah, they need to go ahead and take care of business, which I think they will. And just this part of the schedule, Clint, they could really stretch and give themselves some breathing room, right? And then that is big because, hey, man, if you're sitting here, Clint, with a 5, 6, 7 game lead after you play the White Sox, and they got the Rockies coming up, like you stretch this thing out on Seattle, who's struggling to 6, 7 games. Then maybe you can really take your time with Jordan and make sure he's right. Then you can really not have to feel rushed with Spencer Arrighetti to make sure they're right and all the other guys and make your decision. So I think it's big for them to take this stretch game.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Pacers Thunder tonight. Finally, they're going to play Game 3, and Clint, that thing now takes place and moves to Indianapolis as they will play Game 3. Series tied at 1. I don't know about you, and maybe you disagree, but even though the series is tied at 1, and right now the Pacers have home court advantage with their win in Game 1, it just feels like a much, much bigger game for the Pacers tonight than it is the Thunder. It feels like, I'm not going to say must win or nothing because the series is tied, but it does feel like this is a more important game to win for the Pacers.
Yeah, what I see earlier, did I see, is this stat correct that in the first 2 games, total time leading, the Pacers
whatever it is,
2 minutes?
Yes.
It's like 2 minutes in the game.
It's 2 minutes. I was going to say Game 1, they only led for
0.3 seconds.
0.3 seconds.
Yeah, but I think I didn't realize it was only 2 minutes total. I mean, good gosh. I mean, yeah, no, I just, until I see something different out of the Pacers, I mean, I know that was a hell of a comeback and a hell of a finish in that game one, no doubt. But they got outplayed for the majority of that game. And then Oklahoma City, the Thunder came out and just skull drug them in game two. It seems like Indiana is out of their class. It seems like that SGA's and the Oklahoma City Thunder are on a whole other planet.
Right now, it feels like it feels like the Pacers have gotten fortunate and not like, oh, you know what, they can play with these guys. It feels like they got lucky that OKC took their foot off the gas.
Well, it seems like they're just outclassed. Like Indiana right now is just across the board has been outclassed. They did a hell of a job coming back and winning a game that they had no business winning in game one. But it seems like overall, watching the game, it seems like we talked about it before. You know, it seems like OKC is not only outplaying them, but they just have them frazzled. Have them.
Tonight, I want to see if we'll see the Pacers that we've been seeing for the most of the playoffs. And Tyrese Halliburton, right? He's had to sit and listen to this where he's not getting involved early. That one big game he had against the Knicks, he came out in that first quarter, had like 15, 5, and 5. The first player since LeBron James to do that in a first quarter. I wonder if we'll see a different level of aggressiveness from Halliburton because they're going to need him to pick it up. So tonight, game 3, even though it's tied, to me it feels like the Pacers, they need to win this because if we see OKC kind of have control of the game and win this thing comfortably like they have really been controlling most of the series, then we could be heading into this gentleman sweep kind of range.
Holy smokes!
5 o'clock fire.
All right, as we know, the Pittsburgh Steelers, they've added Aaron Rodgers, who is recently married. For some reason, top stories on ESPN's top stories yesterday. But they've added him and their offensive coordinator, Arthur Smith, former head coach of the Atlanta Falcons and was the OC all those years with the Titans when Derrick Henry was rolling. He said, Clint, we didn't go and get Aaron Rodgers and DK Metcalf to run the wishbone. I am intrigued when you look at what Arthur Smith has kind of been connected with the Ryan Tannehill and that Derrick Henry and then even Bijan Robinson and the power running game that they also had in Atlanta and what they did last year. Now, I don't think he's going to run the wishbone, but I am intrigued to see like what this offense looks like. Does this look like what Aaron Rodgers has been running more accustomed to his whole career, or does this look closer to an Arthur Smith like power run game offense and maybe play action offense? Well,
they I tell you, beyond DK Metcalf, they don't have much. That they're gonna. I mean, I would think that they're gonna have to do more with less in the pass game unless they're gonna be a little bit more of a ball control offense. So we'll see what it looks like. But I know once again I'm fascinated and I'm intrigued to see Aaron with DK.
The fade game. That's something that they both run. I would imagine like you don't bring in Aaron. And Aaron is not just all right, coach, especially not at this. Yeah. This clearly going to have some comfort and say so in this. Now, maybe he's not running things over like maybe people thought he was with the Jets, but I would imagine like this has got to be Arthur coming in. All right, Aaron, what are the things you feel comfortable with?
Yeah.
Like, what do you like to do? But this is what I want to get accomplished with the run game because I want to help you.
Yeah.
But what do you feel comfortable with?
Well, I think that's natural with any quarterback you have. I mean, the oddity or the extreme aspect of the Jet situation was his own offensive coordinator was there, who had just been a failure as a head coach in Denver and a laughing stock of an offensive mind in Denver. So that was the extreme part of it. Arthur Smith, it's commonplace. Hey, man, you get a new quarterback, whether it's Aaron Rodgers or anybody else, hey, what is it you like to do? What are you comfortable doing? What combinations do you like? Which balls do you like to throw? How do you like to handle your cadence and your protections up front? I'm not asking you to tell me what to call them. I'm going to call the plays. I'm going to create everything. But what do you like? What are you comfortable with? And I mean, that's commonplace for an offensive coordinator and a quarterback, especially a quarterback that's been around as long as Aaron.
Yeah, and as much as Aaron kind of waited for this, this ain't no Arthur coming in and telling Aaron, all right, this is how we're going to do this damn thing.
Right now.
And he should do that anyway. All right, speaking about quarterback play, let's look at the Texans quarterback, C.J. Stroud. And there was would this constitute as a football horny clip for you?
You got to ask, probably so.
That kind of gives us a clue on how C.J. Stroud will be used. We'll let you hear what that is and discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, you want to know what the biggest mistake that you can make when you're selling your home is? It's simple, man. It's settling for less money. The good thing is I'm here to tell you about Orchard, and that never happens with Orchard, man. Disappointing offers can wear you down.
In town, 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Would die for CJ. Everyone knows that.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. We'll let you hear what CJ had to say that potentially was a football horny clip for old Clint Stoerner. But want to make sure you remember, I know it's Wednesday. You got a couple of days to get your plans right.
Before we get to that boner.
Friday, before we get to it, Friday, we will be out for the final stop, the 11th stop of our 610 crawfish circuit. You can come hang out with The Drive one final time until you can start coming hanging out with us probably on every Thursday and Friday out during the football season. But one final time on our Sports Radio 610 crawfish circuit will be this time for the final time of the circuit at the Cajun Craven off of Beamer Road. Come hang out with us. As you know, if you come out, it's always a good time, and it includes prizes on site each and every hour. We'll hook you up. The bugs, and most places, almost every place we've been, they have been connoisseur right here in Clint Stoerner.
Yes, we do.
Who will wear a dark colored shirt, so he will have no excuses to the final one. So they're always really, really good, and you got cold drinks as well, especially from our good friends at Bud Light. As you can be a part of one of the grand prize, which includes beer for a year with Budweiser, Bud Light, and a $500 gift card to Academy Sports and Outdoors. So come on out. Yet again, final stop. We will be at the Cajun Craven off Beamer Road coming up on Friday, so you don't want to miss out on that. Listen to this. Listen to what your quarterback, C.J. Stroud, had to say about the offense and how it's developing and what, more importantly, who he's been watching, and see if this potentially tips you off to where Nick Caley's heading with this offense.
Yeah, that'll be between me and Kels, and that was something that I did want, and I've gotten that now. So, but that takes ownership. We've been able to watch a lot of Brady. And there was clips back in like 2003 or 4 when him and Josh McDaniels, first started, and so it took him time to master it. So it'll take time for me to master it fully, but I am buying into it and trying my best to be as great as I can at it. So it's something that I wanted and I'm getting.
Does this give you the feel that they're moving more towards the Josh McDaniels, the New England with Brady over those years? Does it feel that's what they're watching. That's what they're looking at. And as we wondered which style of offense would Caley go to me, that seems like they're leaning towards that style.
Yeah, it seems like the old school New England offense with maybe just a little slant towards some of the stuff that Caley learned in L.A. with McVay. I mean, which look, this is music to my ears. I've said from jump, this is before Nick Caley ever came into the picture, that the best version of C.J. Stroud was going to be playing the game in a Brady-like fashion, which is exactly what we saw his rookie year when he put up unbelievable numbers. He led the league in passing yards per game and led the league in fewest interceptions thrown. That the combination, either of those stats are impressive individually. When you put them together, it's an absolutely unbelievable season by anybody, not just a rookie. So that is the version, that is the brand of quarterback that C.J. Stroud needs to play. Insert Bobby Slowick's out, Nick Caley's in, and now Nick Caley seems to be using old New England film of Tom Brady and playing the position and just the film in general to teach the quarterback what he's looking for in this offense. I'm telling you, I don't know anything about Nick Caley. I'm still concerned about that being a problem with the Houston Texans. It's simply because he's never game planned, he's never called plays, he's never schemed, he's never adjusted in the moment, he's never done these things, right? But when it comes to what we're hearing right now and how they're preparing and how they're developing and how they're teaching their quarterback, the fact that it's in a Brady-like way, not just Brady-like way, how they're watching his film and is going to go with that is to stay ahead of the chains, protect yourself by getting the football out, limit the risk. It's not going to be the drive the football down the field, be aggressive, yada, yada, yada approach. It's going to be more of a high processing, get the ball in the playmaker's hands as soon as you possibly can, protect yourself, protect the offensive line. The fact that that is the case makes me like Nick Caley a lot. I don't know that there's anything Nick Caley could say this offseason that was going to really get me in his corner and really make me a believer, but this is a hell of a start. There's not a better,
because it just makes sense with what I think CJ does, and now the way that the offense looks. Look, when you had Christian Kirk, you had those guys. It makes sense to me. The best we've seen CJ Stroud has been more towards, I don't want to say Brady, but that style.
I'll say it. It absolutely is. It absolutely is. Not worrying about throwing the football down the field, not trying to get any one person touches, simply protecting himself and protecting his offensive line, staying ahead of the chains. Let this defense play great defense. You don't turn the football over. You allow other teams to make mistakes and lose games, and you just sit steady. Let the game dictate the amount of risk that you take. And that's the best version of C.J. Stroud. That is exactly what Tom Brady did to the tune of 7 championships. That now, when he had Mike Evans, when he had Randy Moss, sure, he drove the football down the field. He had those kind of guys.
And
right?
you could still do that with Nico.
Sure, you can do it when
Higgins,
you can do those things. I mean, neither of those guys are Mike or Randy in terms of being the deep threat, but yeah. I mean, when you have the need to do that, do it. But that's just the best version of C.J. Stroud. So if you said, hey, Clinton, you can pick one thing that you hope is being – beat into CJ's head, like the messaging that needs to be in CJ's ear every day. It is watching Brady film and playing the old school New England brand of quarterback. That's it. That is absolutely beautiful, absolutely football horny audio.
I think the part I also like, besides your passion for football horny audio, is it's not just, all right, man, we gonna talk you through it and talk about. No, man, I want to put this in your mind. Absolutely. I want you to watch what exactly, and not just
teaching tape, baby.
This is the best thing that I want you to see. Like
this is what it looks like in real time. This is how we want you working, left to right, low to high, whatever it may be. This is exactly what it looks like. And guess what? It's being done by a guy that was the absolute best at not scrambling. He was the absolute best at taking the snap, being exactly where he's supposed to be, delivering the football on time, keeping his uniform clean, and he won more games than anybody else. This is the way to do it. It's powerful, and it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful message being communicated to the quarterback. So much better than what we heard last year.
Hopefully this helps the offensive line, which is the bigger problem.
Yeah.
And clearly that's what the Texans have banked on, to me, more of, hey, I want to use our scheme and our coaching to even give our offensive line and help. And something you talked about a lot is, and our quarterback to give the offensive line some help to kind of slow up the pressure that he gets the ball off. He gets, as you said earlier, that Brady, and you said just now, Brady is the best at keeping himself clean.
Absolutely.
One of the best at not taking the hits and getting the ball off and just taking what you give you. And we saw many times, not knowing who it came from. I'm sure most will just blame Bobby. But there were moments where there were positive plays that were probably missed by not just taking what was there and trying to push it a little further down the field in a way of things that they didn't do the previous year.
Yep. There were a lot of times, I know late in the season, we talked about it, and I typically give Dalton Schultz a hard time. There's a lot of times where Dalton Schultz is wide open underneath. Just give it to him. Just take the profit, man. Let's keep the chains moving. And it's not on CJ. I'm not
mixing too.
Yeah, I mean, mix all of them. I'm not banging CJ here. I'm just simply telling you, it's no surprise that your quarterback plays that way, and when the messaging is what it was. They told us exactly what they were where they were trying to get better, what they wanted to do in year 2 versus year 1, and it backfired on them. You guys got injured. You couldn't protect your quarterback. Your O-line couldn't stand stand up to it.
Watch 03 and 04 Brady tape, and the messaging is different.
No doubt. Absolutely. No doubt about that.
Watching that. All right, coming up as we continue, I think a guy that Clint maybe wasn't as high on when he got here, I think Clint by the middle of this year may feel a little bit different about him. We'll discuss that. And T-Mill, hey, he didn't lose last night.
Improved.
Didn't lose last night. We'll make you a little money with T-Mill's Best Bets coming up next right here live on The Drive.
You're gonna get hard.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Coming up after us, you got the fellas, Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. They'll look at what they saw with their first look at running back Nick Chubb today on day 2 of camp as we saw him get a little bit more work. And Area 45 live tonight following those fellas. They're back at it. Bijani, Patrick, Creighton, Chris Santiago will have it and hold it down after the fellas at Texans after the fellas on Texans All Access. The best sports show here in Houston, late night sports show here in Houston, Area 45. Stay tuned and listen as they get rolling. All right, we're getting closer with Tyler. He broke even last night on the picks.
Right direction, man.
Out of 6. So tonight he's going to the well for 6 more tonight. So we'll make. Yeah. I don't want to give false advertising. But we'll attempt to win some bets tonight. I'm not going to go ahead and just tell you that he's going to make you some money right now. We're gonna do our best. And let's go over.
That's fair.
Let's go over. Let's get foe tonight, at least.
I like that. We need a green night. Last night was improvement, but 50% still a red number, so good hell.
I don't know, man. Don't know what a green looks like, man.
I don't either. For now, we should call the segment T-Mills maybe bets, not best.
Jason, that green like Ricky Fowler is. That green jacket. Can't find it. We'll see if you can get you some green tonight as T-Mill will try to make you some cash. Coming right here on the text line, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, we also love interacting with you here. Someone texted and said, I don't know about y'all, but I sure wish the Texans had their own identity. We're going back to the Patriot way of offense philosophy.
Yeah, I mean, it's and with C.J. Stroud back there and his style of play, I welcome it.
And I would also, being in the league as well as anybody, is, I mean, most people are coming from a style of offense. Now, it depends on how you spin your own, right? There was a time of Andy Reid was coming from the Bill Walsh / Mike Holmgren style of offense. Then he kind of put his own spin of it, right?
Right.
And then there was the, Mike McDaniel coming from the Kyle Shanahan style of offense. And, all of these different guys, people come from a style, right? Like, I mean, the only way you were going to get your own style of offense is if you hired somebody like Chip Kelly or something, right? Most guys are coming from, right? You came from, Bill O'Brien, the Patriot style of offense. Then you went and got Bobby Slowick from the 49ers, and you got that Shanahan style of offense. Everybody has their style. The hope is that, yes, Nick Caley is going to do whatever his style is and where he kind of cut his teeth, but then he adds and kind of makes it his own, right? Like that and that's what happens in the league. So
yeah, look, there's no doubt. I mean, everybody has a certain upbringing, and Nick Caley has one that includes the majority of his experiences in New England, and then obviously he was, he got off into McVay's system, and so it wouldn't surprise me. I think you could justify going either direction with the Houston Texans, given the history with Slowick and the connections to stay that route. But it would also with Nick Caserio here and Cole Popovich here and Nick Caley here and Ben McDaniel here and all these guys that have that New England upbringing, if you will. It would make sense that those guys could use some kind of hybrid system that's tilted a little bit more heavily towards New England because that fits C.J. Stroud. So Yeah, I think it's. Like I said, it's music to my ears to hear that they're the New England, the old school New England offense is kind of what they're gearing this thing towards. At least as we hear it coming from CJ.
And you tell me if I'm wrong. One of the big things that was the problem was you were in a Patriot system that didn't fit the guys that were in the system, right?
Right.
Like the Patriot system might have been all right if you weren't trying to force Deshaun Watson in it.
Yeah, bingo.
Right?
You're exactly right.
It's like saying, boy, I wish we had our own system, but we got Lamar Jackson, so we're going to force him into doing something.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, when you draft a quarterback, the plan needs to be that again, I warn people all the time of like these offensive coordinators that think the thing to do, whether you're good at it or not, is run around and tell everybody how, my system's going to do whatever my players do best. Well, we watched Deshaun Watson square peg round hole this thing with him and Bill O'Brien, and it was rough. It was not something you wanted a quarterback that ran a power spread of 2 national championship appearances where the game is simplified so that everybody around the quarterback can play fast, and then you come into a system and you're sitting back there asking them to figure out everything a defense is doing in this new system, and it's just not a good fit, right? So CJ, on the other hand, is a perfect fit for that system.
Yes.
He is a high-level processing quarterback. That's a pro-style quarterback that it just makes sense. And we've seen it. It's a no-brainer. If anybody watched C.J. Stroud his rookie year to his second year, it's not hard to arrive at a place of I want more of his rookie year. And what was his rookie year? More of what I think Nick Caley is going to want to do this year.
Yeah. So
are we going to give you your flowers?
I get that. By the way, practice today, we start to think about guys that, stand out each day. We talked about yesterday, it was Higgins. And from the offensive side of the ball, I think Christian Kirk had a nice day and had a nice, at least not just day, but you could see the impact of him. And I told you, I loved the signing of Christian Kirk when it got there, when they got him. I feel like he can give you the production you're needing from a number 2 level wide receiver. I know you weren't as sure about it. I think Christian Kirk, especially now we're seeing what they're going to be running offensively, I think he's going to be somebody that you're going to like more and more and more that they play, as long as he's healthy.
Yeah, look, I like Christian Kirk. I don't know that I like Christian Kirk as the guy that I'm going to expect to take pressure off of Nico Collins. I don't know that I like Christian Kirk if he is hands down your number 2 wide receiver and Nico Collins is out of the ball game. That's going to be that right now. To me, that's going to be a rough go at it. Especially when you've got again Dalton Schultz that has to prove to us that he can play up to expectations, and Higgins has to show us that he can play at the NFL level with that length that he has, and Noel has to show there's a lot of jury still out guys that's out there, and I love Christian Kirk being a Houston Texan. I love Christian Kirk being one of the critical answers to the pass protecting issues being solved in Houston. I love him as a safety valve for C.J. Stroud. I just don't know that I love him as the number 2 threat on an offense. And right now he's the number 2. Like right now, I think he is the most proven number 2 threat on this offense. If somebody's gonna go out there and go, oh no, they're gonna run the ball really well. Okay, well that's a different animal. Now we're running the ball really effectively, and now all of a sudden, you've got Nico Collins, you've got your safety net, safety valve. I would say a really talented slot receiver. You got some young guys coming up, but you've got a run game to really kind of set the tone in what you're trying to do and dictate what defenses can and can't do. I just don't know.
If you look at it in the vein of and I want to make this clear, poor man's version of, the Austin Welker type of dynamic of, a really good slot and a big-time outside receiver that they play well off of. Mm-hmm. And, again, as I said, the poor version of that. It's a guy who's had 1,100 yards in this league before.
Yep.
Like a couple of years ago with Jacksonville. So, I don't know. I think if he looks up and he's over 1,000 yards, Clint, and Nico does what he does, I think it'll make a lot of sense, especially with the young guys, Higgins and Noel, that you think will contribute. All right, Tyler, make us a little cash, man. Let's get in the green, as you said. Let's do that tonight. What's T-Mill's best bets?
Keep it moving in the right direction. We're going baseball again on a hump day, and we're going with 6 wagers again for these best bets on a Wednesday around Major League Baseball. Here are your 6 bets. As usual, a lot of Astros flavor here. 3 of the 6 are going to be in this Stros game tonight at Daikin. First off, the Yankee Turds up there in the Bronx. They are traveling to go see Ron the Show Hughley's Kansas City Royals. I'm on the under in this ball game. Under 9 runs at minus 120 is what I got.
Not the way the Yankees been playing against them. Jesus.
They can't deny their turdish ways game in, game out.
They put up a quick 10 on them yesterday. I mean, it was quick.
That means that one should hit tonight. Tail it, people. Next one, another under 9 runs. Tigers at O's tonight. Under 9, and that one I got those odds at minus 150.